You can watch us from at home, you can watch us at work, but you can also follow all of our social media pages where we continue to push out top stories that are happening across the country. So thank you again to everyone who is watching with us day in and day out. What we're going to do is continue to give you some of these other top stories and press releases, as well as interviews that we've been doing over these last few days. Just recently, we did have our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He was speaking with just one of our congressmen about the rise in crime statistics we continue to see here across our country. It's been a major concern along with inflation, along with still COVID concerns in many of our countries. So let's go ahead, listen into that interview right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
And joining me here on Live Now from Fox is Congressman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. We wanted to talk about especially crime in the district. There were 226 homicides in D.C. last year. That was up 14% from 2020. That's the highest since 2003, according to the Metropolitan Police. Motor vehicle thefts up 8% last year from the year previous in 2020. How do you get guns off the street in D.C.? How do you address this? And what is Congress's role? What does Mayor Bowser need to do to get this under control?
Well, the mayor has completely made a disaster of Washington, D.C. If you look at the way Congress deals with Washington, D.C., the way it's supposed to be, is the House Oversight Committee serves as a check and balance over Washington, D.C. The House Oversight Committee, part of our jurisdiction is Washington, D.C. Prior to Nancy Pelosi's second stint as Speaker of the House, the mayor of Washington, D.C. would come in to the House Oversight Committee a couple of times a year. One time may have been during a subcommittee meeting or whatever, but a couple of times a year to kind of give us an update on how things were going. Because Congress appropriates a lot of funding from Washington, D.C. that no other city gets. Funding like for the judiciary, 100% of the judiciary is funded by Congress. A lot of the incarceration costs for Washington, D.C. are picked up by Congress because Washington, D.C., as we all know, is a special city. Washington, D.C. should be the model for democracy in the world. Washington, D.C. should be a model city. What we have in Washington, D.C. now is a city with one of the highest crime rates in America. We've got a city that has had draconian regulations on small business owners. It has had a negative impact on businesses, but it's also had a negative impact on the constitutional right for people to come and petition their government. When you put in regulations like vaccine passports and mandates that a lot of tax-paying American citizens don't have, and that's their constitutional right not to have a vaccine passport because they chose not to be vaccinated, they can't come to Washington, D.C. And you add that, the economic decline on top of the crime, and we have constituents that want to come to Washington, D.C., but they're afraid. They may can check the boxes that, okay, well, I've got a vaccine passport, I've got my booster shot, I'll wear a mask, but I'm scared to death for my life. You know, there's a carjacking every other day in Washington, D.C., and you look at the root cause of this, and a lot of it's the policy in Washington, D.C. enacted and championed by Mayor Bowser. You've had bail reform, you've had criminal justice reform. They've let every prisoner they could let out. They're not prosecuting criminals, so the criminals know they can get away with the crime, just like people crossing the border know there aren't going to be any consequences for illegally crossing that southern border. So what we want to do, the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee, is bring Mayor Bowser back before the committee and ask her a bunch of questions. And if she's unwilling to do her job to get the crime rate under control, to get the businesses, get off the backs of the businesses, then we want to take it a step further and try to rein in some of her mayoral ability to hold D.C. back.
Congressman, what does that look like? Does that look like restricting, federal funding for the district? And do you have any idea since when was the last time Mayor Bowser appeared in front of the House Oversight and Reform? Has it been a long time? And what can you do to compel her to give testimony if Republicans take back the majority this year?
Well, she'll be one of the first people asked to come back to the committee if I'm chairman of the committee in January. I can assure you that. She has been before the committee this Congress, and it was to advocate for Washington, D.C. to be the 51st state. And she testified under oath that Washington, D.C. could be self-sustainable. And if they were a state, which you and I both know, it was to get 3 extra electoral college votes. It had nothing to do with anything that Mayor Bowser was advocating for. She said, well, we're thriving as a city. We can sustain all the losses and all the perks that we lose from being the capital city, all the special assistance that Congress gives the city. The Washington, D.C. will be able to self-sustain itself. Now you look at, if that had happened, if they had been granted statehood, where we are today, you could look at the flights flying into Washington. I fly into Washington every week. The number of people coming into Washington continues to decline. The hospital or the hotels and the restaurants continue to deteriorate because of the mandates, because of the regulations. You've already got a city that's one of the highest tax rates in America, and they do not. They're not doing anything about the crime rate. They want to pretend like there's not a crime issue there when there is. Shoplifting's on the rise, carjacking is on the rise, homicides are on the rise, and yet they don't want to do anything about it. And this is the capital city. We don't want to do anything to prevent people from coming to Washington, D.C. to petition their government. So this is a matter for Congress. I don't want to pass rules and regulations. I don't want to be a nanny state over Washington, D.C., but somebody has to step in and hold Mayor Bowser accountable and get Washington back on the right track.
Congressman, yesterday, big announcement by Mayor Bowser in a press conference. D.C.'s lifting the vaccination requirement, I believe today. It's also lifting the indoor mask mandate piecemeal by the end of the month, February the 28th. That does not apply to schools in the district. Is this based on science, or is this a political decision? What is the rationale for keeping kids in masks in the district, in the schools?
Well, it's a political decision. They're trying to save face on the backs of our school children. School's the safest place to be with respect to COVID. That's been proven in the science. If you look at the number of school children who have been hospitalized because of COVID, it is a fraction of a 0.1%. So school is the safest place. It always has been. Now, what they have done is they have realized, number one, the political science of this is that people are frustrated with the Democrat Party. They're frustrated with Joe Biden. The approval rating for Democrats, the Democrats on the generic ballot, continues to deteriorate. Secondly, they finally heard enough from business owners and risk takers and job creators in Washington, D.C. that said, this is it. We're leaving. We are leaving. We're shuttering down. We're shuttering up. We're closing down. We're going to Maryland. We're going to Virginia. We're going anywhere we can go to get away from these unnecessary burdensome regulations. So I think it's a political reaction. It's unfortunate that they're still trying to politicize our children when all the science and all the data shows that school is the safest place to be during the whole pandemic.
And we've seen so many, especially blue state governors, blue city mayors lift the indoor mask mandates just in the last week and a half. What about, though, on Capitol Hill in the House? The mask mandate there in the House is still in place. When do you think Speaker Pelosi is going to lift that? When do you think proxy voting is going to be a thing of the past? Because I believe those have just been extended. So those two movements don't track.
No, and Speaker Pelosi is not going to do anything to admit that she's wrong. She's very stubborn, and will be the last place on planet Earth where people are still wearing masks on the House floor, because that's where the C-SPAN is. The TV cameras are there. The funny thing is, you walk through the Capitol, through Rayburn Office Building, through the Capitol, and nobody's wearing a mask. But then when you come on that House floor, you better have that mask on, or you're going to pay a $500 fine. And it's all optics. It's all a part of Nancy Pelosi's grand design to show that she's taken this very seriously. The Republican, she loves it when there's a Republican that walks in and doesn't have a mask on, that she can chastise and say how irresponsible they are. But people are sick and tired of these mandates, of the rules. They doubt Dr. Fauci. They realize his inconsistencies. They realize that we have to move on as a nation. We can't, if there's ever another pandemic, handle it the way we handled the COVID-19 pandemic. We spent too much money. We hurt too many businesses. We held too many children back. We can't do that again. But Nancy Pelosi will be the very last person on the planet to admit that she was wrong.
Your committee, sir, you want to look at the origins of the coronavirus. You want to look at the response here at home about what we could have done better, what could have been different. What is it going to take? Is it going to take President Biden to get before the American people to declare the pandemic over for all of these restrictions to go by the wayside? Is that what it's going to take, or is it just going to happen piecemeal?
I think it's going to happen piecemeal. Joe Biden has proved that he can't provide any leadership on COVID. You know, he benefited a lot from the media constantly chastising President Trump over his handling of COVID. And I believe history will show that former president made some mistakes. But in comparing President Trump to President Biden, there's no comparison. I mean, I don't think there's any way possible Joe Biden could have had anything like Operation Warp Speed and come up with 3 vaccines in record time. There's no way. He's had trouble trying to do the booster shots. And no one knows when you're supposed to take a booster shot, when you're not. Nobody knows. They have quit paying attention to Joe Biden. Joe Biden has lost the battle with trying to be the leader of COVID-19, just like Dr. Fauci. So a lot of what Donald Trump said towards the end of his administration about Dr. Fauci that he was criticized for in the press, and I believe hurt him in the presidential election, turned out to be true. You know, he called the COVID-19 the Wuhan virus, and the media said, oh, he's a racist. Well, it did come from the Wuhan lab. The Republicans on the Oversight Committee have just about proven that without a shadow of a doubt. We've proven that taxpayer dollars did go to fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan lab. And we're not supposed to be funding mad science projects like gain-of-function research. So the American people are seeing, and I think Republicans in the House are leading on this issue, are seeing that the hypocrisy of the Democrats on how to handle COVID, on trying to definitely cover up China's role in COVID-19, and probably the CDC and NIH's role in COVID-19. If we're funding gain-of-function research in that lab with tax dollars, then the United States has had an indirect role in that. So, you know, Joe Biden's lost all moral authority to lead on COVID-19. So I think it's going to be a piecemeal. More and more mayors are going to realize, you know, we better change course here and talk about something else, because this is a losing issue for Democrats.
And just one last point on COVID, Omicron cases down precipitously, hospitalizations and deaths are now going down. Also, we got this news last week, unfortunately, that the FDA wants more data from Pfizer on vaccines for children under 5. So those are still some of the outstanding things I'm looking at when it comes to the pandemic. I want to move on, though, to some other topics. What is your thought on a lot of talk now with congressional leaders, especially Speaker Pelosi and Senator Schumer, about enacting or passing legislation to ban members of Congress and or their family members from owning individual stocks and making individual stock transactions? Do you support that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm like most members of Congress. I own a few individual stocks. I owned those stocks before I came to Congress. You know, periodically you have members of Congress that purchase stock. I don't consider that stock trading, but some of the media outlets have called it stock trading. So whatever, if they want to make rules where you can't own individual stocks, I'm fine with that. I think there's a lot of questions about what's the definition of family. Does it include your spouse? Does it include your minor children? What do you do if you've got stocks now? Do you have to sell them and convert them into mutual funds or real estate or whatever you want to do? So I want to see what the legislation looks like, but I am fine with banning members of Congress from owning stock. There are always a few that will abuse that. There have been a few Republicans and there have been a few Democrats. And you look at Speaker Pelosi's husband, he was trading stock options. Now that's pretty hardcore. You know, you can trade stocks, you trade stock options, and that's on a whole different level, because options expire and he was trading big tech stock options. So, if there's one member of Congress that is probably guilty of some type of stock trading violations, ethical violations, it would be, in my opinion, Speaker Pelosi's husband. But I'm fine with banning it. I think we need clarity moving forward, and hopefully we'll have that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Speaker Pelosi, it took kind of a long time for her to come around to that idea. She also kind of floated the idea of maybe having members of the Judiciary as well be a part of this. So we'll see. One more push that's happening on the Democratic side of the aisle. I'm going to be speaking with your colleague, Andy Levin of Michigan, a little bit later this week. Do you support a unionization effort amongst Capitol Hill staffers? Would that be something you would put in place in your office?
Absolutely not. We need to focus, if we want to focus on employees of the federal government right now, we need to focus on getting employees back to work. And I know you're talking about congressional staffers, but one of my pet peeves and one of the things I'm most upset about now is we have so many federal employees who are still working from home. We just sent a letter to the IRS because they warned that tax refunds are going to be delayed. Well, a significant number of their employees are working from home. The same thing at the VA. If you request work, we've got caseworkers in my office here in Tompkinsville, Kentucky right now trying to request information from VA. So many of their employees are working from home. I mean, it's a joke. So to talk about unionizing congressional staffers now, it's really inappropriate. So I oppose that. I think we need to focus on getting federal employees working for the taxpayers.
All right. Once again, thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft for that interview, taking a dive into a number of different topics that, of course, they're concerned about and discussing on Capitol Hill. Thank you, everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here with you on this morning as we continue to keep our eyes on all of the breaking news. Do want to let our viewers know, here's a live picture again out of Kiev. We've been waiting and anticipating a possible invasion this week. We'd heard a lot of ramping up of concern last week from some of our government officials urging Americans to get out of the country. Then just earlier here this week, at the start of the week, we had heard from Ukrainian president who had told his residents today would be a day of unity. They have been celebrating that so far. We have not had any reports of Russian troops crossing that border and invading. But of course, we are going to be staying on high alert for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. It's not the only breaking news that we've been following here for everyone, especially as we continue to follow and track all of the news stories happening across the country. Here is a look at some of that video coming out of a Long Island tanker that had been unfortunately, it had crashed, and you can see a small explosion had followed. So this, again, is in Long Island. We actually have a couple different videos I wanted to play here for you. So this one also showing us some of the visuals from up above here. And we're going to be trying to get more information on the latest here, but it was a fiery scene. A tanker slammed into a store. It goes up in flames. The fuel truck had lost control, overturned on Sunrise Highway in Rockville Center. This happening earlier here this morning. And unfortunately, this had crashed into a vacant furniture store, started that on fire as well. So fire officials say that the tanker's 13,000 gallons of gasoline had spilled out, caught fire. It sent heavy flames to several other businesses, burning gas also spreading into the sewer system. So police say the tanker driver was taken to an area hospital for evaluation. 3 firefighters also hurt from this. As of right now, again, that's the latest we have. And we'll be trying to continue to follow up with our officials out of Long Island as they continue to keep us informed on this story. But just that scene, you're seeing all of that burnt up buildings as well as those roadways that had to get cleaned up from all of that gas that had overspilled. All right, what we're going to do here for our viewers on Live Now from Fox is step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, Bob Saget's family filing a suit. What's it about? We'll give you those details again coming up here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, and thank you for joining us here on this Wednesday morning. Christy Larson here with you as we continue to give you some of those top stories that have been taking place across our country. We do have some new information coming about Bob Saget, the beloved television dad to America. Well, now his family has filed a new lawsuit. So this is just some new information, new news coming out. Bob Saget's family, they're hoping to keep further details of his death out of the public eye. So Saget's family has filed a lawsuit Tuesday to prevent the release of any more details on the comedian's cause of death. The lawsuit reportedly seeks to block sensitive information, including photographs as well as video and audio recordings of the investigation, citing privacy concerns. Now, Saget, who was just 65 years old, was found dead in his hotel room in Orlando, Florida last month, and the autopsy report found the cause of death was head trauma. It was so devastating. We've heard from so many of his family and friends who've been reaching out after this incident had taken place. And we still mourn the life of a great comedian, a great actor, and a great person. We heard from, again, so many of those people who were close to him said he really was one of the best guys out there who you could count on day in and day out. So that's the latest to Bob Saget news. If we do hear more on that lawsuit, of course, we'll try to continue to keep you up to date. We know that sometimes temperatures, as they cool down, especially if you're in some of those northern states where they're still dealing with a lot of that winter weather, it can have a big impact when it comes to your fuel, and especially with our gas prices reaching record highs. If you're looking to improve your fuel economy, you can save some money. Here's some tips. According to U.S. Department of Energy, regular gas powered cars mileage is 15% lower when it's 20 degrees compared to warmer weather, and can drop during shorter trips. So the DOE recommends parking your car in warmer spots to increase your vehicle's internal temperature. They also say warming up your vehicle before driving, gas too. So as much as you may hate to get into that cold car, touch the freezing steering wheel, it's a waste of gas to warm up your car before getting in. So if you're idling, your car is getting 0 miles to the gallon. So just a couple of tips, especially as we head into some cooler temperatures here across the country. With that being said, let's go ahead, look into our weather team, Fox Weather, giving us a look at some of those temperatures to expect across the country. We're going to join them live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Do also include flooding in some areas, and we have many flood watches already in place throughout the upper Midwest and into the plains as well. So we'll continue to watch that as well, be another factor when it comes to this strong storm system that moves throughout the area. We already mentioned that we are going to be expecting some snow in the upper Midwest as well, which is the reason why we have a winter storm watch in place. We also have a winter storm warning out towards Kentland there, and heading into tomorrow, we could also see that opportunity for either both an extreme amount of winter storm impacts throughout the area, and that's where we see this shading here, indicating that both of those watches and warnings are already put into place right in those areas. When it comes to the precipitation, it does look like the majority of it will fall as rain. Again, and some of that can be very heavy rain. You're seeing the shading of yellow there, 2 to 3 inches in some areas. And then we have that swath of snow from Fort Wayne all the way down towards Springfield that also is going to become a bit of a problem heading into tomorrow. So taking a look, not only do we have the rain that could cause some flooding, we have the snow that could be a bit problematic for the upper Midwest, and then we have to tack on the wind. So we do have a wind alert already in place, wind advisory for the lighter shadings of blue, and then we have that wind watch down towards Bristol, Virginia there. Again, winds are going to start really peaking as that front approaches this area. So we see wind gusts up to 35 miles per hour as we head into the rest of today. Going throughout the daytime hours, they really continue to peak. And even into tomorrow, you're seeing the switch over there, the highest winds from Nashville down towards Birmingham, even out towards Monroe, 30 to 35, maybe even 45 miles per hour as this cold front kind of brushes over the area there and out towards the coastline. Again, when it comes to Peoria, here's a look at the next 3 days. So we get a mixed bag, 55 today with that rain, switching over to the snow as temperatures temperatures tank back into the upper 20s. Finally, by Friday, we get the sunshine back into place, but it is going to be on the colder side. Stephen?
Wild weather there in Peoria over the next few days, and the same goes for the Northeast. This storm system will eventually make its way to the Northeast at the end of the week, say on Friday, bringing with it, you guessed it, a mixed bag of wintry weather. Live look there in Providence, Rhode Island, one of the cities that could feel the effects of this system. Most likely, though, it's going to be rain. Could be also a bit on the breezy side. So we have a flood watch posted for a good chunk of the state of New York. This lasts through Friday, and that's because we're dealing with a bit of a snowpack, too. And because of that snowpack, we have that flood watch. Rain falling on a snowpack, it could quickly flood. We've seen that happen before, notably in the Pacific Northwest. Well, now it's the Northeast's turn. So Thursday night, this system begins arriving. That wintry weather close to Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. That cold air will probably filter into interior portions of the Northeast, and I'm talking about extreme interior portions, real close to Canada. But we might see that changeover happen in Syracuse, in Burlington. This will be Friday morning. Friday morning along the I-95 corridor, it's just going to be wet. We're going to be warming up until Friday, but it's all going to be rain for that I-95 corridor. However, farther north, that's where we could see that snow. In fact, a few counties in Maine and upstate New York under that winter storm watch. This will be for Thursday evening, so tomorrow night through Friday. We'll watch how this system evolves. In the Northeast, we still have a little bit of time. But we also have along Long Island into counties through Massachusetts and Rhode Island, Connecticut. Yeah, high wind watches. This will be Thursday through Friday. So that'll potentially be the biggest component in the Northeast and New England with this system. Yes, the rain, but we could have some winds pretty gusty from Plymouth down to Sandwich, 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Nantucket could get up there too, 40 to 50 miles an hour. Martha's Vineyard, not out of the question. Newport, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. This will be on Friday morning. Deanna.
Well, let's take it back a little further west. Winter storm warnings are already in place throughout the Denver metro area. Here's a live look over the Mile High City at the Coors Field, home of the Colorado Rockies. They're expecting up to 8 inches of snow that could make for a very rough evening commute tonight. So we're certainly going to walk you through what you can expect here. Again, we have those winter weather warnings and advisories in place. You've seen the shading of purple, that's the warning right outside of the Denver area. And then you have that lighter shade of blue, which is the advisory. Nonetheless, we're expecting snow in these areas as we head into tonight. You're seeing it there on your screen. Snow showers drifting down from the north, from Billings, Montana, making way into Colorado as we head into the rest of today. Cloudy conditions, cold conditions. Everywhere is pretty much under freezing, with the exception of Grand Junction, and those snow showers are going to continue pushing into the metro area. So let's take it hour by hour here on your future track. Dry conditions for the start of today. Those clouds really start to push in ahead of our chance for that snow. Starting off light for this afternoon, around the 4 o'clock hour, most folks are going to be heading home at that time. And it really becomes more steadier there on out. Going through the 10 o'clock hour, we continue with the steadier snow. That will continue through the overnight, may become a bit spotty by tomorrow morning's commute. And then finally starting to dry out by tomorrow late afternoon. Taking a look at the snowfall forecast, here's a look again. Denver, 5 to 8 inches, a little bit more down towards a lot. Littleton, 8 to 12 inches, just about a foot. But over to the east, eastern communities, Aurora up towards Brighton, around 3 to 5 inches of snow, at least through tomorrow morning.
We tired of the talk of snow? Let's head to the Sunshine State. What do you say? Tampa this morning looking nice. Just shortly after 9 o'clock along the eastern seaboard. And when you have views like this of the sky, you know that weather's going to be great. Could be warming into the upper 80s, though, by tomorrow. The Sunshine State sort of exempt from this system that we're tracking. Many, though, aren't. We're continuing to track it, too. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
It's only a matter of time until your check engine light comes on.
All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Thanks to our Fox weather team giving us some updates on what we can see coming here in the rest of this week. Everyone trying to prepare. I know a lot of folks down in the Florida area also keeping an eye on the weather as they also are bracing for a big weekend. It is the Daytona 500. Tickets sold out, crowds getting excited, and so are the businesses and the entire community. So we do have Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie, who is joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Amanda, I know that everyone is preparing for what's to come here this weekend.
That's right. Local businesses are basically ready to start their engines when it comes to serving all of the crowds coming into town for the big Daytona 500. Thousands and thousands of fans are expected to arrive really anytime now through the rest of the weekend. And businesses and restaurants, they're going to have longer hours. In fact, restaurants are going to be staying open late just to feed the need for all of those folks in town for the event. The Starlight Diner says the last few years with COVID-19 have been a struggle, so they're really looking forward to the weekend. And because they're located right next to the hotels on A1A, they expect some really great business.
Race and stuff, we're always super busy during that time, which is good because of COVID, because they'll come here for breakfast and then head out there.
Now, management says they're hoping to bring in at least 5 times what they make on a normal weekend. The Daytona 500 weekend is one of the busiest times of year. Now, the Daytona 500 is sold out on Sunday, and that means more than 100,000 fans will be packed into the Speedway, which is a notable difference from the past couple of years because of COVID-19 restrictions, and now they have largely been lifted. So it's certainly going to be a revival here at Daytona for all of these folks and businesses. It's a very exciting time. Back to you.
And Amanda, I know you just mentioned it, COVID restrictions a little bit loosened. What are some of those guidelines that businesses, I'm sure, excited to be welcoming more people through the doors this time around?
Right. So right now, private businesses can still make their own call as far as whether or not to enforce a mask for their patrons, but it is not required here as a city or a town or a county. So folks can walk around without having to wear a face mask. And, it is everyone's personal preference. And you can obviously go to the CDC to understand their guidelines better to see if you want to wear a mask. If it's the unvaccinated population, you're still encouraged to wear a face mask.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the businesses just anxious to welcome everyone back, especially with sold out tickets. So we do appreciate that update from Daytona Beach. We do have Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. Thanks so much, Amanda. And do want to remind our viewers as well that we do have our coverage that will be live from the racetrack this coming February 18th and the 20th. So both on Friday and on Sunday. You can join us right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be giving you some special coverage happening in the mornings ahead of the race. I know that we even have quite a few fans here in Arizona who will be tuning in, watching as well. So looking forward to a great race, especially since this does kick off a NASCAR season with one of their biggest events here. So businesses looking forward to it, but so are those race car fans. We will continue to give you more updates across the country after we return here in just 2 minutes. When we come back, we've been talking a little bit about some of the concerns our congressmen and women have on Capitol Hill. That includes not only crime that's been on the rise, but also inflation has been at an all-time high here in the last few weeks. So that's been a concern for a lot of our lawmakers. We'll go into some of those press briefings we had from our Senate leaders after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here with us on this morning. Do want to give at least a couple different live looks at what we're seeing here at our desk. A live picture out of New York City. You can see the sun has already risen and people are up and moving. We continue to give you all these top stories, no matter which side of the coast you're with us on. One of the top stories that we've been following has obviously been covered in these last few weeks as we've seen some rise in tension between Ukraine and Russia. Here's a live picture from Kiev we do have here for you as we continue to monitor those scenes and situations that are coming with our Russian possible invasion. So as of right now, again, there is still a buildup of troops. We've heard President Biden saying they're now estimating 150,000 troops who are there at the border. So as this does continue to be a concern, so does the concern of inflation for Americans right here at home. Let's go ahead and listen into the latest update with some of our Senate leaders on the Republican side. This press conference happening just yesterday.
There's not a doubt in my mind, not a doubt in my mind that the Russians wouldn't be on the border of Ukraine with 100,000 or more troops had we not indicated to the rest of the world we were pulling the plug on Afghanistan and going home. But we are where we are. And I hope the administration is not going to wait until after an incursion to turn the screws and put some real sanctions on the Russians. At that point, arguably, it's a little too late.
Well, there are a lot of parents around the country that are increasingly fed up, and one of the reasons for that is just the proliferation of mask mandates. You know, you've seen a lot of, in at least recently, Democrats, officials in settings where they're not wearing masks with a lot of young kids around. You saw at the Super Bowl a lot of people, prominent celebrities that weren't wearing masks, enjoying the Super Bowl. It seems like in a lot of blue states right now are lifting the mandates. It seems like the only place where we haven't seen any relief is when it comes to the Biden administration's proposal with respect to our toddlers who attend Head Start programs around the country. This is something that parents are tired of. They're tired of these mask mandates for their kids. There is no science out there to support this, and it needs to be repealed. You shouldn't have 2-year-old toddlers being required to wear masks, not only while they're inside, but when they're outside on the playground. But that's exactly what this Biden administration mandate does. And I hope they will repeal it, but we are prepared. I've introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval that would repeal that mandate. All it takes is a simple majority to do that in the United States Senate, and we can put everybody on the record. But, you know, right now parents are faced with a choice, and it really should be up to them. It should be up to parents and guardians about whether or not these little toddlers have to wear masks. It shouldn't be up to the Biden mask police. These mandates need to stop, and we need to put parents back in charge of their young people, and particularly when it comes to the issue of education, where these masks have proven to be a real deterrent to young kids being able to learn at school.
Well, Joe Biden is the president of high prices. Inflation will be a defining failure of this president's administration, to the point that in just 1 year as president, Joe Biden has driven inflation to a 40-year high. And at the same time, he's driven his own approval ratings down to a low of only 40% of Americans. And the reason we're seeing this is that people are paying the price and feeling the pain when they go to the grocery store, when they go to the gas pump. They're paying $1 more a gallon now than they were when Joe Biden became president. Wages may be going up a little, but prices are going up much faster. So people can't keep up. Prices have gone up month after month after month since the president has been in office. People are feeling the squeeze. And who's getting hurt? Well, it's working families trying to get by. The average family in the United States has to spend $275 more each and every month now just to stay even from where they were a year ago compared to what it would have cost last year. So people are going to have to change and are changing the way they drive, the way they shop, the way they live. People are having to tap into savings if they have savings. Inflation is crushing people's dreams. Energy prices are much higher to heat your home this year. Who's affected by that? Well, it's people trying to get by. It's people living on a fixed income, people struggling, young couples, all of that. And on the specific issue of inflation, the Harvard poll shows that only 3 in 10 Americans support what the president is doing on inflation. Only 3 in 10. That means that every Republican and just about every independent and a whole lot of Democrats don't agree or believe in what Joe Biden is doing on inflation. So what's the solution? Well, it's more government borrowing, more government spending. That's going to make inflation worse. When people look at this president, they see somebody who is out of touch and in way over his head. And unfortunately, the American people are paying for this president's incompetence.
Well, on the inflation front, the biggest driver of the inflation number, the 40-year high inflation number, is energy prices. And frankly, the energy prices are exactly reflecting what the administration and the majority in the Senate say they want to do. They want to raise traditional energy prices so high that people have to look for alternatives, and they've certainly managed to do that. You know, a 40% increase in gasoline at the gas pump, a 50% increase in a lot of home heating bills, 10% increase in energy across the board. And then some of my colleagues think the solution to that is to eliminate the federal gas tax that funds highway, road, and bridge construction. They must not have read the plan on their side, because the plan on their side very much reduces output, makes us more energy dependent on other countries, and is designed to raise energy prices. All you have to do is get your home heating bill or go to the gas station to find out just how successful they are.
The United States is one of the greatest producers of energy out there. And yet, under the Biden administration, he has made us ever increasingly dependent upon Russia and Iran for our oil sources. So the United States has increased its imports from Russia to 202,000 barrels a day from Russia. That's the highest it has been in 11 years. And again, we are one of the largest producers of energy right here in the United States. So why on earth are we ratcheting down on our energy independence and becoming increasingly reliant upon an autocratic thug, Vladimir Putin? And we see what he is doing to the Ukraine because of their dependence on other sources of energy. So let's ramp up our own energy production here in the United States. Let's uncouple from Vladimir Putin. Let's become an exporter of American energy once again. It's really important. Again, why are we relying on Russia for our energy needs? And while we're on the topic of Russia and Ukraine, what I would like to know from this administration is, how are we going to safeguard American citizens that reside in Ukraine? We have heard very little from the State Department, and it is their obligation to make sure that we are protecting our American citizens abroad. And yet we have heard nothing about a plan to evacuate Americans. I am very concerned that we are going to see Afghanistan 2.0. What we need from the State Department is more than a 1-800 number. We need a real plan, and we need to protect Americans abroad.
For years, the media parroted the Democrat narrative about Russia collusion, and now, as we're learning week after week, that was a complete lie. The latest with the Durham report is that the Clinton campaign, the same group that fearmongered this Russian collusion, actually spied on the President of the United States. They spied on the President of the United States. They spied and they lied. We need accountability. We need accountability for the Clinton campaign. We need accountability for Adam Schiff and Jerry Nadler, because they were complicit in this. So the media needs to start doing their job, talk about exactly what's coming out, and hold these people accountable. On top of that, the Attorney General, Garland, he needs to be out there making sure that Durham has all the resources he needs to do a thorough investigation.
Good afternoon. It's now Tuesday afternoon. Do you think we're going to have government funding? Is there going to be an issue with these amendments or this proposal by Senator Lee on vaccine mandates? Senator Blackburn concerned about these so-called smoking kits and so on. Is this going to be worked out, or are we going to be here Friday night?
Yeah, as is often the case, we'll process a few amendments before doing the short-term CR. I think it'll all be worked out. There's no danger of a government shutdown. Yeah.
You all have been railing about inflation for months, but just in a matter of minutes, Republicans on the banking committee are threatening to boycott this markup of all these Fed nominees. Is that a responsible way in dealing with inflation, by scuttling these nominations from going forward?
Well, these are highly controversial nominees, extremely controversial, who've repeatedly expressed the view that the Fed should be involved in things that are not the Fed's responsibility. The best way for this to stop is for the president to quit sending up these kinds of nominees. We have to have the most responsible people at the Fed now, not the least responsible. The Fed has got a big job ahead of it in trying to tackle inflation, and I think there's a lot of skepticism that many of these nominees are not up to the job.
Senator Comer, can you talk about the impact on this economy, on this country, on Americans, if there were to be military conflict, in terms of the cost of energy, in terms of trade, in terms of interest rates? What would be the repercussions?
It will be unfortunate for the whole world. I mean, you can't have a major conflict in Europe without having an adverse effect on all parts of the globe, which is why everything that could possibly be done to deter the Russians before an invasion is critically important.
Leader Mr. Lee, do you think this upcoming election is critical in steering the Republican Party away from the former president?
Well, I think the next election is critical in sending the current administration a message about how it's been conducting the affairs of our government. Democratic president, Democratic House, Democratic Senate. Look at the results. Look at the results. The American people are going to have an opportunity this fall to give a midterm report card on the performance of this all-Democratic government. We are optimistic that they'll want to push the pause button, want to give the Congress to the other party, and as I've said repeatedly, if they do that, we'll give the president finally an opportunity to keep his pledge to the American people to be a moderate.
What about the primaries, though? Is that important for
All right, that is the latest with our Senate Republican leaders. Do want to at least show in full here. We do have our live picture of our stocks. It looks like we've been starting in the red. We had like a tiny bounce of positivity there of green when the market first opened for a flash of a second, now down here. But we'll just have to kind of wait and see. I think a lot of people also kind of waiting to see what unfolds here today, because we do have a lot of eyes still watching the tension that's going on with Russia and Ukraine. So we'll be continuing to monitor that, continue to update all of our viewers, of course, on that situation. But I do want to let everyone know there is some happy news here today. Some exciting things that have been happening. Here's actually a live picture. We do have Skyfox up in the air. You can see That used to be the Hollywood sign, now covered with Rams House. Today is the day that we will have a parade for the Super Bowl champions. Their victory parade will be taking place at 11 a.m. It's a 1-mile parade, and there's so many free events that are going to be surrounding this parade, and of course the public and fans going to be showing up in full attendance here today. And they do ask fans that if you're going to be out at some of these events, they do have some COVID restrictions. But actually, there's a lot of places that are getting rid of their COVID restrictions, lifting and easing up on those mask mandates. Beautiful moon out. Look at that. It is glowing from the sun rising on our west coast. I just love when we have our chopper up in the air. You never know what they're going to come across. Obviously, they're up in the air giving us some different looks at that parade route ahead of it kicking off, but also having some fun as well. So thanks again to our Fox 11 team. We're going to be checking in here in less than 10 minutes, getting some more details about that parade. So let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. We'll bring you more news until that live hit again coming up in less than 10 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look in Ukraine. Again, a lot of folks were anticipating a possible invasion here today after some of those comments from the Ukrainian president earlier here this week. Today, they have been holding a day of unity, but we've continued to just keep an eye on this tension. We've even had some of our NATO leaders saying they have not seen a withdrawal of Russian forces, as President Putin had originally said. President Biden had said that they actually have been seeing an increase from the number that they had said before. 150,000 Russian forces are now massed near Ukraine and in Belarus, and this is an increase from that estimated 130,000 number that we had been hearing previously. So it's only continued to climb. I remember originally they said there was nearly 100,000, then it was more than 100,000, then 130,000. Now we're up to 150,000. So Russian foreign minister did say on Wednesday that if Britain puts new sanctions on us, our parliament will want to, in fact, will be obliged to put analogous sanctions on those who make their career ratings popularity on the bias of Russophobia. So again, a lot of different countries have been talking about package of sanctions if Moscow does invade Ukraine. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson warned Russia that they'd be facing a very, very tough package of sanctions if that did happen. And we also had our Ukrainians doing a day of unity. So they actually did have a Ukraine flag that was unfolded at the Olympsky Stadium in Kiev, Ukraine. It was a 200-meter long flag that was unfolded. And again, they still do have quite a few officials warning of a Russian invasion could happen as early as today on this day of unity. And they're encouraged to wear their colors proud, put their flags up across the country, and continue to be on alert. So we'll still be monitoring this situation. Obviously, this has been a top story we've been covering here over these last few weeks. And as we've mentioned, leaders saying that they are not seeing, as President Putin has said, a decrease or a de-escalation of those troops at the border. Tension still going to remain on high alert. And of course, Live Now from Fox is going to stay on top of this story. Great way to stay on top of all the top stories always is through our social media platforms. That's where we cover a number of stories, all the way from what's been going on with the tension between Ukraine and Russia to our Super Bowl winners. They are going to be holding a parade today to celebrate their big win. I know a lot of community members, a lot of fans excited. We'll be giving you a live update from the Los Angeles area coming up here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep track of all the top stories happening across the country. I have to ask, have you recovered from your Super Bowl Sunday? I know a lot of folks were excited to see that game. So many special moments happened, not only during the game, the halftime show, but afterwards as well. And now today, we do have the celebration continuing on as their parade is going to be held in the Los Angeles area. Let's go ahead, bring in Fox 11's Sandra Endro, who's here with us live. And Sandra, I know it's a little early for people to be out quite yet, but it is going to be a huge crowd of fans out there later today.
Absolutely, and so exciting. I'm here at the start of the parade at the iconic Shrine Auditorium. Take a look. You cannot miss this iconic building, and this is where the Rams fans and their family and the athletes will be boarding 4 double-decker buses that have been customized, custom wrapped that say World Champions, and then the athletes will be on top of these buses being able to wave to the crowds that will line this area. They're basically going to travel down a mile stretch and then end up at a rally and performance at the LA Memorial Coliseum. So a big party there, and this is really great for the city because for so many of these celebrations we haven't been able to gather because of COVID restrictions, but today a whole different story. So we are expecting tons of fans to come out here to celebrate, to honor these Super Bowl champions, and the athletes themselves being able to celebrate. It's so funny because LeBron James and Justin Turner from the Lakers and the Dodgers, they wanted to get in on this because they said, hey, where was our party? But as Rams fans say, you only celebrate one birthday at a time. This is solely for the Rams today.
Do you know, Sandra, how many people you're expecting to head out there? I know that kids probably going to be skipping school today to join in on the fun.
Yeah, we don't have a total estimate. Obviously, thousands of people are expected. Security is tight. They've gone through a whole security plan and protocol in terms of keeping this area safe. But to be fair, they have minimized the whole parade route. It's only a mile long, so it's not that long until you get to the area where they are going to have that rally. But keep in mind, this is free and open to the public. You don't need tickets, so we're expecting a lot of people who missed out on those pricey Super Bowl tickets to be able to go see the game, or those pricey tickets for those official tailgate parties, to have a chance to really honor the team, to really get close and actually see the athletes that they've been cheering on for so long. So we can't wait. It's super exciting here. It all kicks off at 11 o'clock Pacific time. It's going to last for about an hour until they get to the Coliseum, and then a whole wrap-up rally over there.
And I just have to ask lastly, Sandra, is there anything that we think may happen then at that final celebration? Once the parade is done, they're at the Coliseum. Is there any surprises that we think may happen?
Well, we don't know in terms of entertainment or what the program is for the exact rally and the show, so that's going to be super exciting. In terms of the
Fox 11, Sandra Endo joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you get to join in a little bit on those celebrations too when they happen today.
Oh, you know it. Thank you.
All right. Well, we do appreciate that update. And as always, you can follow along right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll also be showing you some of those events once they happen. As Sandra had mentioned, 11 a.m. Pacific time is what time that parade kicks off. And of course, we're going to be right there showing you some of those celebrations here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to mention other things that we're going to be following coming up here. We do expect the CDC to put a little bit more lift on some of those restrictions we've been seeing in their guidance as far as COVID-19 happens. We just heard not only with this Rams event with the parade, but also the Daytona 500 that's coming up this weekend. A lot of restrictions starting to be lifted. We're actually expecting some of those COVID-19 press conferences to be happening here today, not only with some of our state leaders, but also with our White House COVID-19 response team. They're also expected to give an update here today. So we'll be on top of all of those stories right here for you on Live Now from Fox. As always, we continue to keep our eyes out on all of our live sources, no matter where they are. You can count on us to make sure to be putting you into those top stories. So we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with some of our press conferences that have been happening here over the last day, where we've heard from not only some of our Capitol leaders, but also some of our own special interviews when it comes to these stories like the trucker protest that's been continuing on in Canada, plus crime still on the rise in many counties and states across our country. So a lot more to come right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at the Dow, as we're seeing still down in the red here today, but it is very early in the day. This market definitely has seen a swing of things over these last few weeks. Especially with all of these different top stories. We've been keeping track of the high inflation prices, but also the tension happening in Russia and Ukraine. And of course, now we're anticipating some of those COVID-19 restrictions to happen as well. So those restrictions to be lifted across many parts of our country. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We always like to play out some different stories our stations have sent to us. So let's go ahead, listen into the latest on this low bail amendment with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team.
Public safety or the presumption of innocence? Assembly Republicans say that is the tightrope they are walking as they push for bail reform. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here in studio with a big step lawmakers took today in Madison.
That's right, Ben. For the past 174 years, the Wisconsin Constitution has said one thing about cash bail. Judges can only set the dollar amount just high enough to ensure a defendant comes back to court. Today, the Assembly took its first step toward changing that.
Our system is failing Wisconsinites.
Suburban lawmakers say they're fed up with crime in Milwaukee.
It is unbelievable. You hear gunshots daily down there. It's like living in a third world country.
Now, Delafield Representative Cindy Duco and her colleagues are citing a Fox 6 investigation.
1 out of every 5 suspects
charged with homicide in Milwaukee County this year
was already out on bond for another felony crime.
As they push for bail reform.
Crimes, there needs to be accountability, but
on
instead
Tuesday,
we find
Republicans in the state assembly voted to change the state constitution to allow judges to consider public safety risk when setting bail. Right now, they're only allowed to consider a defendant's risk of skipping out on court.
We are called to act to change our pretrial release system in Wisconsin. And
Milwaukee Democrat Evan Goyke supports bail reform, but says more cash is not the answer.
This isn't an equal or fair or transparent system. Under this system, release isn't about risk. It isn't about danger. It's about money. And money only will not keep us safe.
We are not going after shoplifters. We are looking at violent offenders.
Duco says the challenge is finding a way to protect the public while also protecting the presumption of innocence.
It's a tightrope we have to walk, and I'd hate to see someone who's innocent sitting in jail, but I also hate to see Darrell Brooks run over 6 more people.
Today, 13 Assembly Democrats joined Republicans voting in favor of the constitutional amendment. You can see how your state representative voted at fox6now.com and the Fox 6 News app. And tomorrow night, I'll show you a very different approach some Republicans have to bail reform, a Democrat who proposes a grand bargain, and an 8-year-old parade victim who's just getting back on her feet. That's all right here on Fox 6 News tomorrow night at 9.
Looking forward to that story, Brian. Thank you. Wisconsin's Attorney General says what the legislature did today is a small step in the right direction, but not enough. You can read what he thinks Wisconsin should do about bail on our website, fox6now.com. It's public safety.
And thank you to our Fox 6 team for that story. Of course, it's just one of the many that we've been following. They mentioned Darrell Brooks, who is that Waukesha parade suspect who had plowed through those crowds, injuring many people and killing some as well. So we've been staying on top of that. Whenever he's been in court, we've been showing you those different hearings. He did get denied any type of bond as well. So we do also have our Ethan Crumbley parents. So Jennifer and James Crumbley are the parents of Ethan Crumbley, the alleged shooter in the Oxford High School shooting. They're due back in court next week on the 24th. That's because we'd heard some of these different testimony witnesses already coming up to the stand. This isn't the official trial, but it's the preliminary part. And so we've already been hearing a little bit. They're supposed to continue on with that. Some other close people giving some testimony as to some of the evidence that's going to be used in the trial for the pair of them. So we'll be on top of that for you next week. So on top of a lot of different stories right here for you. Do want to let all of our viewers know also we are expecting coming up here in just a few minutes a Philadelphia COVID update. They're expected to be lifting and pulling back on some of those restrictions that have been put in place. It's been kind of a happy thing that we've been seeing happen here across the country, especially as we're all trying to look for more normalcy. So a lot of things still coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to switch gears, though, and talk about another top story that we've been following. There was the Ambassador Bridge that connects Detroit to the Michigan area with Canada. A lot of truckers use it going back and forth. That had been blocked off by truckers. That was Canadian truckers who were protesting some of those COVID mandates and restrictions that Canada still is implementing. And there's been a freedom convoy that has been protesting this. And now we do have Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who has been issuing and he has invoked his emergency powers over this protest. Even though we've seen now that bridge open up between the United States and Canada, it still continues to be an issue around their capital. So let's go ahead and get the latest as our Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft talks with someone about this and what does this mean for those Canadian truckers.
Analyst at the Heritage Foundation, Niall Gardner. Niall, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I believe it's your first time and we appreciate your time. Different iteration of the kind of similar emergency powers that his father invoked back in the 1970s to quell a...
All right, it seems like we're having just a little bit of trouble with that playback of that interview. Again, we were going to be listening into that, taking a little bit of more look at what is happening in Canada. What does it mean when he's invoking those powers? Hopefully we can get that fixed for you and replay it out later. Let's go ahead and take another live look at the Dow here because today you can see things have taken a dip. We're down nearly 200 points, but it's early in the day. We've seen a swing in our markets day in and day out now after we've been dealing with quite a few of the same problems day in and day out. So we'll be keeping an eye on the Dow here for you, popping it in and out on our screen here as we continue to monitor what's going to be happening here to come. We'll step away for 2 minutes, reset, and at the top of the hour, again, we're supposed to hear from some of our Philadelphia officials on COVID-19. They're expected to lift and ease some of those restrictions and mandates. Let's go ahead, step away for 2 minutes. More to come right here after that. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we have been staying on top of the stocks here today because they have slipped a bit as we continue to monitor the tension happening between Ukraine and Russia. Here, trading early on Wednesday has fallen. NATO has been reporting that Russia was not easing its military presence around Ukraine, and this is obviously having an effect on our markets here today. Here again is that live look in Ukraine as we have been giving you these looks in and out. Now, oil has been a huge problem. It is remaining at $93 per barrel, which is giving a lift to ExxonMobil and Chevron. So we're going to be monitoring our stocks, monitoring obviously this here. And we do actually have a committee hearing that's going to be happening. There is a House Oversight National Security Subcommittee that's going to be holding a hearing on defending U.S. allies and interests against Russia aggression in Eastern Europe. So that will be something that will play out a little bit later here with all of our viewers watching on Live Now from Fox. Also expecting to see a virtual summit with Secretary Antony Blinken for Democracy, Civil Society. This is a roundtable from the Department of State. So that's another event we've been waiting on. But as I mentioned before, we do have quite a few different areas who have been starting to lift those restrictions when it comes to COVID-19. We do have our Philadelphia officials who are going to be speaking about this. Let's go ahead, listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
In response to the Omicron surge. After a difficult start of the year, it is a relief to see cases, hospitalizations, and positivity rates dropping. And I'm confident that the precautions we all took as a city and as individuals helped us get through the surge. I know it has not been easy, but I'm so proud of everyone, our people, our communities, and our local businesses and organizations who heeded the guidance of our public health experts as we continue to navigate COVID-19. As we close in on marking 2 years of combating the pandemic next month, I want to thank everyone for doing their part to beat back the virus. Simple things like wearing a mask and getting vaccinated. We fully recognize this virus will be with us for the foreseeable future, and we must learn to move forward together in ways that promote public health and reflect the realities of life and society. In turn, we are all committed to being as prepared as we can for changes in the pandemic. That includes being prepared for times when risks are lower and fewer restrictions are needed. With that in mind, the city has been developing a COVID response levels to guide our protective measures going forward. And Dr. Bedigol will outline those levels this morning. While we are not done with COVID, and in no way are we declaring the end of the fight against the pandemic, I am glad that we have reached a point where we know much more about this virus and which strategies will help us manage its spread. And we are so grateful to the residents and businesses using those strategies every single day. Your efforts protect everyone. And thanks to you, we are in a place where we can chart a safe and data-driven course, doing more of the things we love and miss. And I remain confident that our great city will get through this together. For details on our plans moving forward, I'll now hand it back to the Health Department and Dr. Bedigol.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Dr. Bedigol.
So thank you, Mayor. So we've got a couple of announcements today, and perhaps the least hidden secret in Philadelphia this year. But first, I wanted to give the latest numbers on the pandemic. As of yesterday, we are seeing an average of 189 new cases of COVID per day, compared to more than 500 cases per day last week. That's down nearly 95% from the peak just over 1 month ago. The percentage of tests that are coming back positive is now down to 2.9%. And yesterday, we reported that 300 people who tested positive for COVID were in Philadelphia hospitals. That's down nearly 80% from the peak. Looking at vaccines, more than 95% of Philadelphia adults, 90.2% of those 12 and up, and 53.1% of children 5 to 11 in Philadelphia have had at least one dose. More than 80% of adults and 74% of those 12 and up are fully vaccinated. And 31% of adults have received a booster dose. These numbers are very encouraging, but we still need to be careful. Throughout the pandemic, we've seen that COVID-19 cases track with poverty, and we've seen people of color experience the worst outcomes. So it is particularly striking that since the mask mandate in Philadelphia was implemented in mid-August, The city has generally seen lower case rates than the surrounding counties, each of which is more affluent and less diverse than Philadelphia. Local rules need to fit the local conditions, and Philadelphia's mask mandate is a great example of how that can work in practice. We are the poorest big city in America. We have many frontline workers who do not have the option of working from home in safety. And historic and present-day racism have unfortunately dramatically impacted the trust that many people of color have in healthcare, in public health, and in COVID vaccines. While we're committed to winning that trust back, we also need to do everything possible to keep people safe, given the conditions that exist today in our city. While case rates and hospitalizations remain relatively high, the mask mandate gives protection to those who are not yet vaccinated. Philadelphia's vaccine mandate for dining establishments has been hard on our restaurants and on our places of entertainment. But the work those establishments have done has helped to decrease transmission and to increase vaccination rates in the city. Omicron hit all areas of the country hard, Philadelphia included. Case rates are dropping everywhere, but they're dropping farther and faster in Philadelphia than in many other parts of the state and the country, thanks to the work Philadelphians have done to keep each other safe. So I'm happy to announce new COVID response levels that mean that as of today, we no longer need to ask our city's dining establishments to check vaccines. The new response levels are based on case counts, positivity, hospitalizations, and the rate of change in cases. And they'll provide transparency into what city residents and business owners can expect going forward. We are creating 4 levels of response. I know you know this, but I'll walk through it. Extreme caution, caution, mask precautions only, and all clear. Based on today's metrics, Philadelphia has just entered the mask precautions only level, meaning, as I mentioned, that the vaccine requirement for people entering establishments that serve food or drink is no longer in effect. We are posting the detailed metrics we're using to define each of these response levels on the phila.gov/COVID website. When the vaccine mandate was announced, we were in the midst of the Omicron wave, and only 27.5% of Philadelphia's children aged 5 to 11 had had a first dose of COVID vaccine.
All right, guys, do want to let all of our viewers know we are monitoring here this COVID briefing from our Philadelphia officials. Looks like we did lose some of that audio here. They've been talking about how it was no secret that they're expecting to relax some of those mandates and restrictions that they have in their city. Obviously, they're going to have to work on getting that audio portion back. But good thing LiveNOW from Fox is on top of many different events. So when one thing maybe happens and comes up, we always have more sources that we can go to. So we're going to switch gears and, of course, go into yet another event that's taking place. Right now, we do have Secretary Blinken, who is talking about democracy. He's holding a roundtable. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. It's great to see you all again, and I hope your 2022 is off to a healthy and strong start. For my part, I want to start with a thank you. As some of our most valued thinkers and doers, we greatly appreciate your time and commitment and the ideas and feedback that we used from you to strengthen the summit agenda. We incorporated many of your recommendations, and we hope you saw those reflected in our December event. Some of what the Secretary will lay out today for the Year of Action may also sound familiar. The concept of establishing democracy cohorts, for example, comes directly from all of you. I'm excited to use this call today to pick up our conversation from last year. As we move into the Year of Action, we look forward to regular consultations with civil society. This isn't a one-way conversation either. We plan to both listen and share and work in partnership with civil society to achieve our shared summit goals this year. The main goal in the Year of Action is to sustain the summit's momentum and land concrete results that shore up democracies around the world, including our own, push back against the raw deal of authoritarianism, defend and promote respect for human rights, and combat corruption. And at a time when all indicators flag continued democratic backsliding, we cannot achieve our summit goals without a meaningful partnership with civil society. So I thank you all for your leadership. Today, we're honored to be joined by Secretary Blinken, and thank you for being with us today. I'm also delighted to welcome Aaron Barkley, our coordinator for Global Democratic Renewal, who will moderate today's Q&A. And as the Secretary, given the pace of world events, has been called away to a meeting at the White House, his time with us is a bit compressed. I want to hand the floor to him, and thank you, sir, for your leadership.
Azra, thank you so much. Aaron, thank you as well. And it's great to see everyone on the screen. Yes, I was looking forward to actually spending a bit of time this morning. Unfortunately, a larger force, as in the president, has called me over to a meeting. So I want to at least spend the top of this meeting with you. And I'm going to make sure that I hear from both Azra and Aaron exactly what was said during the meeting so that I can factor that in. But let me just say a few words, if I can, at the outset and see if we have any time for questions before I get pulled over down the street. First and foremost, thank you for being here today, but thank you even more for being partners in this effort. The Democracy Summit, everything that is following from it in this year of action, and of course, for irrespective of that, the vital work that each and every one of you is doing every single day to advance democracy and human rights. We really did want to spend some time, again, hearing from you as we continue to inform our own efforts. We continue to carry forward what was started with the Democracy Summit. You know that the basic aim of the summit was to start to rally countries, to try to make concrete commitments to strengthen their own democracies and to help other democracies deliver for the people that they're supposed to serve. And then, having made those commitments, we are now in what we've been calling a year of action, where we try to turn commitments into real change. And that's what this year is all about. And the we includes all of us with a stake in advancing democracy and human rights, not only governments, but the private sector, individual citizens, and of course, civil society organizations. Earlier this week, we posted online the voluntary commitments that countries made at the summit. For example, Paraguay will create an interagency task force to fight money laundering. Micronesia will put forward an access to information law. Luxembourg will create a senior level post for advancing racial equity and diversity, to name just a few of the pledges. Putting the commitments out there for all to see is a key part of holding governments, including our own, accountable. And I have no doubt that you will all help do that. Many countries are starting to follow through on commitments. As we meet here today, Ghana and Norway are co-chairing the Global Disability Summit. Just last week, the Estonians convened the Global Conference on Media Freedom. Both were pledges made at the Summit for Democracy. Meetings like these are not only valuable for sharing our individual efforts, they offer a chance to team up across borders and across sectors. In Tallinn, for example, the U.S. delegation that Azra led encouraged others to join us in launching a new journalism protection platform to help reporters in hostile press environments. We've got tools like legal aid, training on digital and physical security, very practical things that we hope will actually advance the safety and security of journalists and protect them when they're under threat. This assistance is obviously more important than ever. We've seen repressive laws multiply, threats and attacks on journalists increase across the globe. And we all are joined by the shared conviction that a free media is indispensable to keeping people informed, to holding governments accountable, to shining a spotlight on issues that otherwise wouldn't get a lot of public attention. These are all core elements of a healthy democracy. That's why we've been supporting independent, free, public media, one of our priorities for this year. Next week, we're also going to release the U.S. government's plan of action for making meaningful progress on our commitments and helping other governments meet theirs. These goals are mutually reinforcing. Because if we're going to address many of the challenges that democracies face, from inequity to corruption to efforts by authoritarian governments to sow distrust in free and open societies, we've got to have strong democratic partners by our side. We are absolutely convinced, as we approach virtually everything we're doing around the world, that we're stronger and more effective when we're partnering with others than when we're doing things alone. We need civil society engaged in every part of the action plan. It's as simple as that. But if I could, let me just highlight 3 parts of the plan where I think your leadership is especially important. First, on your recommendation, and as I mentioned, we will create a series of groups that we're calling democracy cohorts, which will bring together representatives of government, civil society, philanthropy, and the private sector around priority themes. The cohorts will work to implement and expand on key commitments related to their theme, as well as monitor progress, which is so critical. They'll forge new connections among those working on the issue. The aim is for each cohort to be co-led by summit partners in government and civil society, and we really hope your institutions will consider playing a leading role. To give just one example, given the president's strong commitment to fighting corruption, which was one of the key pillars of the summit, the United States will co-lead a cohort focused on curbing the flow of illicit money. The group will focus on issues like improving information gathering and sharing, strengthening prevention measures, like enhancing transparency in real estate transactions, and broadening tools for recovering stolen assets. Second, we will also restart our regular consultations with civil society on a range of key summit topics. These consultations will complement the work of the cohorts by allowing us to hear from a broader cross-section of non-governmental organizations on a wider range of issues. And what we learn will in turn help inform the broader process to shape Summit number 2. Third, I've instructed our embassies in every one of the countries that participated in the summit to make it a part of their job to help drive progress on the commitments that were made. What that means is that our posts will regularly engage with civil society organizations in country to get their take on where governments are moving forward, where they're falling back or falling short, as well as what the United States can do to help. And it means that our diplomats at every level, on every relevant issue, will regularly raise summit pledges with their counterparts and encourage them to work with partners outside of government to deliver on those commitments. So all 3 of these efforts are intended to be responsive to something that we heard from you, which is that more regular, inclusive consultation with civil society is essential. So I want you to know that we're listening and we're acting on what we're hearing. In closing, let me again simply say thank you. We talk a lot about what makes democracy unique, why it's worth fighting for. And a big part of that is that democracy is the only system that actually empowers people to improve on what we have, to fix our flaws, to make things better, a little bit more just, a little bit more equitable. The organizations and institutions that you're leading, you are the primary drivers of that enduring process of self-government. So on behalf of all of us, everyone involved in this effort, thank you, thank you, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being champions of democracy at a time when democracy really needs those champions. Let me stop there and see if we have any time for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We really appreciate it. I'd like to.
All right, so that was the portion we were able to get. Do have that live picture up again here of our stocks, because we are seeing them being affected. Obviously, been continuing to monitor the Ukraine-Russia tension. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, we just heard from him, but during an interview on ABC's Good Morning America here today, he did say Russian President Vladimir Putin could attack Ukraine at any moment, saying we continue to see forces, especially forces that would be in the vanguard of any renewed aggression against Ukraine continuing to be at the border to mass at the border. So we have heard from the president. Again, he did say just the other day that we're seeing now 150,000 Russian forces that are near Ukraine and Belarus, and our NATO leaders even weighing in saying that they also have not seen any de-escalation. Now, Blinken also had said the U.S. has not seen that pullback of those Russian troops as they had said was happening, saying we haven't seen a pullback. We'd like to see one. If we see one, we would welcome it. We're prepared for diplomacy. We're prepared for aggression. We're prepared either way. So we're going to be staying on top of this. And speaking of Russia, we do actually have at this time a hearing taking place on all of this as it's happening. Our House hearing is going on at this time. This is the House Oversight National Security Subcommittee. This is a hearing on defending U.S. allies and interests against Russia aggression in Eastern Europe. We're going to be listening into this live after some of our viewers come back from a 2-minute break.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
The record show that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. I want to thank you all. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. With that, Ambassador McFall, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other members of this committee for the opportunity to speak here today. I have written a longer testimony that I submitted for the record, and I'm not going to try to summarize it in 5 minutes. Instead, time permitting, I want to focus on 3 topics today. First, Putin's goals in mobilizing 150,000 soldiers to invade Ukraine or have them on the ready to do so. Second, the Biden response. And third, time permitting, some ideas about the long term for how to contain Putin's Russia. Given my particular expertise on Putin, somebody I met in 1991, written about for 22 years, and dealt with directly when I was in the government for 5 years, I'll focus mostly on the first topic, but have plenty to say on the second and third, time permitting, or maybe during questions and answers. So first, what does Putin want? What is his end game? Some have argued that we can end this conflict overnight by just ending NATO's open door policy. I believe that analysis is wrong. First, this argument assumes that Putin would credibly commit to a new agreement and stop threatening Russian democracy. Why? He's already violated numerous European treaties and agreements that Moscow signed in the past, including most germane to this crisis, the 1994 Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances for Ukraine. So why should anyone in Kiev, Brussels, or Washington believe Putin will be more sincere this time around? Second, Putin understands perfectly well that he has invented from scratch this alleged threat of Ukrainian membership in NATO to Russia's security interests. Putin, of course, knows fully well that NATO will not accept new members that have Russian soldiers occupying parts of their territory. That's exactly why he invaded Georgia in 2008. It's why he invaded Ukraine in 2014 and now occupies parts of both of those countries. That's a tragic fact. He knows that fact well. Third, while we're distracting debating the origins of NATO expansion going back 30 years about something that Jim Baker said to Gorbachev, Putin has continued to march forward on a much larger destabilizing agenda of undermining democracy in his neighborhood. Democratic expansion, not NATO expansion, threaten Putin and his autocratic regime. Since the so-called color revolutions in Georgia in 2003 and 2004, Putin has deployed multiple instruments, 20 years now he's been at this, of power to undermine democracy and sovereignty in these countries and in other parts of the region. Putin's massive military buildup on Ukraine's border now is just the latest tactic in this long-term campaign. Already the threat of invasion has profoundly stressed the Ukrainian economy. That's a Putin goal. Putin aims to overthrow the democratic leader of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and pressure Ukrainian democracy to collapse. He seeks a failed state in democratic Ukraine to make the argument for his successful state in autocratic Russia. Fourth, Putin seeks to unite a single Slavic nation of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, which he thinks was unjustly divided by the collapse of the Soviet Union. In a recent long article, Putin explained why Ukrainians and Russians, from his point of view, are one nation or one people. He wants to unite them again, even through force or coercion. Fifth, more broadly, Putin aspires to weaken and ideally destroy European multilateral institutions and continental norms about democracy and human rights. In Putin's view, the post-Cold War settlement from 30 years ago was unfair to Russia. Although he understands well the low probabilities of success regarding these sets of objectives, Putin seeks an end to NATO, end to the European Union, and more immediately, at least weaken unity in both of those organizations. And so that's why I don't think a decision about NATO or not will end this crisis. We will be dealing with this crisis of Russia's threat to democracy and sovereignty in that part of the world for as long as Putin remains in power. So I see I only have 18 seconds left. I'm not going to get to number 2 and number 3. I worried about that. Let me just say one last thing on the Biden response. How well has they done? I think pretty well. When I wrote my testimony yesterday, I had one criticism, is that they hadn't explained to the American people what they're doing. I had to amend that last night after President Biden's speech last night, which I think made very clear what's at stake here for American national interest. And if we have time and questions, maybe I'll get to some longer term ideas for how to contain Putin's Russia. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ambassador. Lieutenant General Hodges, you're now recognized for 5 minutes for a summation of your testimony.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the privilege to speak today on the situation in Ukraine. My testimony is informed by my visit to Kyiv 2 weeks ago as part of a small delegation of retired ambassadors and generals. We met with President Zelensky, senior government officials, and members of the Rada. The currently deployed Russian land and naval forces are like a boa constrictor around Ukraine, choking its economy and further threatening its sovereignty. If the Kremlin can bring about a collapse of the Ukrainian economy and government, it will not need to launch a new offensive or worry about sanctions. The Kremlin's aim is to make Ukraine a failed state, to force concessions and ensure Ukraine never becomes an integrated member of the West within the EU or NATO. The Kremlin believes they can achieve this by applying constant pressure on Ukraine's borders and isolating it from the Black Sea, as they are doing now, without actually launching a new offensive. Nonetheless, the Russian General Staff has put in place everything needed to give President Putin multiple options, including launching a new offensive. Russian ships continue to arrive through the Turkish Straits into the Black Sea. The Kremlin has deployed more than 100,000 well-equipped troops near the Ukrainian border and in Belarus. Crimea remains home to 30,000 Russian troops and military capabilities and provides a massive bridgehead into Ukraine. Based on the current deployments and signals from the Kremlin, I believe that a new offensive within the next 2 weeks is possible, but unlikely. If there is a new offensive, I do not believe that it will be a massive assault on all fronts or a large-scale attack towards Kyiv. Such attacks are neither feasible nor necessary to achieve the Kremlin's aims. Any new offensive is more likely to be a continuation or expansion of the current conflict, particularly along the coast near Odessa and the Sea of Azov, the same pattern Russia has employed since 2008 in Georgia. There are no real signs of de-escalation from the Kremlin, despite recent vague comments from Moscow about minor troop withdrawals. We will know more in the next few days. In a way, it feels like we are watching a slow-motion train wreck happening before our eyes, and unless we can get the initiative, President Putin is driving that train. Belarus is a key part of the Russian scheme. Mr. Lukashenko could be gone by this summer. The Kremlin will send him into retirement and replace him with their own guy. We are seeing now the next phase of bringing Belarus formally and finally into the union state with Russia. Nobody in Europe will shed a tear at Lukashenko's departure, and the world will naively sigh in relief that Russia did not attack Ukraine again. This has long-term implications for Putin remaining in power and could result in Russian troops being permanently stationed in Belarus next to the very vulnerable Suwalki corridor. The administration and the Department of State deserve huge credit for the most comprehensive diplomatic effort I have seen since the 1995 Dayton Peace Accords. Every NATO country continues to reject the Kremlin's demands. We all recognize that this is about much more than Ukraine. Our alliance remains the bedrock of stability and security, but that security and our prosperity are endangered if Putin can expand his sphere of influence at will. And perhaps as important, a failure of deterrence in the Black Sea will send a signal of weakness to China. We should continue doing everything possible to enable Ukraine to defend itself on the scale of the Berlin LF. We should take the next steps required to deploy the NATO response force to the eastern flank for exercises to reduce the time required for employment. It's not escalation if you're already there. Thankfully, we still have our bases in Germany as our foundation in Europe for power projection, command and control, building readiness, and presence. We would be in a very difficult situation now without the access and bases we have today in Germany. We need a strategy for the entire Black Sea region that uses all elements of U.S. and allied power, including repairing the damaged relationship with Turkey. At present, because we do not have a healthy relationship with our Turkish ally, we are unable to use the single greatest element of leverage that we have, Turkey's sovereign control of the Straits, codified in the 1936 Montreux Convention, which would allow Ankara to close the Bosphorus and Dardanelles to Russian ships. The West should give President Putin the opportunity to draw back forces and reduce the chances of a conflict, but not at the cost of betraying Ukraine, our allies, or any of our values. Of course, we should still maintain dialogue with the Kremlin, but we must understand the nature of diplomacy with the Kremlin. They are not Boy Scouts. They use chemical weapons, poison, and murder against their own domestic opposition, and they use cyber and disinformation to destroy lives, societal structures, and trust in our democratic systems. We should talk, but we need to understand with whom we are talking. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Dr. Kendall Taylor, you're now recognized for 5 minutes for a summation of your testimony. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman Lynch. Thank you, Ranking Member Grotham, and distinguished members of the committee. It's really wonderful to be here with you today. As my colleagues have said, we remain in a critical period. Russia could invade Ukraine at any time with no additional warning. And while the door to diplomacy is not closed and every effort must continue to be made to find a diplomatic path to avert crisis, there remains a significant risk that Russia will launch a military incursion into Ukraine. President Putin seeks to keep Ukraine in Russia's orbit. This has been a long-standing Russian objective, but for Putin, this is really personal. He has tried and failed repeatedly over the course of his 22 years in power to bring Ukraine back into Russia's fold. And he apparently calculates that now is the time, through the threat or use of force, to halt Ukraine's westward and democratic trajectory. And while this is about Ukraine, it's also about more than Ukraine. Putin is seeking to reverse the consequences of the Soviet collapse. He wants to rewrite the rules of the European security order and reinstate spheres of influence. I also think Putin may be thinking about his legacy, and I think he likely sees himself as the last Russian leader who's willing to take such significant risk to reassert Russia's preeminence in what Putin insists is his privileged sphere and in world affairs. He still has options. We should be clear about that. If he remains committed, however, to advancing his maximalist objectives, which I think, he's looking for autonomy in regions in the East that would give Russia a veto over Ukraine's foreign policy, and he wants to keep Ukraine out of NATO. If he remains committed to these maximalist objectives, I think he could view a military incursion as necessary to accomplishing those aims. But the critical question now is whether there's anything short of those maximalist objectives that Putin could walk away with and that would be acceptable to Ukraine. This is a crisis of Putin's making, and he can still pursue a peaceful path if he chooses. In terms of the Biden administration's response, they have taken several very prudent steps to influence how Putin weighs these various options. They raised the alarm bells early, and they declassified information that robbed the Kremlin of the element of surprise and their ability to control the global narrative. We've fostered cohesion with our NATO allies and partners. We've worked to reinforce Ukraine. They've clearly outlined the costs that Putin would face for escalation, and they've identified a list of mutually beneficial arms control and risk reduction measures that we could engage on. Along with other NATO member states, the administration also wisely sent U.S. troops to strengthen the eastern flank and to ensure that if there is conflict, that conflict remains contained to Ukraine. I think that was a solid signal of America's commitment to NATO and to President Putin that the United States is very serious about increasing U.S. force posture in Europe if he invades, and that is a deterrent to President Putin. We should also be clear that this is the riskiest thing that Putin has done in his 22 years in power. There is ample room for him to miscalculate, as highly personalist authoritarian leaders are prone to doing, and including in ways that could destabilize him domestically. And so it's up to the United States and its allies to respond strongly and decisively to any escalation so that we're sure that that external pressure that Putin faces is punishing. Of course, there is a risk that the Kremlin could look to retaliate for costly Western sanctions. So Washington has to be prepared for and seek to prevent that escalating spiral of responses. But I want to foot stomp something that Mike McFaul was talking about. I think regardless of what happens in Ukraine, the United States needs a new approach to Russia. This military buildup was an unmistakable signal that the Kremlin has no interest in the stable and predictable relationship that Washington sought to establish. And if Russia invades and is successful in its objectives, it will only harden the dividing line between liberal democracy and authoritarianism. It's also, even if Russia doesn't invade, the United States can't simply return to its previous business of focusing predominantly on China. Washington and its allies are now dealing with a more brazen Russia, one that uses or threatens military force to pursue objectives that are at odds with America's interests and values. And we know, moreover, it's not just that they'll maintain the intent, but they will have the capacity to challenge US national security interests for decades to come. Russia will remain a persistent power. You can think of it as a good enough power, and that means that the United States can't afford to look past Russia. Of course, China is the most significant long-term challenge the US faces, but it's not the only challenge. And so Washington has to make strategic and budgetary decisions that reflect this reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Ambassador Grinnell, you're now recognized for 5 minutes for a summation of your written testimony. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. First, let me just say to the chairman, Lynch, Congressman Lynch, my friend Steve, it's so great to see you so successful. You are the most important and successful student we've seen out of our class. And so I know so many people are cheering for you. It warms my heart to see you doing so well. Thank you very much.
You're too kind, but thank you.
And to Ranking Member Grothman, thank you for having us today. I think it's important for us to have Q&A, so I want to try to get to it as quickly as possible. But let me just give a quick summary of what I think is happening in the current situation. I think the United States is being aggressively alarmist right now. We've shoved aside diplomacy. There's all sorts of talk of war. We're rejecting the tools that the United States has in terms of sanctions. I've noted that all of the witnesses today haven't talked about Nord Stream 2, despite the fact that we've had, let's say, President Biden saying that the most consequential thing since World War II is Russia's actions here in Ukraine. We had one person this morning talk about this is the riskiest thing Putin has ever done. I have to say that if we really believed that this was verified intelligence, that this was the riskiest thing that Putin has ever done, or as Jake Sullivan said, war is immediate. If verified intel really showed a bloody war around the corner, coming very soon, I can't think of something more callous than to wait for bloodshed to be put on the TV screens before we would make a move on diplomacy and do Nord Stream 2 sanctions. Nord Stream 2 sanctions, by the way, Nord Stream 1, the United States has no problem with. Russian gas is a part of the diversified energy portfolio for Europe. But Nord Stream 2 goes too far. The Germans have undermined us when it comes to Nord Stream 2. And to have all of official Washington racing towards military options, ignoring the diplomatic tool that will cripple Putin, that will deny him the money that he so desperately needs to go on the offense, to not even discuss Nord Stream 2, I think is shameful. It's typical of Washington and all of the pundits in Washington that race to talk about war instead of utilizing diplomacy. Sanctions and the tools of the US government are incredibly important. And yet, official Washington is talking about troops and buildup and literally pushing aside the diplomatic response. I find it to be shameful. The aggressive talk that's coming out of Washington is not, and let me repeat, is not verified intel. We have to remember that intelligence is an estimate. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes we overestimate, sometimes we underestimate. Let me just give you, in recent memory, a couple of times that the intel was overestimated and wrong, because it was raw intelligence and not IC verified intelligence, a fundamentally different move. And the media does a terrible job of distinguishing between the two. First of all, we were told that moving the US Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem would cause World War III. Not true. Kim Jong-un is brain dead. That ran on CNN for weeks, and every official newspaper in Washington, D.C., and many politicians ran with that narrative. It was wrong. Trump was a Russian asset. Wrong. 50 former U.S. intelligence officials signed a letter 1 month before the 2020 election saying, don't look at Hunter Biden's laptop because it's Russian disinformation. Wrong. I think, lastly, let me just say that official Washington is also wrong when it comes to NATO unity. The Germans are undermining NATO. Many NATO members are not paying their fair share and their obligations. The Germans have attacked Estonia for trying to bring in hardware. And I will just echo what President Zelensky said about the US policy, and I agree with it. That right now it's the worst of both worlds. It's definitely not deterring.
You're watching Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on right here, giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Next story we got is a big talker. We see more and more states rolling back these COVID-19 mandates across the country. And we want to get a little bit better updates really throughout the country. So we asked our friend, Dr. Nicole Saphier, to join us right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for calling in and always being part of our show. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. You know, my native home state. How could I say no?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing, more and more of these states roll back these mandates. You look at the Super Bowl and all of the fans were asked to put on a mask. Nobody was wearing a mask. And we want to know, do you think the pandemic is now over?
Well, the pandemic is certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination. But, when will it be over? I'm not sure. I mean, what are we looking to achieve right now? I can tell you in the United States, the whole concept of zero COVID has not been realistic for over a year. Maybe it was never realistic. And so we need to reframe our mindset. Specifically, the CDC needs to change the way that they're thinking. We need to allow this virus to become endemic, which, to be honest, it probably has already reached that level. We still have a high amount of hospitalizations and a high amount of deaths. And so the CDC needs to look closer into those numbers. What is causing that? For the far majority of the population, you have a high level of community immunity from natural infection and or vaccination. Many people have hybrid immunity. They've been vaccinated and they've already had COVID. And all of the data shows that this immunity provides long-term robust protection. So going forward with that, we need to accept that there will always be a level of risk. This virus will always be circulating. There probably will be more variants to come. But the good news is we have a high level of immunity. The far majority of people who are going to get severely ill, we have been able to to understand those people. Those are of a certain age, those who have medical comorbidities, but the rest of the population should be able to move forward. And with that comes removing these mask mandates.
And that's what we are going to be listening to coming up here in this next hour is the White House COVID-19 task force. CDC, it looks like they are going to be relaxing a lot of these indoor mask mandates. And what do you think the sudden change is? I mean, we saw this month alone, Illinois and New York. We never thought we would be able to say it where they are relaxing their mandates. What's the sudden change here?
Well, if you look at the curve of the infections, so we just came off of a very, very steep rise in cases from Omicron. That is a highly contagious variant. Thankfully, it does seem Omicron continues to be a more mild variant. So we are now at the very end. It went up, and it was a very steep decline, exactly what they saw in South Africa, which we anticipated was going to happen. Unfortunately, a lot of restrictions went into place, not believing that it was going to rise up quickly and come down quickly. But here we are now. We are at nearly nearing the bottom of this steep decline. And so restrictions are beginning to be removed. Did they need to be put in place in the first place? I would say probably not. But they need to rapidly remove them because at this point, as you see, people are removing them whether or not the CDC says so or not. The CDC has essentially lost credibility in the eyes of many, many people as they continue to lag behind other countries, as well as cherry-picking the data to fit their own narrative. And so they've, unfortunately, have done a huge detriment to our public health institutions in this country.
Absolutely. And, you know, I always wondered this, like, say 10 to 15 years from now, when we look back at this pandemic, will there be studies just on, you know, when you look at the lockdowns that happened, will there be studies that be like, was all of this necessary when you look at the actual science and the data?
We don't need to wait 10 years. There have already been studies that show that the lockdowns really did nothing in the sense that they didn't save lives, and really there was more harm that was done to the American people than good. But we saw that in the beginning. The 2 weeks to slow the spread, the impetus behind that was good in the sense that, sure, if everybody went inside for 2 weeks, you know, would we have been able to markedly decrease transition? It would have put a dent in it. But what happened during that very early on in the pandemic? You had a lot of people locked down inside, but anybody who could leave the tri-state area, they did. They flew to Florida. They flew to the West Coast. And New York Times depicted a great graphic that showed from there went the virus. And so that's the virus spread throughout the entire country. At that point, it should have been very clear that lockdowns had no place. Because what happens, people, when they're told to lock down, they all congregate indoors. Then the virus spreads to all the people in that house. That rose cases. That contributed to the rise in hospitalizations. And then the people who didn't want to lock down, they left the area, and they just continued to spread the virus. And so the lockdowns from a very early on time were clear that they didn't work. What I think that will come over the next 5 to 10 years is it will become, and hopefully it won't take 5 to 10 years, but hopefully it will become blatantly obvious at how this pandemic was weaponized and used for political gain from everyone from local politicians to federal government to even our national public health bureaus. The way that they have cherry-picked and manipulated faulty data to mold human behavior has just been completely appalling.
Yeah, I think eventually, it's going to be a big psychological study there as well. I mean, to think about just how it involved all of our minds thinking about this very, very topic and how it was controlled at such a big level. Dr. Nicole, also, what about when will this just be, we can go on with our lives as, you know, this is just going to be the flu. It's going to come up. Well, let's deal with it. Well, we don't have to, have these big days off from work and school. Can't we just say eventually that, yeah, it's the flu and we'll get through it?
We should be able to be saying that right now. And I'll be honest with you, the reason that we are being stuck in this perpetual state of panic is because of fear-mongering that's occurring from our political, legislative officials, as well as our public health officials. The best thing that they could do for people right now is to remove these restrictions, encourage those who are at higher risk to get vaccinated, get boosted, and make sure that there's adequate testing available and accessible, and also make sure that the proven treatments now are also available, accessible, and affordable. By doing this, they will allow us to evolve from just flu season to COVID and flu season. Don't get me wrong, every single year during flu season, we have Americans dying. We have Americans in hospitals, and our hospital systems are squeezed because of flu season. Well, now we are going to be dealing with COVID and flu season for the foreseeable future. This will likely be decades to come. So we have to make sure that our hospital systems are well equipped to deal with the expansion. And part of that may be Americans need to start living healthier lives. We know that our chronic medical conditions, our obesity rates, those have rendered Americans vulnerable to COVID-19. If we focus as a nation on our individual health, then we will collectively be a healthier nation, and we will probably see fewer people being hospitalized with not just COVID, but with heart disease, diabetes, and many other illnesses that largely could be preventable through healthy lifestyle changes.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm also worried, too, that during this pandemic, and what wasn't really talked about at all, and it was such a sad thing, was addiction levels were going through the roof there. Think about people that were alcoholics and drug users, and what must have been happening during all of this. And it almost seems like this whole pandemic was a way of, say if you had a rat problem at a superstore, you wouldn't bulldoze it. You would treat it. But it seemed like everything that we wanted to do in this thing was bulldoze everything, and it wasn't the case, right?
I mean, there's now been report after report showing that the drug use, overdose rates all skyrocketed throughout the pandemic. But unfortunately, the country had tunnel vision. Anyone only cared about COVID cases. They weren't even looking at some of the other metrics that maybe made more sense to pay attention to, like hospitalizations. It was just new case counts, and the restrictions went into place, whether it's masking a 2-year-old child, knowing that there will be consequences to their development, whether it was shuttering of businesses, which would cause many Americans to become unemployed, which directly correlates to increased mental health crises and drug use. None of it mattered. They only cared about COVID. And ultimately, most of those measures did absolutely nothing. There is no good quality data that shows masking with these single layer cloths in children does anything to lessen transmission, let alone decrease their risk of severe outcomes. And we also know that the shuttering of businesses, that the stay-at-home orders did much more harm that will be very long-term than any good when it came to this virus.
And lastly, as we are just about 7 minutes away from the CDC updates, what would you like for them to say? And also, do you think during this whole thing, has the CDC name almost been diminished a little bit, tarnished their name? Are they as high standing as we once, you hear about the CDC, 20 years ago, and it was such a high standing name, and now is it almost too politicized?
The CDC has compromised themselves. I can tell you that everybody individually in the CDC, for the most part, they are well respected, well qualified individuals, and certainly have earned their jobs. But collectively as an agency, under political pressure throughout this pandemic, the agency has become compromised, and I don't know what is the driving force behind it, but the way that they evaluate data and the way that they neglect good quality data on certain other things, they seem to have a narrative that if the data doesn't support their narrative, they exclude it and don't even disclose it. Their lack of transparency has led to a massive case of distrust in public health, and their back and forth on certain measures and their institution on measures without data supporting it continues to just have them lose credibility in the sights of Americans, but also professionals.
Absolutely. Dr. Nicole Saphier, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and calling in to your home state of Arizona. Did you happen to see any of the coverage over the weekend of the Open? Were you missing back home when you saw it?
I didn't watch any news coverage, but a bunch of my friends were posting on their Instagram and stuff, and I'm like, the open, good times, lots of memories. I was freezing cold here.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Well, you could come back anytime and enjoy it right here.
Appreciate it.
No problem. All right, Dr. Nicole, thank you so much for joining us here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, as always. And we'll continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Taking a look at the market here, it is dipping and continuing to do so. We'll keep an eye on that 253 points there in the red. Right here on Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting the CDC, Dr. Fauci, and others to give some COVID-19 updates. We'll bring that to you all in the mix as well. And coming up, though, in the next 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox, we do have some former President Donald Trump news. Not a lot of media are reporting this, but we will. Of course, we do it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are back live here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Phoenix headquarters, worldwide and across the country. We got you covered right here, bringing you always top stories and headlines from all over the country. You're taking a live look at the Dow. Almost 300 points there in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you. Coming up in D.C., it looks like we are going to get some senators to be talking about inflation numbers as it continues to skyrocket. We don't have to tell you about it. You could see it in the grocery stores. You see it when you're pumping gas. Everything is higher, higher, higher when we are talking about prices really across the country. Next story I want to bring up here is a lot of people talking about this one, or maybe not everyone, but we here at Live Now from Fox are. As former President Trump, during an exclusive interview with Fox News, said the Justice Department should absolutely declassify remaining records related to the original Trump-Russia probe, especially in light of Special Counsel John Durham's latest filing. They have the declassification order, Trump said, of the Justice Department, and they should declassify absolutely, especially in light of what has just happened and what has just been revealed. Trump was referring to Durham's February 11th court filing in which he alleged Tech Executive One and his associates, including a lawyer for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, exploited internet traffic pertaining to a particular healthcare provider Trump Tower, Trump's Central Park West apartment, and the executive office of the President of the United States in order to establish an interference and narrative to then bring to federal government agencies tying Trump to Russia. So we're talking about when Donald Trump was a candidate and then President of the United States. This is when these Durham findings are in order here. Trump, in May of 2019, following the completion of former special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation, told then Attorney General Bill Barr to begin a declassification process of records related to surveillance of the Trump campaign in 2016. Mueller's investigation yielded no evidence of criminal conspiracy or coordination between the Trump campaign and Russian officials during the 2016 presidential election. We did declassify and people saw them, and I think you will see some big stuff, Trump told Fox News. Trump, calling on the Justice Department to release records to the public, said there is tremendous dishonesty and corruption. They should release them, he urged. A White House statement on Trump's declassification order in 2019 said that at the request and recommendation of the Attorney General of the United States, President Donald J. Trump directed the intelligence community to quickly and fully cooperate with the Attorney General's investigation into surveillance activities during the 2016 presidential election. The order gave the Attorney General the full and complete authority to declassify information pertaining to the investigation in accordance with the long-established rule of law. Trump's comments come after Republican Senators Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson on Tuesday just wrote a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland saying that he has failed to follow Trump's order to declassify all records related to the FBI's original Trump-Russia probe. The senators demanded that Garland produce those records to Congress and the American people without improper redactions there. So we will definitely keep an eye on this story here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I mean, you remember 2015 to 2019, you heard Russia, 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 Trump, 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 and then the Mueller investigation. And then we didn't hear anything pretty much after that. And now with this Durham investigation, you're not hearing anything from other media outlets as well. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on for it. We do right here on Live Now from Fox, bring you all of the stories on both sides right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's go out to the CDC. It looks like they are going on their event here, White House COVID-19 Task Force updates.
As we see the Omicron wave continue to wane, we know that you have many questions regarding what prevention strategies are really necessary for this moment, especially as people are so eager to remove them. At CDC, we provide public health guidance to help communities make decisions based on the risk at the local level, community level guidance that offers the public information they need to stay safe and protect others. As I said last week, we are looking at all of our guidance based not only on where we are right now in the pandemic, but also on the tools we now have at our disposal, such as vaccines, boosters, tests, and treatments, and our latest understanding of the disease. As we consider future metrics, which will be updated soon, we recognize the importance of not just cases, which continue to result in substantial or high community transmission in over 97% of our counties in the country, but critically, medically severe disease that leads to hospitalizations. We must consider hospital capacity as an additional important barometer. Our hospitals need to be able to take care of people with heart attacks and strokes. Our emergency departments can't be so overwhelmed that patients with emergent issues have to wait in line. We are assessing the most important factors based on where we are in the pandemic, and will soon put guidance in place that is relevant and encourages prevention measures when they are most needed to protect public health and our hospitals. We want to give people a break from things like mask wearing when these metrics are better, and then have the ability to reach for them again should things worsen. If and when we update our guidance, we will communicate that clearly, and it will be based on the data and the science. However, it's also important to remember, regardless of the level of disease burden in your community, there are still very important times to continue to wear your mask. If you're symptomatic or feeling unwell, you should wear a mask. If you're in the 10 days after a COVID diagnosis, you should wear a mask. If you were exposed to someone with COVID-19 and are quarantining, you should wear a mask. I know that everyone is anxious to move beyond this pandemic and some of the ways we have had to change the way we live over the last 2 years. We all share the same goal, to get to a point where COVID-19 is no longer disrupting our daily lives, a time when it won't be a constant crisis, rather something we can prevent, protect against, and treat. Moving from this pandemic will be a process led by science and epidemiologic trends, and one that relies on the powerful tools we already have, including vaccines, boosters, testing, and treatment. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. What I'd like to do over the next couple of minutes is try to address for you a question that is now frequently being asked following the data that has come out from the cohorts who've been followed following their third shot of an mRNA vaccine, namely their boost. And the question people ask is, will I being everyone, need now a fourth booster shot? So let me tell you what we know so far. Next slide. What we do know is that data from now multiple studies, and I'll show you an example of a couple of these, of vaccine effectiveness show that for the immunocompetent people, a single booster shot continues to provide high levels of protection against severe disease caused by Omicron. This should not be confused with the fact that for many immunocompromised people, already a second booster shot, namely a fourth dose of an mRNA, is recommended because of what we know about their poor response to the initial regimen. And again, as I'll show you, new CDC data indicate that booster shots are safe and well tolerated. So let's get to some of the representative data. Next slide. This is a slide from the UK looking at vaccine effectiveness against hospitalization with Omicron. And you're looking at the diminution of efficacy or effectiveness after dose 2, and the time on the bottom is weeks. And you're looking at two separate vaccines, the Pfizer-BioNTech and the Moderna. And as you can see with hospitalizations, although it goes down from the initial very high 90+%, goes down to around 78 or 80%, nonetheless, it's still at a high level, relatively speaking. Next slide. This is an even larger study, a large cohort study from the CDC recently put out in the MMWR, their Vision Network. I want you to concentrate at the 2-dose vaccine efficacy at 4 to 5 months against Omicron. And again, it goes down to 58%. However, at 4 to 5 months, even though it has come down over a period of time, you could see it go from 91 to 88 to 78. Nonetheless, the level of 78 is still a good protective area. As I'll get to soon, I'll show you what that means looking forward. But I do want to mention on the next slide the safety of this, because we often get asked that. If you look at the CDC from February 11th and look at their monitoring systems, the vSafe and the VAERS, it's very clear that for people 18 years of age or older who've seen the same mRNA vaccine brand for all of their vaccinations, they actually experience fewer adverse reactions following the booster dose than they did after the second dose. And in fact, 92% of reports to VAERS, which is all adverse events related or not, are not considered serious, and headache, fever, and muscle pain were the most frequently reported reactions. And the vSafe data found medical care was rarely received after a booster dose. So let's go to the last summary slide. Next slide. The dynamics of COVID-19 outbreak, as Dr. Walensky just showed you a moment ago, continue to point in a sharp downward direction. Vaccination and boosting will be critical in maintaining that downward trajectory, particularly when you're talking about the red curve of severe disease leading to hospitalization. And getting back to the first question that I posed in my first slide, the potential future requirement for an additional boost or a fourth shot for mRNA or a third shot for J&J is being very carefully monitored in real time, and recommendations, if needed, will be updated according to the data as it evolves. I'll stop there and back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, doctors. I'll discuss how we're thinking about the moment we're in and our planning for the future of this virus. We've made tremendous progress in our ability to protect ourselves against COVID-19. 75%, 3 out of every 4 adults, are fully vaccinated, and 2/3 of eligible adults have gotten their booster shot. For all Americans, both the vaccinated and unvaccinated, we have strong tools, including free at-home tests and free high-quality masks that provide added layers of protection. And importantly, we have a range of effective treatments and therapeutics, including pills that are up to 90% effective at preventing severe illness and hospitalization. As a result of all this progress and the tools we now have, we're moving toward a time when COVID isn't a crisis, but is something we can protect against and treat. The President and our COVID team are actively planning for this future. As we look forward, we'll continue to enhance the powerful set of tools that we have at our disposal: vaccines, booster shots, tests, and treatments. We'll keep protecting our most vulnerable, including the immunocompromised. A vaccine for our youngest kids is on the horizon. And as always, we'll prepare for the potential of any new variant to ensure we're ready to respond immediately and protect people. Throughout this planning process, our team's been working with experts, both inside and outside of government, local public health leaders, governors, business leaders, and partners across our health agencies to benefit from their expertise and ideas. We'll have more to say on this in the coming weeks. And while we're not where we all want to be yet, we're encouraged by the dramatic declines we're seeing in cases and hospitalizations nationwide. The President's COVID plan is clearly working, and we believe the American people will be well served by our deliberate and thorough approach to planning for the future. With that, let me turn it to Dr. Tom Inglesby, Senior Advisor to the White House COVID response, to give an important update on our work to increase and sustain testing capacity. Dr. Inglesby?
Thanks, Jeff, and great to be with you. Let me start by stepping back. Last January, when President Biden took office, there were no at-home rapid COVID tests available in the U.S. market. This January, we had hundreds of millions of at-home tests available to Americans. The President was able to commit to purchasing 1 billion new at-home tests to distribute to Americans for free. And in addition, we'd expanded capacity for lab-based tests to more than 2 million tests per day. This is major progress. And there's no question the significant overall national testing capacity that we now have is a direct result of the administration's actions. We recognize the role that rapid tests would play in the fight against COVID, and we've pursued all means to scale them up dramatically. We used the Defense Production Act, invested $3 billion to expand and accelerate manufacturing, and created a new, faster pathway for manufacturers to seek FDA authorization. We've secured raw materials, expanded the industrial base, and built inventory to support lab-based testing. To expand access, we invested in free tests in schools, pharmacies, community centers, long-term care facilities, and made rapid tests free through all private insurers. But we know that as Omicron cases decline, demand for tests will wane as well. That's why we're taking an important new step. Today, we're issuing a formal request for information from the testing industry aimed at sustaining and expanding domestic manufacturing and testing capacity for this coming year. The information being sought includes proposed solutions to managing market volatility and addressing supply chain challenges, as well as what it will take to scale up manufacturing and bring new technologies and manufacturing processes online. The request also emphasizes equity and the need for manufacturers to ensure at-home tests are easy to use and accessible for all, including for people who are blind or visually impaired and those living with disabilities. The information we receive will help guide our new investments and is a key part of planning and implementing our longer-term testing strategy and preparing for future testing needs. We're taking steps now to sustain and expand the domestic testing capacity in this country, and we'll be ready if we face a new variant or surge in the future. This work will happen alongside efforts to accelerate the work of promising new testing companies as they seek FDA authorization, along with a new NIH program aimed at bringing costs of testing down, and along with funding for rapid study of new variants. We'll also keep acting aggressively to make testing widely available and easy to access at little or no cost, so that they can continue to be free at convenient locations like local pharmacies, online retailers, and community health centers. Thanks to the work over the past year and steps we're taking now, the U.S. testing infrastructure will continue to expand and become stronger. Testing will remain a critical part of our overall COVID response strategy. We're making investments now for whatever this virus brings in the time ahead. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Doctor. And with that, let's open it up for some questions. Over to you, Kevin.
Thanks, Jeff. We have time for a few questions today. First, let's go to Sabrina Siddiqui at the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, as always, for doing the briefing. As you consult with experts on transitioning to the next phase of COVID, are there specific benchmarks that you're looking at? Is it still transmission, or is there a certain rate that you want to hit with respect to hospitalizations and deaths in order to be able to loosen certain restrictions? And then this is perhaps a question for Dr. Walensky, but is there any talk of issuing guidance on test to stay for daycares and childcare centers? That's something some parents have pushed for, because right now a lot of daycare is shut down with simply one positive case, or they don't let children who even present any symptoms, they don't let them attend even unless they have a negative PCR. So is that something that you've looked at, a test to stay for daycare and childcare centers?
Dr. Walensky, you want to talk about daycare centers first?
Yeah, sure. So our test to stay data that we have is largely, the science around it is largely in settings where people are masked, which is why our test to stay strategies now both use masks, but also using 2 tests a day. In our early childcare guidance that was put out, though, we do have some flexibility in there, recognizing the challenges associated with children who can't wear masks and in these settings, and actually do offer some flexibility for returning to those settings during certain situations.
So as to our planning process, I want to be very clear that our highest first priority is fighting Omicron. As Dr. Walensky said, cases and hospitalizations are coming down, but are still at elevated levels. At the same time, we are preparing for the future. We've been clear that as a country, we're making strong progress toward moving to a time when COVID is no longer a crisis. We are actively reaching out to healthcare, public healthcare experts across inside and outside of government to get their input. We're working very closely with state and local leaders, including governors and business leaders. And as Dr. Walensky said earlier, the CDC is looking at all of its guidance, including mask guidance, in light of declining cases and hospitalizations. So we are running a very thorough, deliberate process, and we will get this right. Next question, please.
Tommy Christopher.
Hi, yes, thank you again for the briefing. My question is, I know that there's been a lot of media pressure because some states with Democratic governors have eased mask mandates, but it's my understanding that a lot of these changes are gradual. So could you talk about the timelines for some of these state rules as you understand them and how they could coincide with the CDC's deliberations?
Dr. Walensky?
Absolutely. So maybe just to say, many of these state-based policies have come out in phased approaches, that they are talking about, something that might happen in a week or two, masks that might come off in a week or two at the end of February, early March. And so, of course, our metrics are going to examine, as Jeff said, and as I previously said, issues related to cases, certainly issues related to severity of disease and hospital capacity. And we anticipate that many of these will intersect in terms of timing.
Next question, please.
Zeke Miller, AP. Thanks for this. Jeff, you mentioned that among the people the White House has been talking to are business leaders and other folks who aren't scientists. Does that indicate that this sort of move to the next phase is not just a scientific decision? It's sort of balanced by sort of economic concerns and other and other prerogatives, not just health, sort of strictly health and safety on one side. And the second, in terms of that timeline, what should we expect that rollout to look like? Will it be individual pieces of guidance from CDC if that time in place comes, or a major speech from the president? And how does the administration view its responsibility to get people who right now maybe want to wear masks and sort of convince them that the science will allow them to take it off when that is the CDC guidance?
Okay, a lot there, Zeke. I want to be clear that everything is driven by science and public health. Obviously, it's important to understand the perspectives of different constituencies, including for businesses, how they think through bringing workers back to work, as an example. But public health, science, medicine is the center of the work here. In terms of masking, obviously individuals, and I'll turn to you, Dr. Walensky, under any situation may choose to wear a mask, a high-quality mask, and that's a good thing and a matter of personal choice. Dr. Walensky?
Yeah, and I want to sort of indicate, as I mentioned earlier, there are times where we do want people to continue to wear a mask if they are in the 10 days after they've been diagnosed with COVID. They're feeling better, but we want to make sure that they know that they should be masking during those last several days when they might continue to be infectious. So there are clear times when we want people to continue to wear a mask. And I think as we have fewer and fewer cases, people will become more comfortable with taking off their mask. But as Jeff noted, we certainly want people to have the flexibility to wear one if they so choose.
And then in terms of timing, as I said, we're running a very thorough, inclusive process, the science and the medicine at the center. We're moving deliberately. At the same time, I think we will have more to say on this across the coming weeks. Next question, please.
We've been listening right there to the COVID-19 response from the White House as the CDC looking as early as next week to be changing up some of the mask guidance that is happening really across the country that we are seeing. If you even look at Las Vegas, they rolled back all of their mask mandates. The state of Nevada did as well, and so many others like Illinois and New York. So we'll continue to look out for the news there from the CDC. You're watching Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Washington, where we do have Senate Republicans talking about the I word, inflation. Coming back next in 2 minutes. We're back, and we are live as you're taking a look here at the Dow, down about 200 points there in the red. We'll continue to look at it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out to Washington, where we have it still going on live right now. Senate Republicans talking about inflation.
But we recovered from the pandemic. The economy is open. We do have some supply chain issues, but to think that supply chain issues in certain supply markets are causing this kind of a response is simply inaccurate. Let's put the other chart up. In just 1 year under this administration, the inflation has risen this way. Inflation continues to accelerate, and Americans face prices across the board. You can just see a sample of them here. Since the economic policies that we've seen in the last year and a half, really, it has cost families nearly 7% more to put food on the table. Energy costs have risen by 27%. The price of gas has exploded by over 40%. The bill for fuel oil to heat the family home ballooned by over 46%. Gas service to keep stoves running in your home increased by almost 24%. If you're in the market for a new car costs 12% more. A used car costs 41% more. And the list goes on. Moody's Analytics estimates that the average U.S. household is spending an additional $270 a month because of inflation. A Penn Wharton study indicates that cost for the average family in America is $3,500 more this year for the exact same consumption that they had last year. Small businesses cite inflation as the biggest challenge they face. Workers have lost purchasing power as they watch their wages erode and be eaten up. The stealth tax was exacerbated by unnecessary deficit spending last year and more reckless spending that is being pushed and pushed and pushed even today as we speak. Congress should be working to address the harmful effects of inflation and taking steps to address our ballooning debt crisis and our unsustainable mandatory spending. We've got a number of our colleagues who are going to come. I've asked them all to try to keep it to about a minute or so. And I'm going to go next to Senator Barrasso.
Well, Joe Biden is the president of high prices. And one of the defining failures of the Biden presidency is going to be inflation. We're now at a 40-year high of inflation. And interestingly enough, Joe Biden's approval rating has dropped to a historic low of only 40%. 40-year high inflation, 40% approval rating. Because people are feeling the pain, paying the price every time they go to the grocery store, every time they go to the gas pump. It's $1 a gallon more for gas now than it was when Joe Biden became president. Month after month after month, prices continue to go up. Wages aren't going up in a way they can keep up with the prices that are going up. So people are falling further and further behind, and they're feeling squeezed. It's happening to working families all across the country. The numbers are it's cost about $275 more this year, each month, $275 more each month, just to try to keep up with the standard of living that they were at a year ago. So people are having to change the way they drive, they shop, they eat, they live. People are having to tap into savings if they have savings. As a result, people's dreams are being crushed. The cost of energy is really affecting people, additionally, not just from driving, but also from heating their homes. And who gets hurt there the most? Well, people living on a fixed income, people struggling to get by. It's gotten to the point where a national poll by Harvard-Harris found that only 3 in 10 Americans approve of the way that Joe Biden is handling inflation. Only 3 in 10. That means just about every Republican, every independent, a whole lot of Democrats aren't happy with the way Joe Biden is handling inflation. And what's his suggestion? Well, he said it again yesterday in a speech. It's going back to this Build Back Better plan with higher taxes, more expenses, more debt, more government spending. That will make inflation worse. When Americans see Joe Biden speaking, they see somebody who is out of touch and in way over his head. And unfortunately, the American people are paying for this president's incompetence.
Senator Thune.
Well, the Democrats made a very noticeable pivot yesterday. I don't know if you noticed this, but starting with Senator Schumer's floor remarks, but throughout the day, all of a sudden they're starting to talk about inflation. So evidently they have looked at some polling data and realized the impact that this is having on the American people and what the American people think about their leadership as a result of that. And if you take into consideration that a year ago, the inflation rate was 1.2%, 1.2%, well within the Federal Reserve's range of 2% inflation. And now it's 7.5%. Think of that, 7.5%. In fact, that's a $3,500 additional cost to the average family in this country just in this last year. It's a $3,500 tax increase on the American families. And who does that hurt the most? It hurts lower income families, middle income families who are struggling to make ends meet. I'm glad that the Democrats are finally coming to the conclusion that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. But they missed the boat a long time ago, starting with the vote last March to increase spending by $2 trillion, which led this inflationary crisis that we're in. And their solution to it, yes, is to double down and to spend another $5 trillion, flood the zone with even more money, have more dollars chasing fewer goods, and see inflation continue to spike. So this needs to be stopped. It affects everybody. I can tell you right now, as South Dakota farmers get ready to plant, they're looking at higher seed costs, higher fertilizer costs, higher equipment costs, higher fuel costs. It affects everybody. This is a tax on every single American, paid by every single American, but experienced the most in terms of the harshest impact on those middle and lower income Americans who are struggling just to be able to pay the bills and make ends meet. And what does this mean for them? It means a pay cut. Because even though they may have gotten a pay increase last year, they have a 7.5% now increase in the cost of everything they purchase, a $3,500 tax, meaning that they are taking home less money this year than they were last year.
Senator Grassley.
Inflation is something I hear from Iowans at each one of my 99 county meetings. 13 so far this year, and I'll bet I'll hear it at 12 next week. We know now that this inflation is not transitory. They were wrong then. We know that this inflation is very persistent and probably could get worse. Hopefully not, but it could be. Iowa families, you heard Thune, they're being hit by the same $3,500 a year increases in their costs, or you can call it a tax. Iowa small businesses can't keep up with the inflation. Nobody listened to Larry Summers when January he said we'd already spent too much money by the bill we passed before Christmas 2020, and he's pleading with the Democrats not to spend the $2 trillion that they did in March, but they didn't listen. He repeated that in April. He repeated that speech again in August. He repeated it again in October, and it was finally they listened to Manchin and Build Back Better. They didn't make it $4.5 trillion worse. They should have listened to him. We got to thank Senator Manchin to bringing some fiscal sanity to this Congress of the United States by saying he wasn't going to go along with Build Back Better. So the Fed has started to pull back about 6 months late, but they're doing it. So maybe they're doing what they can do to get it under control, even though it's late. I think the best thing that Biden could do would be to use the bully pulpit to tell Congress to spend less, like Manchin has advised his own Democrats to do, and he's led the way on that, because only the bully pulpit can bring confidence to the economy the way that the 100 members of Congress can't. Another thing he could do is undo all of the things he did to drive up gas prices. XL pipeline, shut down drilling in Alaska, offshore, on land, Gulf of Mexico drilling, state or national property, no drilling, putting impediments on fracking. All of this stuff is driving up the price of gasoline, and he could undo that very quickly. No, what do we get from the Democrats in the Congress? Just to reduce it by 18 cents by not having the federal gas tax. No, those same Democrats should be working with the House or with the White House to get these bad energy policies reversed. And can you believe the ridiculousness of the Democrat administration getting involved in saying banks shouldn't lend to energy companies? We have to have the flow of energy. That's what drives our economy.
Thank you. Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you, Senator Crapo. You know, this time last year, we tried to tell the Biden administration not to pour trillions of dollars into this economy. The basic fundamentals of economics have to work. A high schooler taking an economics class could figure this out, but the White House can't. This is unbelievable inflation of 40 years. When I was in high school, I worked at a grocery store when I was 15 years old, and I worked there for 5 years, on and off, part-time, through school. I noticed every item. I knew how much it cost. A gallon of milk was $1.59. You just about name an item. So I'm very conscious of the price of groceries. When I was in my grocery store at home, they were taking the prices down. I said, what are you doing? They said, they're going up so fast, we're having to constantly keep somebody out here to change the pricing out. Folks, this is real. Let me translate this into real life. Mississippi is a huge timber state. We have millions of acres of timber. We call ourselves a wood basket. To harvest this timber, you have to get it to a sawmill. The log trucks that haul this timber to the sawmills, they're tractor trailer rigs, 18-wheelers. They have to fill those tanks up every day with fuel so they can continue on. These tanks hold about 120 to 150 gallons of fuel in the tank. And by the way, they only get like 6 to 7 miles per gallon when they're loaded. Every morning, the loggers in Mississippi have to fuel those tanks up 120 gallons, and it's almost $4 a gallon. Do the math on that. Mississippians are hurting. This country is hurting because of the inflation that we're looking at. Even with the grocery prices there, 12% up. That doesn't say a whole lot. Do you think 12% is really not that much? Trust me, it is. As I used to check out groceries, and I'd get to the subtotal and I'd add the taxes and then I'd get to the total, and the lady would look at me and she'd say, we'd have to put something back because we had to match what was in her purse. So we put back some items so she could afford it. I can't imagine what that is today. I can't imagine what that is when they come in and they realize, I cannot afford this. Our families have to eat. So it is real. It is hurting families. And the president still tries to spin it as the economy is doing good. Mississippians aren't buying that. It is not doing good in Mississippi or anywhere else in the country. And I wish the president would have heeded the warnings of the economist, and he needs to do that now because we're hurting. It is real. These are real stories, and we can do better than this, and the American people certainly deserve better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Marshall and then Senator Lankford.
The Biden tax created by Biden policies is costing hardworking American families not 100, not 200, but $275 every month. Biden policies are creating high prices and driving up the cost of living. Let me just bring this home for just a second. I have 4 children and 3 grandsons and 1 on the way here in the next month. Over the past couple weeks, son number 1 called me and said, Dad, my utility bill has doubled this month. Son number 2 said, Dad, I just filled up my car and gas is almost $4 a gallon. Son number 3 said, Dad, I'm out looking for an apartment right now, but I can't even find one, and I can't afford it if I find it. And we all know that's code for Dad, send us some money if you can. Today is one of my grandson's birthday. When he was born, he had $30,000 of debt. His share of the national debt was $30,000. Today, it's $100,000. And we have a president whose policies want to borrow more money, which drives up inflation. I want to turn to senior citizens just for a second. The average Social Security check in this country per month is about $1,600. And yes, there's people out there that live on a Social Security check. What is the impact of burning $275 more every month before you start buying groceries and gasoline for that widowed woman who's on a $1,600 Social Security check? This is a tax from Joe Biden. I want you everyone to stop just for a second and think what inflation is going to do to our SNAP programs, to our school lunches, to our USAID programs. Think about what inflation is doing to our Medicare budget right now. The biggest cost of health care is labor. And thanks to Joe Biden's policies and his mandates, he's driving up the cost of labor and creating artificial shortages as well. And that's why this week, we're submitting a resolution to stop the declaration of emergency for COVID. It's time for Congress to end this. This declaration of emergency gives President Biden and Dr. Fauci too much power and control of our daily lives, and it feeds and fuels the inflation problem. Thank you so much.
Don't throw it. We'll throw it up in the air.
Thank you. So when you get into a conversation about inflation, it gets wonky with a lot of numbers, but I hear several numbers that get thrown out pretty often, and that is, well, we have high inflation because we have low unemployment. So let me just run a couple of numbers past us to be able to keep this in context. During the Trump administration, we had record low unemployment, but the average inflation during that 4-year time period was 1.9%. When President Biden took office, January a year ago, if I can take just a year to a year, February a year ago, 1.7% inflation. Now 7.5% inflation. From 1.7 a year ago to 7.5. Half of America has never experienced inflation like what we're experiencing right now. Half of America has no idea what really inflation looks like until the last couple of months when they go to the grocery store, they go to fill up their truck with gas, they go to actually pay their home heating oil costs, whatever it may be. They're experiencing now what inflation is and thinking, how come I can't pay my way through a month like I used to be able to pay my way through? And it's because of inflation. Now, for all of us that are old enough to remember the time under Jimmy Carter, we remember what inflation does. We remember what that actually causes across the country, and we remember how difficult it is for everybody in the country. But half of America is now learning what this means. This is an American issue based solely on the policies of this president. Why can I say that? Well, look at inflation around the rest of the world. That'd be the easy way to be able to say it. Look at inflation right now in Japan. Japan's inflation rate right now is 0.6%. 0.6% in Japan. If you go to Germany, Bloomberg has reported that they're looking at for 2022 inflation in Germany 3.7%. Inflation for France is predicted to be 2.8% this year. For Italy, 3.8%. For Spain, 3.6%. For the United States right now, 7.5%. This is solely based on the policies that the Biden administration has put into place that has taken us from 1.7% to 7.5% in 1 year. We have got to open up our manufacturing here, open up our energy production here, stop discouraging American production, and to actually get us back on track and stop sending free money across the economy, which continues to be able to spark inflation like we're experiencing right here.
Senator Young, and then Senator Bozeman.
40 and 276. Those are really the only numbers you need to know. I'll come back to those. 7% food inflation. That hurts people on fixed incomes in particular. 40% year on year increase in gas prices. We're looking at $1 additionally per gallon at the pump in the state of Indiana year on year. Electric costs, roughly 11% increase. Once again, this hurts people on fixed incomes. This hurts manufacturing workers disproportionately. But really, the headline figures that all of you should take away is 40 and 276. 40 years. It's a 40-year high in our price inflation. And 276 an additional expenditure for regular working families. That's the average amount that Hoosier families and other American families are having to pay on account of policy decisions. These are policy decisions. This didn't happen organically. This isn't a function of economic cycles. This is government policy to spend trillions of dollars when the economy was already opening up. Now, is this a gotcha thing that you got a Republican up here and calling out a Democratic president on? No. I sat in the Oval Office with other Republican members of the United States Senate back in February, and I pleaded with the administration not to spend so much of our money on things we don't need at a time that the economy was already opening up. They didn't listen, and here we are. I've pleaded with the administration time and time again to deregulate, not to increase regulation. They, for example, proposed doubling the cost of childcare and then subsidizing the doubled cost of childcare. It's absolutely preposterous. And perhaps the easiest and most obvious way that we could reduce the pinch that regular Americans are feeling from price inflation is to lean into free trade. There are still things that this country needs to trade, but this administration has not even requested trade promotion authority, which allows us to sell our food and fiber, our manufactured goods into foreign markets and to bring in those cheap things that we don't make here or don't make here at an affordable cost. But the administration, instead, they've doubled down on their tax and spend, big government agenda. My constituents are really upset. I'll continue to advocate for smart policies as opposed to these ill-advised policies because this is having a real impact on rank-and-file Americans, and it has to stop.
Thank you, Senator Bozeman, and then Senator Portman. And I remind my colleagues to be concise. We got a lot of us that want to speak.
Thank you, Mike, so much. And I guess the question is, why are so many senators here today? And it's because people are seeing their bills pile up. Everybody in this room can relate to that. It's the number one issue that I hear about as I travel Arkansas and travel throughout the country. As ranking member on the Ag Committee, I see the President's plan squeezing ag communities, the ag community in the sense of our foresters, our farmers, our ranchers, all of those individuals as their operations require more and more capital, thus attacking rural America. I don't have the big chart, but I've got a little one that I think that tells a lot. And on it, you can see that fuel and oil has gone up 35%, fertilizer 34%, livestock and poultry purchases 24%, feed 21%. The list goes on and on. We've got a fire that's raging, burning through Americans' paychecks and their budgets. Let's stop pretending that pouring gas on it is the only option, which is what the administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle keep proposing. Instead, we should work together to come up with a plan, and you've heard several proposals today as we've talked about this, to actually get this under control so we can help Arkansans and the people of America recover. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Portman and Senator Kennedy. So my colleagues have done a great job in talking about the most punitive tax of all. And the most punitive tax of all is high inflation that is way higher than wage growth. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Yeah, wages are going up a little bit, but not nearly as high as inflation. So people are feeling it. By the way, yesterday, the producer price index number came out. What does that mean? That's about wholesale prices, and it's about the future. And they came out at 1%, meaning roughly a 10% increase in the producer price index. That was continued bad news, because when you hear the administration say that this is transitory, this PPI number yesterday means, unfortunately, we're in for higher inflation at least for the next year.
So what happened? Well, policies changed. As of February, before COVID started, we had 19 straight months in this country of wage growth of over 3%. We had historically low inflation numbers, less than 2%. Things were going well because people, again, were making more money. The wages were actually higher than inflation. So middle-income families in Ohio and around the country were feeling it. They were able to get ahead, some for the first time in a couple decades. Then the Biden administration made a decision that they were going to skew the demand and the supply, because inflation's all about too much demand and not enough supply, right? And the demand was throwing a lot of stimulus into the economy. So about a year ago, we had this conversation. The administration said they were going to spend almost $2 trillion, which they said was for COVID, right after we had spent almost $1 trillion on a bipartisan basis. But the problem was the administration's COVID proposal was not really about COVID. Most of the money had nothing to do with fighting this virus. Most of it had to do, again, with just pumping stimulus into the economy. At the same time, they were reducing the supply side. That includes on the energy front. Remember the first day in office shutting down Keystone XL pipeline? Making it harder to produce energy in this country generally? So you had, again, increased demand, this unprecedented level of stimulus spending. It was the biggest bill, $1.9 trillion, ever passed by Congress. And you had a reduction in demand. Everybody said this was going to result in higher inflation. Not just Republicans, although we did. And we said, look, the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan group, has told us we're getting back to the levels of growth we had pre-COVID just in a few months. Because they said by mid-year we'd be back to a point where we'd be having economic growth comparable to what it was before COVID. And yet they felt it necessary to dump almost $2 trillion into the economy. But it wasn't just us. Secretary of the Treasury under Democratic administrations, Larry Summers, said the same thing. And by the way, he continues to say it, as do other smart economists on both sides of the aisle who look at this very simply and say you can't just throw all the stimulus in and change the policies on the supply side as well and not expect inflation to rage. And that's exactly what's happened. So the most punitive tax of all. 2 weeks ago, I filled up my pickup truck, my F-150. I paid almost $100. People can't afford that. People who commute to work, people who use their truck for their business. And I'm hearing from them, as you are, I'm sure. It's time to change policies and do it now to avoid this punitive tax continuing.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy, and Senator Rick Scott, and we're getting close, then Senator Sullivan and Senator Tim Scott.
All right, Grandpa. If many Americans won the lottery tomorrow, the first thing they would do is fill up their gas tank. I'm not sure that President Biden understands that. The Biden administration claims that they are for the little gal or the little guy, but they sure don't seem to like them very much. I can't imagine a more pernicious tax than inflation. This inflation, which has characteristics of both demand pull and cost push inflation, is a direct result of President Biden's economic policies. President Biden, of course, denies that. President Biden has blamed inflation on COVID. President Biden has blamed inflation on low unemployment. President Biden has blamed inflation on greedy businesswomen and greedy businessmen. As one commentator put it, I expect President Biden next to say that inflation originated in a bat. But it didn't. It began with the economic policies of the president. What can we as members of Congress do about it? Well, we can't force the members of the Biden administration to retake Econ 101, but we can do our part by stopping spending like we were drunken sailors. Actually, we're worse than drunken sailors, because drunken sailors stop spending when they run out of money, and Congress doesn't. And we can help by changing our ways in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rick Scott, then Senator Sullivan.
So consumer prices up 7.5% and producer prices up 9.7%. Now, in my state, it's having a devastating impact on families. I grew up in a poor family. I watched my mom struggle with inflation. When I was a kid, she would take in odd jobs, whatever money she had. Either my older brother and I would go to the store. We had to add up without a calculator exactly how much things were going to cost, or we had to do the embarrassing thing and say, oh, I don't have enough money, and say, you'll have to put that back on the shelf. I watched my mom struggle to buy gas, put food on the table. Now the stories I'm getting all across my state is the same thing. People are going to food banks that never went to food banks before. People are taking second and third odd jobs just to try to make ends meet. People have to pool where they live. Food's up, gas is up, rent's up. And it's all caused by bad economic policy. So if you look at inflation, what causes inflation? One, excess spending causes inflation. Number two, make it difficult for people to produce things. When you increase the permitting time, make it difficult to get a permit, say you can't drill for oil, things like that, prices go up. When you add all this regulatory attitude, when you're a business guy, and I was in business, they make it difficult to do business. You don't produce things, or you don't produce things in this country. That's exactly what the Biden administration is doing. So all across my state, people are hurting. The Biden administration has no plan. They have no plan to change. I can't see any way this is going to get better until the Biden administration and Democrats stop spending money, stop making it difficult to open and build a business, stop making it difficult to run a business. But until that time, many, many people across my state are going to get hurt.
Senator Sullivan.
Well, I think you're seeing one theme here, and it's the theme of it's the policies stupid. Just in the last couple days, you saw 4 very vulnerable Democrat senators put forward a bill to reduce the gas tax. You saw President Biden yesterday hold a press conference where he said he's going to go around the world to try and encourage countries that produce energy to produce more energy. But here's what you never hear from the Democrats, and you certainly never hear from this president. We're going to support the American energy sector. That is a policy that you've heard from every senator here almost today that would work. And instead, the policies inside of a year that we have seen with this administration are now becoming legendary on how anti-American energy they are. They're stopping the production and making it harder to produce American energy while at the same time begging OPEC to produce more. We're importing twice as much oil from Russia today than we were at the end of the Trump administration. They are stopping and killing energy infrastructure like Keystone XL. They are going to financial institutions in America, encouraging them not to invest in American energy. And they're putting forward executive branch and other officials like the new Fed nominee, Ms. Raskin, who I'm going to meet with right after this press conference, who have said that the Fed's job should be to choke off capital to the American energy sector. These are the policies and the predictable result. Higher energy prices on working families, pink slips for American energy workers, I'm seeing that in Alaska, and empowering our adversaries like Putin. This is national security suicide in terms of American energy policies. Winston Churchill once said, "To build may have to be the slow and laborious task of years. To destroy can be the thoughtless act of a single day." This administration inherited a long-term bipartisan goal that we have been seeking as Americans for decades, American energy independence. And what they've done in a single day, is they've sought to destroy that. It makes no sense for American people, for inflation, for national security, and they really need to get their boot off the neck of American energy producers. That will help dramatically.
Hey, it's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We do continue. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us, bringing you always the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Let's take a look at the Dow right here as we are going into this next hour. We're down about 220 points there in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a look right outside of the White House here. You do have the Marine right there. That means President Biden is inside of the Oval Office at this hour. We are expecting in the next hour a White House briefing, trying to get the very latest on all of the tensions, updates with Russia and Ukraine. You're not going to want to miss that. But we have going on right now live in Texas. This is the Attorney General right there making some remarks. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Today, I'm pleased to announce my office has secured $1.167 billion for the state of Texas in a global distributor opioid agreement. Out of the $26 billion opioid agreement, Texas will receive $1.167 billion from the nation's three major distributors, Cardinal, McKesson, and AmerisourceBergen. Right now, this is the fifth statewide opioid settlement my office has finalized for the state of Texas. With the addition of this distributor settlement, we have secured for Texas over $1.8 billion to date from the makers and distributors of opioids. We have fought this crisis for over 7 years, and today we are bringing needed relief to the state of Texas. The companies were sued for their role in creating and fueling the nationwide opioid epidemic. The opioid crisis throughout the nation and the state of Texas is staggering. This opioid agreement will largely track the terms of the global prescription opioid litigation settlement agreement that 52 states and territories signed on July 23, 2021. Every community across the nation has been touched by this opioid crisis. We've lost more than 1 million Americans to this epidemic, and sadly, it's at an all-time high as overdose deaths continue to rise in the face of the pandemic and its resulting anxiety, stress, and dislocation. Unfortunately, the opioid crisis last year was worse than ever, with drug overdose deaths up 30% nationwide and in Texas. More than 4,000 people died of drug overdoses in 2020 in Texas, which is a 33% increase from the prior year. Nationwide, overdoses claim the lives of more than 93,000 people, a 30% increase and the most ever recorded. However, this number is significantly less than the number of families that have watched their loved ones' life be torn apart from this terrible addiction. Thankfully, because of this significant settlement, counties throughout the state of Texas will have the funds they need to combat the growing epidemic of opioid abuse. States and local governments must use the funding to support any of a wide variety of strategies to fight the opioid crisis. Texans have been devastated by the opioid crisis, and it is important that this settlement is proportioned fairly among the communities that need it the most. Pharmaceutical companies that have been at the root of the problem must be involved in not only changing their business practices to keep this tragic epidemic from taking more lives in the future. These companies should also be required to provide treatment for those currently still struggling with opioid addiction. These were extensive negotiations, and my office worked closely with Texas county judges from Collin, Dallas, Bexar, Harris, and Tarrant counties, and the attorney generals of California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Massachusetts, New York, North Carolina. I'm not going to list all the states. I am encouraged by the overwhelming support of local governments throughout Texas. We had over 480 cities and counties sign onto this deal, which is truly remarkable. And it's really remarkable that all those states agreed to an allocation model. It was hard to believe that there was that much cooperation, given that every state has their own issues and their own, certainly, interests in getting as much as they can. I'm committed to doing everything in my power to get the full share of funds for the people in our communities so we can help them get the treatment they need and the recovery resources as quickly as possible. I'm thankful to have Collin County Judge Chris Hill here to speak today on the opioid crisis, and additionally Dr. Carrie DeMoore, who I've known for a long time, who will share about the staggering impact that she sees. Dr. DeMoore will serve as the Texas Opioid Council, ensuring communities across Texas receive their funds for opioid abatement and intervention services. However, today I'd like to introduce first Tammy Mahan, the Chief Executive Officer of LifePath Systems. Tammy has over 25 years of experience working in the community, behavioral health, and developmental disabilities field. LifePath Systems is Collin County's local behavioral health and intellectual and developmental disabilities authority and provider. Kind of a mouthful. She primarily specializes in chronic mental health disorders, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, depression, sexual abuse survivors, and anxiety disorders. Tammy, I want to thank you for hosting this and for allowing us to use this amazing facility.
Opioid addiction knows no boundaries. It crosses all age groups, socioeconomic status, as well as ethnic and racial diversities. Collin County is no different than any other county across Texas and the nation that's been dealing with its opioid crisis. These funds will have a significant impact on the people we serve. LifePath serves the entire county. We provide substance abuse services for those that don't have the resources themselves to provide those services. We have to stretch funding significantly so that we can cover as many people as possible with a fairly small amount of funds, and this will significantly help us to improve access to newer treatments that cost more. For example, Vivitrol is an injection that many people use with opioid addiction that can help the addiction. It's a once-a-month injectable. And so it costs about $1,400 a month versus a significantly less amount on some of the older treatments. So we're really excited that this will help open up access to all sorts of treatment for addiction, better treatment, and that in Collin County, the citizens of Collin County get to benefit from it. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening right there to the Texas update. Really, all across the country, these states are going to be talking about this settlement there, which will help in the addiction there of opioids, not only in Texas, but across the country. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we continue to roll on right here. I want to go out to Los Angeles right now as they are gearing up for the big parade and rally for the LA Rams Super Bowl world champions. Let's go out to Fox 11's coverage right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and welcome to a special edition of Good Day LA, the 9 o'clock hour. So glad you're with us. I'm Michaela Pereira.
I'm Tony McEwing.
I'm Roxy Carpadian, and here we are in front of the Coliseum getting ready for the big victory parade. Wind does not
that tells you how much the wind is blowing out here.
I was just thinking you okay? That it has not, you guys are okay, right? It is not warmed up because the wind is really picking up, as you just saw.
You know what? That has not deterred all of the people who have already shown up here at the Coliseum. We have hundreds of people who are here, and there are more coming.
And there are people along the parade route, and that's what they'll see is the Rams making their way through Los Angeles to celebrate their Super Bowl win, and they will culminate here at the LA Coliseum.
Thousands of people are expected to show up, and they're already doing so.
And if you are planning to come, you need to know that traffic will be impeded in and around the downtown area. If you work in downtown, just know there's going to be a lot of road closures to contend with.
Plan ahead. That's right. Plan ahead. Okay, so why don't we, let's see. We're going to...
The parade route. We're going to talk about where it begins, which is at the Shrine Auditorium.
Okay, so here it is. Here's the map. So it's only a mile, right? It's not very long, but this is where you're going to see so many people line up to celebrate, and there are the buses. That is where the players will be, our Super Bowl champs. They will be on top of those buses, and we cannot wait to greet them when they arrive here at the Coliseum. But we got to go to Sandra because she's in front of the Shrine Auditorium. That's where everything is beginning. Hey, and it's getting busy where you are now.
Right. Oh, yeah. I told you the party starts here in front of the Shrine Auditorium. This is where the buses will be coming out. We'll see all the athletes on top of those custom double-decker buses. And take a look at these fans arriving for the big party. Some folks from Inglewood, Whittier right here. Little Jaden is 9 years old. What are you hoping for today? I see you carrying a football.
To get this ball signed today.
Oh, I want to make that happen, right? what's going to happen. And Dad, you're so proud. I mean, it's just all about LA today.
Yeah, it is. It's all about LA. Every LA team we support.
Yeah.
That's the Lakers, Dodgers, and Rams.
Yeah, what do you think about having a parade finally to celebrate a victory?
And it's been a hard year, and we're so excited. So we can't wait for it. Can't wait.
I know you watch Fox 11 and you've been getting the pro tips all morning long on where to view this parade because it is a mile-long route. All right, Inglewood, thanks for hosting us at SoFi Stadium. What are you excited for?
I'm excited to see the players.
Oh, yeah. And let me look at that hair. You are styling. Oh, look at this. I mean, the fashion here is incredible. All right. So how about you? What are you hoping to see?
We're trying to see Cooper Kupp. We want to see the MVP.
That's what I'm talking about. Nothing but MVPs right here. All right, make some noise. We're going to cheer them on. Our Super Bowl champions. All right. And you know what? All these fans are going to make their way down to you, Tony, Michaela, and Araxia. Let's send it back to you. Los Angeles Rams.
All right, Sandra, thanks so much. Thank you. I mean, they are so excited out there.
I love the kids out there.
Same story, no matter where we go along the parade route. Mario is where all the merchandise is, and they're just as excited there as they are any place else. Mario.
He's Mr. Merch.
Very excited. You guys, merch and memorabilia. Look at what I have here. It's a replica, unfortunately, but it looks just like the real Vince Lombardi trophy. And of course, we've been talking to the fans all morning. Excited to see this parade kick off. So we've got three brothers here.
Happy birthday to the fourth one, or the oldest, too.
So you guys are missing a fourth brother whose birthday it is. And where are you guys from again? Boyle Heights?
Boyle Heights. Originally, we're in Southgate now, but diehard Rams fans, especially this guy here.
Yeah, I can tell by the outfit. Explain this.
Oh, this is, I mean, I had a previous belt from 2000, and I'm so glad that we won the championship, and I got an upgrade, so this is it right here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
Yeah, this guy took the face cover to a whole new level, but we love it, and I want to show you around. So the parade route will come through Figueroa right behind me. You can see here at the corner of 39th, they've got the NFL shop. If you don't have gear when you come down here, you can pick it up easily, and they're starting to set up the trucks out here, DWP trucks. They've closed off the street, and we are getting ready. People are cheering here on the streets, and we're going to wait for that parade to come here down Figueroa Street. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys over at the Coliseum Courtyard.
Who's house? That was a few years ago.
All right, Mario, thanks so much. Look at who we have here. We have Mr. Elton Davis himself. His self-proclaimed #1 Rams fan.
I am that. A real Rams fan.
All right.
Lifelong Rams fan.
What do you mean by real Rams fan?
I support him in any way I can. I got my family involved. I got my 13-year-old daughter. She's been raised a Rams fan since she was a baby. We're rammed out. We're Ramily, as we call ourselves.
You're Ramily.
Yeah.
So even when they left and went to St. Louis,
we got all the St. Louis gear still. We still have it all in the house and everything too. We supported them the whole time.
Did you imagine that this day would happen? You always dream of it as a Rams fan. Did you think it would come?
I felt it would come. I knew it would come. I'm even excited. I'm already planning for next year in Arizona. Let's get to Arizona.
So you believe they'll repeat?
I believe they can. Very capable. We'll get time to get healthy and get everybody back on board, and let's take it back again.
The Rams, like any NFL team, any sports team, knows that the fan base is such a key part of their success, right? They know that.
Yeah.
Tell us what it means, though, to the Ram Nation. What does it take to be part of the Ramily, as you say?
I mean, it's just a special feeling, the vibe all the way around, the camaraderie around with everybody, and just the feeling that you get whenever they treat you right. The staff at the stadium, and the Rams personnel, and just our players. Whenever they see us, they greet us and they treat us right. So we love them back.
Now you're a Southern California native, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you're Rams through and through.
Through and through.
Now, there had to be moments during that game, during the Super Bowl game, when you were biting your nails.
I wouldn't say biting my nails. I would just say, hey, we got it.
Oh, really? So you never lost the faith?
I know. These boys have done that plenty of times. They got it. They know what to do. They handle business. They come through for us in the end.
Was there any question where you'd be today?
No, I already knew. I was. My friends were telling me that I was wrong for saying I'm going to the parade, but I said, why can't I talk like a Laker fan? All the Laker fans always say we're going to get a parade. So, hey, we knew we were getting our parade. So we're here.
Yeah, there's a lot of Lakers fans and Dodgers fans that are feeling kind of like, man, we missed out on this opportunity because of the pandemic. And the parade won't be as big, but it's still a parade.
It's a parade, and we made it.
We made it.
And we got the championship. We are the champs. We fought hard, and we got it. We deserved it.
Absolutely, no question about it. I agree with you 100%. And boy, you are really geared up here.
I try to be. I don't hold back.
No, as you shouldn't. Elton Davis, it's been such a delight to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
And letting us at least pretend to be part of the Ramily.
Hey, we all here. We all Ramily. Rams
all
house.
Love. It's all love.
That's what it's all about.
All right.
Elton, thanks so much.
Let's go into Maria and get a look at the forecast. So even include San Bernardino, so he knows the sun's going to shine there too.
Oh yeah, all across the Southland. We've got a lot of sunshine for you, for our Ramily. All of our Rams fans getting geared up for that parade. All right, our weather right now sponsored by the Lucas Oil Winter Nationals, and we are looking at some sunshine, as I mentioned, the NHRA Winter Nationals sponsoring our weather. All right, so we had this little storm that rolled through here, that area of low pressure that's moving off to our east. That's the good news, and leaving behind some cooler air. The wind's still coming out of the north, so
You're watching Live Now from Fox as they go into weather coverage. There we are. I'll take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Live look at the White House right here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you, bringing the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We are monitoring breaking news out of Houston area, where the FBI confirming right now that there is a raid going on right now at the Houston Health Department building. And once we get more updates, of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But just wanted to alert that to you and give you those breaking news updates right here. As always, live look right now at the Dow. You are taking a look here, down about 226 points there in the red. We will continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to go out to the Senate floor from earlier. We did have Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
That I appreciated. He was right to candidly remind the Russian people that neither the United States nor NATO nor Ukraine want a war. He was right to emphasize that the world will not shrug or stand idly by if Vladimir Putin tries to invade his neighbor or redraw the map of Europe through deadly force. We've spent much time discussing Russia's alleged security concerns and not enough time examining the legitimate concerns of Russia's neighbors, many of whom have a long history of being invaded by Moscow. The concerns of these free, sovereign states matter as well, and the President would do well to amplify their voices and their historical experiences. So it's fine for President Biden to engage in good faith diplomacy, provided we're skeptical about Putin's intentions. Thus far, Putin's behavior is proving how little he can be trusted and how little he is interested in diplomacy as anything other than a gambit to divide the West or a pretext for war. The U.S. must keep sending these strong messages verbally and with concrete actions, both right now, before any hostilities, and then with devastating force if Putin does indeed plow ahead. The U.S. and our partners should waste no time in helping Ukraine prepare for war. Weapons, material, advice, logistics, and intelligence. We should be building the infrastructure to help Ukraine sustain their resistance to Russian aggression if and when it comes. I welcome the President's deployment of additional forces to the territory of NATO allies situated along our alliance's eastern flank. I recommended he take such action months ago, and I'm particularly grateful to the Kentuckians of the 101st Airborne Division who are leaving Fort Campbell this week to join NATO reinforcements in Eastern Europe. As our diplomats work to halt the train of Russian aggression, it is the brave men and women of the U.S. military who give their words added weight. I'm hopeful that President Biden will rise to the occasion. As a bipartisan group of colleagues and I made clear in a joint statement yesterday, the President would have overwhelming bipartisan support to use his existing executive authorities for tough sanctions against Russia in the event of conflict. We should acknowledge Putin's use of energy as a weapon. And if the President is serious about providing relief for Americans at the pump or blunting Putin's manipulation of energy markets, he will stop his administration's anti-energy policies that make it harder for our own producers to explore, to produce, and to export energy to vulnerable allies. And while our eastern flank allies have consistently taken a clear-eyed approach to their own defense, it's time for America to invest more meaningfully in our own military capabilities and demand that our allies in Western Europe actually follow suit. Whether the administration is serious about competition with Russia and China will be clear when it submits its fiscal 23 budget request. Our allies and adversaries will all be watching. Now, on a different matter, while the world's eyes are fixed on the present foreign policy crisis, troubling facts are continuing to surface surrounding the administration's previous self-inflicted crisis, the botched retreat from Afghanistan. Last week, journalists published the findings of a 2,000-page autopsy that Army officials compiled following the chaotic withdrawal from Kabul. The report hammers home a damning fact we've actually already known for months. The Biden administration received clear advance warnings from commanders on the ground that should have been heeded but went ignored. As I warned at the time, we have confirmation this disaster was foreseeable, foreseen actually, and avoidable. The Army's conclusions built upon the report from Special Inspector General, which was declassified last month. While President Biden and his political advisors still cling to the notion that they got mistaken advice and were caught off guard, both these reports suggest that nonpartisan experts knew and predicted the Afghan military would likely collapse and spend months trying in vain to get the administration to pay attention. Top commanders reported that trying to get State Department officials to engage in advance evacuation plans was like, quote, pulling teeth, end quote. That the National Security Council was, quote, not seriously planning for an evacuation. That among peers in uniform, everyone clearly saw some of the advantage of holding Bagram. As the top U.S. commander on the ground during the evacuation put it, policymakers had not paid attention to the indicators of what was happening on the ground. This staggering report from our own U.S. Army should have chastised the Biden administration. It should be an occasion for apology, reflection, and accountability. But last week, President Biden instead tried to simply wave away our own Army's conclusions without evidence. He was asked, "Are you rejecting the conclusion or the accounts in the Army report?" The President replied, "Yes, I am." "So they're not true?" "I'm rejecting them," the President said. No evidence, just hand-waving denial. Frankly, it was a bizarre performance. So, Mr. President, our retreat from Afghanistan seriously damaged America's credibility. It made confronting terrorist threats that much harder from over the horizon. And it invited more testing like what we are now enduring in Eastern Europe. President Biden and his team were warned of all these dangers well in advance by our own military, but our commander-in-chief seems to have flat out ignored our commanders. This has been an unbelievably costly lesson that the Biden administration should never have had to learn even once. Let us all hope they don't need to learn it twice. Now, on one final matter, parents and kids need a swift end to pandemic disruptions that ignore the incredibly low risk to children. I'm proudly joining Senator Thune and many of our Republican colleagues on a resolution that would overturn the absurd preschool mask mandates which the Biden administration has tied to Head Start funding. More than 1,200 doctors and health professionals have signed a public statement about, quote, the urgency of normal, end quote, the urgency of normal, the medical and moral urgency of returning normalcy to children as fast as possible. Republicans at the local, state, and federal level are standing with the parents. We're going to keep fighting against these disruptions to family life caused by rules and mandates that are not at all based in science. Two years of needless school closures and unscientific forced child masking are 2 years too many. But unfortunately, pandemic policies are not the only reason that recent years have been one giant advertisement for school choice and parents' rights. We've also seen far-left bureaucrats trying desperately to inject radical theories and fringe ideas into teacher training and K-12 classrooms. Everybody's heard jaw-dropping anecdotes from school districts all across our country. And last year, the Biden administration tried to divert money from mainstream civics education into woke propaganda like the debunked 1619 Project. They only backed down when Senate Republicans called out Secretary Cardona directly. Meanwhile, the far-left National Teachers Union adopted an official resolution and approved extra money for their fight to make structural racism and critical race theory into central tenets in kids' schooling. This nonsense is absolutely pervasive. Just a few weeks ago, North Carolina parents had to call out their statewide Office of Early Learning for funding training materials that talked about deconstructing whiteness. Deconstructing whiteness. These materials were for preschool teachers. In San Francisco, the school board spent 2021 focused on renaming schools instead of reopening schools. They decided George Washington and Abraham Lincoln were insufficiently woke namesakes, and they tried to change a prestigious high school's merit-based standards into a non-merit-based lottery in the name of equity. Not surprisingly, parents are watching this nonsense and demanding change. For example, just yesterday, a multi-ethnic, multilingual recall campaign to unseat 3 of those San Francisco school board members won an overwhelming victory with the voters. American parents are speaking out. But instead of listening to them, the political left is lashing out. President Biden's education secretary solicited an outside group to send a letter to President Biden's Attorney General that referred to concerned parents as potential domestic terrorists. One part of the Biden administration set up another part of the Biden administration with a pretext to investigate and harass concerned parents. One far-left advocate recently complained to NPR, quote, "School transparency is essentially this Big Brother type regime." What a joke. The Nationwide Teachers Union boss, Randy Weingarten, personally tweeted out a claim that, quote, "Racists are showing up in droves to school board meetings." Even the liberal ACLU, which used to care about individual rights and transparency, is prioritizing woke bureaucrats ahead of middle-class parents. Here was the ACLU's statement. Curriculum transparency bills are just thinly veiled attempts at chilling teachers and students from learning and talking about race and gender in schools. So let's think about that for a minute. The far left is admitting in public that if the public gets to look at the racial and gender theories that they want to teach little kids, then those lesson plans will become untenable. I'm going to say that again. The far left is admitting in public that if the public gets to look at the racial and gender theories that they want to teach little kids, then these lesson plans will become untenable. That's what they're actually saying. If parents gain transparency into the crazy stuff we're teaching, we might have to stop teaching it. In other words, their reaction proves the point. The fact that woke bureaucrats are this terrified by transparency proves exactly why parents deserve it. Bear in mind, these same people are passionate supporters of sweeping toddler takeover that would give federal bureaucrats huge new powers to shape early childhood across America and discriminate against religious daycares. The choice before American families is actually pretty stark. On the one hand, an alliance between big labor, woke bureaucrats, and many elected Democrats apparently want indefinitely masked children being taught radical nonsense while parents are pushed to the sidelines. But Republicans at the local, state, and national levels are standing up for science, for common sense, and for the children's best interest. The party of parents has your back.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country. Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We're seeing market tumbling right now. Dow Jones now down 334 points there in the red. We continue to look at oil right now, hitting that $93 level as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on this as stocks continue to fall. As NATO reported that Russia was not easing its military presence around Ukraine like they said they were doing just yesterday. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on all of that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here, as always, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're going to continue on right here, bringing you the top stories. As always, we're going to go out for a live news conference out there in Texas. Right now, looks like we're getting an update on a police-involved shooting that happened earlier. Let's listen right here.
It's a busy news day, isn't it? There's quite a bit going on.
Yeah, in the past couple of weeks in Greater Houston have just been nuts.
Really?
To be honest, I mean, last night you had the sheriff's office involved.
Yeah. Everybody ready?
Chief, can you tell us what happened there?
Yep. So my name is Josh Bruegger. It's Bruegger, the police chief for Pasadena Police Department. It's about 9:45 this morning. Members of the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force came out here to serve a warrant on an 18-year-old subject that was wanted for murder. His bond had been forfeited, and so it was a bond forfeiture on a murder warrant. As officers approached the suspect, he did not obey verbal commands. Began to raise his shirt. He had two handguns in his waistband. Began reaching for the handguns, at which time two law enforcement officers discharged their weapons multiple times, striking the suspect, who's deceased here on the scene. It's a Pasadena police officer and a member of the United States Marshal Service. And this is T. Michael O'Connor, the Marshal for the Southern District of Texas.
So it was a Pasadena officer and U.S. Marshal.
It is correct. A Pasadena police officer and a United States Marshal both discharged their weapons. Yes.
Can you tell us, when you say execute the warrant here, was he staying at the hotel room or did they pull him over?
No, he was staying here at the hotel.
Did he walk out and approach? Or did
He didn't know. Before they could go up to the door, he had come out, and so at that point they went to try to take him into custody. And
can you give us any details of the murder case? What the murders?
I don't have those details yet, and until we notify next of kin, we're not going to release his name. And the Harris County Sheriff's Department, their homicide division, is going to conduct the investigation, along with our internal affairs division and the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
They identified themselves in verbal command. That his bond was revoked. You know, bonds have been such a commentary on this.
Correct.
Was there a reason why his bond was revoked? I mean, do you have any thoughts on that?
I do know his bond was revoked. His dad was a signer on the bond, and apparently he was no longer living with his dad. His dad, according to the paperwork, his dad didn't feel like he could provide enough oversight, and so he asked to be removed from the bond. And you know, both of the officers that discharged their weapons had readily identifiable, law enforcement vests, and both also verbally identified themselves.
Do we think this is a suspect in Houston, Harris County?
It is a suspect, yes, in a Harris County homicide case.
18 years old?
He's 18 years old, it's correct.
Does it sadden you at all that they had to end this way? You know, like the justice system couldn't intervene.
Anytime, somebody loses their life, regardless of the circumstances, it's tragic. And, he still has a mother, a father and, the officers that are involved as well. It's a traumatic event, no matter the circumstances, for the officers involved. It's, to take a human life, it's a big deal.
Marshal O'Connor, correct?
Yes.
Give us a sense, you walk up to the microphone, can you give us a sense of the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Unit? I know what it is, I think we all know what it is, but viewers, what is this unit? And you're dealing with murder, dangerous fugitives.
Yes, sir. It's been a long term. The Marshal Service has had task forces throughout the United States. Here in the Southern District, they're called the Gulf Coast Violent Task Force. And what we do, because we got to be a force multiplier to assist local agency, like with the Pasadena chief, and we go and we have selected members of those agencies, whether it's the Sheriff's Office, Police Department, DPS, state, and they're collectively work with each other to pursue the worst of the worst. I, as Marshal, swear them in as Special Deputy U.S. Marshals, which extends their authority as they go throughout the region.
Chief, is there any gang affiliation here with this suspect?
That I don't know yet.
Chief, did this happen outside in front of the doorway of the motel?
It did. It happened outside. There's a vehicle that's parked just past the overhang there. That's where it occurred, out in the parking lot.
And you said the suspect did raise his command.
That's correct.
And then raised his shirt showing multiple weapons?
Yes, and then went to reach for him. He had two handguns in his waistband, and went to reach for him, at which time the officers discharged their weapons.
So this happens when they approach the room at the thing.
He was already out. They were trying to figure out which room he was in, and he came. They saw him come walking through the parking lot, and that's when they confronted him. He's really in the park. It was in the parking lot. There's handicap. I believe it's in handicap parking places, so it's in the parking lot, not really in a breezeway or on the porch.
Talk to us about the bond removal. You referenced that his dad initially signed on. So talk to us about that.
So oftentimes with bonds, you have to have somebody to guarantee the funds, and his dad was that person. And according to the bond paperwork that I've seen that was filed with the court, his dad asked to be removed from the bond because he had a curfew as part of his bond conditions. And in the documents that were filed, his father said that he didn't believe that he could adequately supervise him as being a signer on the bond. If he didn't show up in court, he ultimately would be responsible, and so he asked to be removed from that bond.
And from when he was removed, is that when the task force got involved to try and pick him up here?
Correct, because that triggers a warrant because his bond had been revoked. That's correct.
Can you tell us what happens to the officer and the agent who discharged their weapons?
So I can tell you the Pasadena police officer, as standard, any officer-involved shooting, 5 days administrative leave. We have them evaluated to make sure that they're mentally and physically fit to come back to work. And then when they're ready to come back, they can come back.
Did both the agent and the officer fire their weapons, or just the Pasadena?
Both a U.S. Marshal and a Pasadena police officer both discharged their weapons.
And Marshal Service has the same protocol.
And just to be clear, Harris County will be investigating this shooting to see if it was justified or will eventually go before a grand jury.
That's correct. There are simultaneous investigations that go on in officer-involved shootings. You have a criminal investigation, which is what the Harris County Sheriff's Office will investigate, and they'll ultimately turn it over to the District Attorney's Office for presentation to a grand jury. You have the District Attorney's Office, who will also do a parallel investigation, and then our internal affairs, and I would imagine the U.S. Marshal Service, their equivalent of their internal affairs, I would imagine would probably also do an investigation.
So the suspect is DOA at the scene, right?
He is deceased at the scene. It's correct.
We really appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Anything else? All right. Yep,
All right.
you're welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chief.
You're watching Live Now from Fox with that update there in Texas. When we come back, everyone, if you are a fan of Next Level Chef, you're going to want to see this next segment. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Oh, we are live for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. A live look right now, the White House briefing room. They are setting up and getting ready for it. Should be happening at the top of the hour. We'll be bringing that to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Next up, we go back out to Fox 11 in L.A. If you're a fan of Next Level Chef, the hit show on Fox, you're going to like this one.
To win. Naisha Arrington joins me now. And Naisha, we had a chance to catch up last week at some of the fun leading up to all of the excitement with the Super Bowl. How are you as a Rams fan feeling today, honey?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's Farmers Market Wednesday, so woke up early, hit up the Farmers Market, and coming off of an amazing weekend, I got to spend some time with lots of my friends. I did a few events. You and I saw each other on Saturday brunch, but I'm so stoked. I'm so happy for this championship. I knew it was coming. I felt it in my bones, and I am happy to bring it home.
You know, it's interesting. We've been talking a lot about the fact that, you know, these victories, as you know, competing at a high level, it takes so much sacrifice. It takes so much dedication. And it takes so much drive. You can relate to that of what these players have gone through this last while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I almost look at cooking as a competitive sport in that, you know, it's rooted in craftsmanship ultimately, but it takes a lot, you know, to wake up. I mean, I'm a performance-based person, you know, so I try to work out almost every day, get my blood flowing. You know, I do ice baths. I do, you know, lots of
ice baths
to keep my brain focused.
You do ice baths, girl? That is some dedication.
Yes. No, it's amazing.
Okay, so tell me where you were. I want to know where you would have been watching the Super Bowl, because I feel like you would have had an in to an excellent Super Bowl party.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be in one of those suites there. I did look poppin', but yeah. So I did an amazing event with Guy Fieri just outside. We were tailgating outside and put on a phenomenal event. There's Joe Sasto and Chef David Rose. We had an amazing time. We had a huge, gigantic screen. There's Brooke Williamson. And we did some amazing events, and it was lit.
It was lit. That's the thing. We've all needed something to celebrate. You know, I think it's been a long couple of years, and I know for somebody like you as well, who is out there, who's always looking for the next way to be a part of something, to the next way to shine a light on the community. This is one of those opportunities. The spotlight is shining brightly on the city of Los Angeles.
Very much so. It's been an amazing sports year, and you know, it was one of the most watched sporting events of history. So it's really cool to see everyone come together. And it was such an amazing, gorgeous day in LA. Like, I walked to the stadium and just the vibe, the lowriders, the music, like LA came out, you know, super cool.
And by the way, that halftime show, though, right? That halftime show, let's just talk about that. So obviously you are a very busy woman, and that's why we wanted to make sure we were able to get a chance to talk to you today. We had you scheduled on the show, and then, of course, we find ourselves in the middle of a victory parade, but it seemed fitting to talk to a champ about championships. Tell us a little bit more about what we can expect with Next Level Chef.
Yeah, well, it's an amazing program. The show is really rooted in mentorship, having myself competed on almost every cooking competition on the planet. It's really nice to see this aspect of nurturing on the show. You know, there's three of us, Chef Richard Blaze, myself, and Chef Gordon Ramsay, and we each have teams of 5 and have been mentoring them to win this $250,000 prize in a 1-year mentorship from all 3 of us outside of the show. And so, you know, we're down to the top 7 tonight. It's going to air episode 9, and it's been an amazing climb for these. It's been such an amazing journey for the chefs.
It really has, and to see them compete at this level is really, really, truly remarkable. It makes me realize when I'm in the kitchen puttering around, I could never compete at that level. Naisha, I'm such a fangirl, and I hope that one day we can get you into the studio, cook up a little something with us, and have some fun. Is that a date?
Sounds like a plan. I mean, I love sharing the craft with people and connecting through food, so yes, count me in.
Food connects us in such a beautiful way. You can catch the next episode of Next Level Chef tonight at 9 p.m. right here on Fox. After you have been down here to the parade, after you've celebrated the Rams, you need to put your feet up and you can enjoy Naisha and Gordon Ramsay and the team. Next Level Chef. Thanks so much, Naisha. Nice to see you. Go Rams!
There we go. Always a great segment there from Fox 11, and great show as always. You're looking right now at the White House. We continue to wait there for that briefing. Should be happening at the top of the hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Just like that, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox at the top of the hour, expecting the White House briefing. Of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. Now let's go out from earlier. A big House hearing today on Russia threats, that all coming obviously with Russia and Ukraine tensions continuing. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Putin, that will deny him the money that he so desperately needs to go on the offense, to not even discuss Nord Stream 2, I think is shameful. It's typical of Washington and all of the pundits in Washington that race to talk about war instead of utilizing diplomacy. Sanctions and the tools of the US government are incredibly important. And yet official Washington is talking about troops and buildup and literally pushing aside the diplomatic response. I find it to be shameful. The aggressive talk that's coming out of Washington is not, and let me repeat, is not verified intel. We have to remember that intelligence is an estimate. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes we overestimate, sometimes we underestimate. Let me just give you in recent memory a couple of times that the intel was overestimated and wrong, because it was raw intelligence and not IC verified intelligence, a fundamentally different move. And the media does a terrible job of distinguishing between the two. First of all, we were told that moving the US embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem would cause World War III. Not true. Kim Jong-un is brain dead. That ran on CNN for weeks, and every official newspaper in Washington, D.C., and many politicians ran with that narrative. It was wrong. Trump was a Russian asset. Wrong. 50 former U.S. intelligence officials signed a letter 1 month before the 2020 election saying, don't look at Hunter Biden's laptop because it's Russian disinformation. Wrong. I think, lastly, let me just say that official Washington is also wrong when it comes to NATO unity. The Germans are undermining NATO. Many NATO members are not paying their fair share and their obligations. The Germans have attacked Estonia for trying to bring in hardware. And I will just echo what President Zelensky said about the US policy, and I agree with it, that right now it's the worst of both worlds. It's definitely not deterring Putin, and it's ruining our ally Ukraine's economy. With that, I look forward to taking many questions.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. But in terms of intelligence, I do want to just put out there that, and my Republican colleagues and my Democratic colleagues on this call were all party to a very grim, very accurate, and unanimous assessment on the part of the intelligence community at a recent classified briefing at the Capitol in the House auditorium, where the intelligence was confirmed by all of our intelligence agencies that the threat is indeed imminent. So I don't want to discount the classified intelligence that is all of. I can't go into detail, but because this is not a secure call, but my Republican colleagues know exactly what I'm talking about, as my Democratic colleagues do as well. President Biden has said that he's prepared to impose swift and severe costs on Russia if President Putin decides to invade Ukraine. Some of those costs might include additional economic sanctions and ramping up our security assistance to Ukraine. And I do support the president in doing that, and I believe those steps are absolutely necessary. But in truth, we've had sanctions in place against Russia since he annexed Crimea. And that has not deterred Putin from poisoning political dissidents, launching cyber attacks, and interfering in our own elections. And I understand and appreciate that we don't want to do anything that would escalate the situation with Russia, or that could result in an armed standoff or a hot war between two of the largest nuclear powers in the world. But if we're truly defending the international system, the rules-based international order that has helped preserve peace in Europe since the end of World War II, I think we have to get serious about the costs that we're willing to impose on Putin if he does, in fact, invade Ukraine. Ambassador McFaul, to all our witnesses, have we signaled, when I hear the dialogue coming out of NATO about, economic sanctions against Russia for eliminating borders and invading Ukraine and, taking away the self-determination, self-government of 44 million people. The idea that, we're going to put a price on that can be taken a completely different way by authoritarian regimes. We have in the background China, that's always playing the long game. If we said that there'd be economic costs for taking Taiwan, or in this case, economic costs of taking Ukraine, and we put that out there as our response. There are some authoritarian leaders who play the long game, might just try to amortize those costs and go forward with taking other countries. And so I'm just concerned about, at the outset, putting economic prices on the actions of these authoritarian regimes. And it seems like we've stepped back from considerably from the Truman Doctrine. And I just wonder, the wider question, the macro issue of protecting democracy and that international system. Ambassador McFaul or Dr. Kendall Taylor, do you have any insights on that?
Sure. Let me say a couple of things. A great hard question. The first thing I want to talk about is Putin and then us. So with Mr. Putin, I think it's important to remember that the Russian system is a dictatorship. It's not a democracy. That, we tend to think in cost benefit analysis, if he invades or not, what's going to be the cost to his economy. He's not subject to pressures from the oligarchs or other constituencies in the same way it would be in a democracy. I think that's very important to understand. Number two, I think he thinks of his mission in life in more ideological terms and more sweeping terms. He thinks about his mortality already. And therefore, what happens in the short term is not as important to him. So worrying about the prices of Fairbanks stock next week is not something on his mind in the way it might be for investors. That's the first thing I would say. My own personal view on sanctions is that we haven't done enough. And I go back to 2014. In my view, I left the administration right as Mr. Putin seized Crimea, but that was the moment when we should have put in comprehensive sanctions. And two things. We talked about Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 has been building for several years, everyone. It didn't just pop up this year. I think we should have been sanctioning Nord Stream 2 a lot longer, years ago. And number three, another thing, which I know nobody supports, but I want you to know, Congressman, my view is that sanctions need to be like parking tickets. The way we think about them now is somebody does something bad and we give them a parking ticket and then we just let them park there forever. So Crimea. Whereas my view is they have to ratchet up. Here at Stanford, if you park, and believe me, it only takes 15 minutes to get a parking ticket here at Stanford, and you leave your car there the next day, guess what, Congressman? You get another parking ticket. And if you're there for a week, you get 7 parking tickets. And I think that construction, that if you're violating sovereignty, if you're at war, you need to ratchet up the pressure, not just have one level of pressure and leave it in place. But I know that's very unpopular. One last thing about sanctions, I would say, my own view in this crisis was that we should have publicized the sanctions we were planning to do with our NATO allies and European partners, in part so that Putin knew for sure, but in part for the Russian people to know for sure what we were going to do. And third, in part, to tie our hands. I think the worst thing to do in a crisis is to have a long debate about which sanctions we're going to do or not. If you publicize them, then you have to credibly commit to enforcing them if it happens. The Biden administration had a different view. They thought that by publicizing them, that would lead to a big debate within the alliance. And I respect that argument and I understand that argument, but I had a different view earlier on.
Okay, thank you. I see my time has expired, and I now recognize my colleague, the ranking member, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes for his questions.
Thanks. We'll start off with Mr. Grinnell. Last year, President Biden lifted the sanctions on Nord Stream 2. Do you want to comment on that, or your opinion as to why President Biden would drop the sanctions and the effect of it?
Yeah, look, I think that consensus is a really nice word. It really sounds good, but my 8 years inside the UN Security Council will tell you that consensus is more times than not, almost exclusively, terrible for the United States. It's a watered down statement. It's a watered down set of policies. It's the lowest common denominator of what people believe. Now, I want to respond a little bit to why we didn't publicize the possible sanctions from the ambassador. The main reason is because the Germans were against it. And Joe Biden and the Biden administration have decided that we have to act in concert with the Europeans on this, and therefore the Germans are really watering down our response. I would argue that we don't share the same threat assessment that Berlin and Paris and Brussels do. I'm all for a transatlantic alliance as long as it's Western facing. There's no reason to just be in an alliance that ignores the West. What we need is a strong statement of these are the sanctions that would be put in place. And we weren't able to do that. We weren't able to do that because what the Biden team maximizes is consensus with people who don't share the same threat assessment that we do.
Okay. Right now, we're backing away a variety of policies, green policies, whatever the motivation. We're backing away from energy independence here in the United States. Do you want to elaborate on that a little and what effect our backing away from energy independence or producing energy here in the United States has on this potential conflict?
Well, certainly we know that our policy, European policy of diversified energy is a good policy. And when you diversify your energy sources, then you can't be in the situation where one country has an over influence on you. I think the Nord Stream 2 pipeline actually is a pipeline of influence into Europe. And by the way, one big mistake that Washington consistently makes is that somehow Europe wants this pipeline. The European Parliament said no to the Germans. They should not have the Nord Stream 2 pipeline because it went too far. Again, Nord Stream 1 is fine when it comes to some Russian gas being utilized. When it comes to the United States, your question is very important because we have seen a transformation of our foreign policy simply because we were getting off Middle East oil and we were able to produce and be energy independent and use energy in the best way possible.
I don't mean to cut you off, but is it accurate to say that if we were producing more energy in this country, we would be in better shape in a variety of ways here?
Absolutely.
Okay, next question I have. The Biden administration has been put in the East Bloc countries, Poland, I think Hungary, I believe. You want to elaborate on that, or is that having an influence here?
I'm sorry, you cut off there. Can you repeat the question?
Okay. The Biden administration has been critical of some formerly East Bloc countries, Poland, I think Hungary, I'm not sure about that. Could you elaborate on what effect that has on this situation?
Refusing to...
Look, I believe that Washington, over the last decades, has fundamentally viewed Europe as just what Paris, Berlin, and Brussels thinks. And Europe is much more complicated. What we have seen in the last few years is rewriting of the border.
We're going to continue to look at that Russia hearing a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to look for the White House briefing. But right now, I want to go out to the Senate Judiciary Committee holding this judicial nominee hearing here, the nominee Nina Morrison. We are going to listen right now to a little bit of Senator Ted Cruz question the candidate.
Kennedy gave a very lawyerly answer. He asked you about Larry Krasner, the elected district attorney of Philadelphia, and I listened very carefully to your answer. You said, Senator, I didn't work on his campaign. Well, Ms. Morrison, that answer is technically right, but I assume you read the questionnaire you submitted to this committee, and on this committee, you identified yourself as an advisor to his transition committee. So you may not have worked on his campaign, but you advised him in his transition committee. For those who don't know, Larry Krasner was elected district attorney in Philadelphia. He was backed by George Soros, who has backed prosecutors across the country releasing violent criminals. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, upon taking office, Krasner immediately fired 31 veteran prosecutors. An additional 39 veterans of the office resigned in the years following. Now it's reported that over 60% of the office consists of less experienced junior attorneys with less than 4 years experience. Ms. Morrison, is Philadelphia today more safe or less safe than when Mr. Krasner became district attorney?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. And I apologize if my answer to Senator Kennedy's question was in any way misleading. I certainly did serve as an advisor to District Attorney Krasner.
Okay, good. Let's talk about, is Philadelphia more safe today than it was before he was elected?
The issue on which I worked specifically...
A specific question. Is Philadelphia more safe today than when he was elected?
Senator, respectfully, I have not...
That's a yes or no?
I do not consider myself an expert on crime statistics.
You have no view?
On Philadelphia, I can certainly talk about the cases that I've worked on in Philadelphia.
So you advise this transition team. Let me ask you, when you were advising him on his, and by the way, is the murder rate today in Philadelphia higher or lower than when Mr. Krasner was elected?
Senator, I do not know because I have not studied those statistics.
So you were part of the transition team but didn't really care about the results. Well, let me answer it for you. When When Mr. Krasner became district attorney, there were 315 homicides citywide. How many do you think there are this past year?
I know the murder rate is up nationally, Senator, but I'm not familiar with the specifics.
It went from 315 to 562, almost twice the 2017 number, the highest in over 60 years. Let me ask you, is that a progressive approach? You call these progressive prosecutors who let violent criminals go, who then murder innocent people. Is that progressive? 562 people murdered in Philadelphia.
Senator, I take a strong interest in the successful prosecution of murder cases because...
Okay, I actually don't believe your record reflects that, so let's look elsewhere, because you actually make a business of supporting these soft-on-crime prosecutors that release violent criminals. You also were on the transition committee for Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon, who came to office in 2020. Like Krasner, like other Soros DAs, they come in to let violent criminals go, and they do it. And those violent criminals murder innocent people. Do you have any idea what the murder rate was in Los Angeles County in 2021?
Senator, again, I'm aware in the wake of the COVID pandemic, the murder rate is up nationally, and I don't know the specifics.
So you serve on transition teams for DAs, but you're not concerned with the murder rate. Well, it's 397 murders in 2021. That was 11.8% higher than the year before, which was 355, and it was 53.9% higher than the 2019 total before Mr. Gascon was elected. That was 258. Why is it that you keep being part of the transition team, helping advise district attorneys on how to release violent criminals, and you're the head of the Innocence Project? And the Innocence Project actually does good work for people who are wrongfully convicted. They should be released. But do you care about the innocent people who are murdered because you keep advising people who put policies in place that result in more innocent people being murdered?
I see the time is up, but I'm happy to answer the senator's question if the chair will permit. Senator Cruz, I have worked for 20 years on cases involving some of the most horrific crimes imaginable, murders and rapes. Some of my own clients were murder victims' family members. They lost their loved ones and were wrongly convicted of killing them. And much of the work that I have done with DNA and other evidence has helped identify...
Ms. Morrison, you're not answering my question. Why do you keep advising radical district attorneys who let violent criminals go and result in homicide rates skyrocketing? Do you care about the innocent people being killed because of the policies you're implementing?
Absolutely, Senator. And to clarify, my role in those transition committees were only on the issue of what's called conviction integrity, not the front-end prosecution policies, but on the review of old cases. That is the limited capacity on which I worked. I played no role in formulating the front-end policies, but it is because when the wrong person is convicted of murder, the person who's actually committed the crime isn't brought to justice that I think the work connects.
Sadly, your nomination is part of a pattern from this administration, and Democrats in the Senate, if they follow their pattern, will vote to convict yet another judge who will let more violent criminals go.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask you a question?
Of course, Senator Kennedy.
Are these...
That's Nina Morrison. She is the nominee to serve as the United States District Judge of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to roll on right here. Take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you right from the beginning of the White House briefing. You won't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox.
A couple of items for you at the top. Today we learned that retail sales increased by 3.8% in January, exceeding expectations. The strong inflation-adjusted increase reflects the resilience of the economy, even in the face of Omicron. Compared to this time last year, sales at grocery stores, restaurants, and clothing stores, among others, increased, underscoring the strength of the American economy as we recovered from the pandemic. This data builds on the historic economic progress we've seen over the last year and an extremely strong jobs report last month despite Omicron, which was well above expectations. In 2021, the economy created 6.7 million jobs, the strongest year of job growth on record. The unemployment rate declined more than any year on record, and we achieved a 4% unemployment rate years earlier than previously projected, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. Small business applications and inflation-adjusted household income are both up, and child poverty and hunger are down. We're obviously going to continue to build on this progress. Second, today we're marking 60 days of action strengthening America's trucking workforce. This is not just about recruitment, but also retaining truckers to ensure we can move more goods around the country and lower costs for the American people. Over 70% of all goods in America are shipped by truck, and America's trucking workforce plays a critical role in the supply chain and the broader economy. But outdated infrastructure, the pandemic, and a historic volume of goods moving through our economy have strained capacity across the supply chain, including in trucking. 2 months ago, the President launched a multi-agency effort to support and expand access to quality truck driving jobs now and in the years ahead. While more work remains, we have made remarkable progress in the last 60 days. We have expanded registered apprenticeship programs. We've launched the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot to connect American adults under 21 to good-paying jobs in the trucking industry. We've cut red tape so it's easier for drivers to get commercial driver's licenses. And we've met with veteran service organizations representing nearly 4 million veterans to discuss ways the administration and industry can attract, train, place, and retain veterans in trucking jobs. And we will announce the results of the Labor Department's 90-day apprenticeship program, of course, after the next 30 days. This week, Secretary Buttigieg will also sign the charter document for the Women of Trucking Advisory Board, which will provide recommendations to address challenges facing women in trucking, such as barriers to entry, on-the-job safety risks, workplace harassment, mentorship, and more. Finally, a very quick preview for the President's trip to Ohio tomorrow. It's been just 90 days since time flies since the President signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, and tomorrow he will be traveling to Lorain, Ohio, and deliver remarks on how the bipartisan infrastructure law delivers for the American people by investing in cleanup and restoration efforts in the Great Lakes region and surrounding waterways. These investments will allow for a major acceleration of progress that will deliver significant environmental, economic, health, and recreational benefits for communities throughout the region, including helping people in the community access clean water. So those of you going to Ohio, now you have a little more detail. Go ahead, Darlene.
Thank you. One, are there any plans being made for the President to meet with Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee as a group, the same way he met with Democrats on the committee last week?
Sure. So he's continuing to engage with Democrats and Republicans about his Supreme Court process. I don't have anything to preview or predict in terms of a meeting with the Senate Judiciary Republicans.
Okay. Second question. Is there a date for when the President will send his FY23 budget proposal to the Hill?
I don't have a date either for you at this point in time. I think Shalonda Young has conveyed it was expected to be after the State of the Union.
Okay. And then the last question is, with the Vice President getting ready to go to Germany for the Munich Security Conference, can you talk a little bit about what her marching orders from the President are, and will she be going with any deliverables or any concrete proposals specifically to help Europe deal with its energy and natural gas needs?
Well, she will be traveling, as many of you have been following this know, to Munich, Germany to attend the February 18th to 20th Munich Security Conference. She will build on the President's and the national security team's intensive engagement with European allies and partners, and emphasize and continue to emphasize with our partners our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies, underscore our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and reaffirm our shared interest in upholding the principles that have underpinned European peace and security. She'll be participating in the formal program of the conference, as well as engaging with allies and partners and meeting with leaders on the margins. I know her team is planning for a preview call for all of you, I believe later this evening, to give you more details of those bilateral meetings. But I would say in terms of her engagements and what the president expects, he expects and knows, given she is the first in the room and the last in the room, that she will continue to convey to the rest of the world, again, our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies, our commitment to defending the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and our commitment to putting in place severe economic consequences should Russia invade.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. Can you comment on Russia's investigation into claims of alleged mass graves of civilians supposedly killed by Ukrainian forces in the Russian-controlled regions in eastern Ukraine? Do you believe this is part of the false flag operations that you've been warning of?
Sure. Well, let me start by saying, as you heard the president say yesterday and Secretary Blinken earlier today, we're in the window where we believe an attack could come at any time, and that would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion. And we've seen, and we've talked about this a bit in here, we've seen these tactics used in the past. So those could include, but not be limited to, the report you just referenced, claims of provocation in Donbass, false state media reports, which I think everybody should keep their eyes open and aware of that potential, faked videos, false accusations about chemical weapons, or accounts of attacks on Russian shoulders that have not actually occurred. So there could be a range of false flags and pretexts that we would expect would precede an invasion, and again, we remain in that window.
And can you provide any update on the intelligence assessment of who was behind the cyber attacks of Ukraine's Ministry of Defense and certain banks yesterday? Can you as officials say that Russia was behind the attacks?
We don't have any new details on an attribution. Cyber attribution takes time, in part because adversaries usually try to hide their tracks, and it takes time to gather and analyze relevant information. And these types of incidents, DDoS incidents, can be particularly harder to trace. But we have also been in close touch with our Ukrainian counterparts to offer support in the investigation and response to these incidents. You may have seen the statement from Ukraine Ministry of Defense that the United States and other partners immediately reached out with support, and that some sites are coming back online. And I would note again, as I said yesterday, we've been warning for months, both publicly and privately in our engagements with the Ukrainians and the Europeans, that the potential for Russia to conduct cyber operations in Ukraine is part of their playbook as well. So we're particularly concerned, but we don't have anything new in terms of specific attribution.
Jen?
Oh, go ahead.
Are you done here? Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
So polite. Go ahead.
Secretary of State Blinken today said that he has seen evidence that Vladimir Putin is actually moving critical military assets toward the border with Ukraine and not away from the border, as Putin has claimed. So does the administration believe that Putin is actually escalating this crisis in real time?
Well, I think as Secretary Blinken also said, the Russian troops remain massed in a very threatening way at the border. And he was responding, I believe, to a good question about whether they were delivering on what they had promised yesterday. And the answer was no. There's what Russia says, and there's what Russia does, and we're watching very closely what steps they're taking, but they remain amassed in a threatening way at the border.
There has not yet been, to our awareness, an actual invasion. This date had been circled on the calendar as one that this administration, that other governments worldwide were watching very closely. What do you make of the fact that at this point, it is now darkness in that region, there hasn't been a military invasion?
Well, Kristen, without getting into any intelligence or conversations we would have with allies or partners, what we had conveyed last week, and you heard Jake Sullivan convey very clearly, is that we were in the window. We remain in the window.
And is there still as much hope for diplomacy today? Is there more hope? Where does that thinking stand?
We, of course, the door continues to be open to diplomacy. Secretary Blinken spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov yesterday. Jake Sullivan speaks with his Ukrainian counterpart nearly every day, if not every day. We remain. The president, of course, is going to speak with Chancellor Scholz later this afternoon. So it is moving forward diplomatic conversations on many channels.
We'll follow up to a question you got yesterday about about a potential gas tax holiday. You said all options were on the table. Can you go a little further? Are there actually discussions going on between the White House and Democrats on Capitol Hill about moving forward with the gas tax holiday?
Well, I also said yesterday no decisions have been made, and that remains the case. So we always have an open dialogue with members of Congress, and all options remain on the table. Go ahead.
One housekeeping thing first. Speaking of Secretary Blinken, he was at an event earlier today here in town and said he was cutting his time short there in order to have a meeting with the boss, the president. Was something added to the schedule this afternoon, or is there something forthcoming?
Without knowing the details of the Secretary's schedule, I think the president had the PDB this morning, so it may have been that. I can check if there's anything different than that.
Beyond that, Foreign Minister Lavrov told Secretary Blinken yesterday that Russia's written response to the U.S. NATO proposals would be transmitted, quote, in the coming days. Has it been received, or is this potentially productive or seen as a possible delay tactic?
Well, we look forward to receiving it, as Secretary Blinken has conveyed. As of my knowledge, before I came out for this briefing, I think we're still waiting for that.
Is there any update on the U.S. assessment of the video released by Russia claiming to show some tanks ending military drills near Ukraine? I know there was a lot of concern about whether this was legit. Has there been any determination that it is?
I don't have any new assessment of that, Ed. I think what we are watching very closely is not just what they say, but what they do. I understand you're referencing a video, but we've also seen, as the Secretary confirmed this morning, continued problematic, troubling buildup of troops at the border and surrounding Ukraine.
I'm not going to ask you if the president's meeting today or soon with Supreme Court nominee.
What if I was prepared to answer it today? You're missing out.
Have there been any meetings?
I am not going to provide a day-by-day update, Ed. I just had to mess with you there a little bit.
I am curious. This is a president who's been a participant in this for decades. Yeah. He knows that in the run-up to a decision, there is a public campaign, there's sort of a backroom lobbying effort by people close to nominees. There's been some of that going on in this case. What does he make? I'm not commenting specifically on anyone's story or letter sent or anything, but what does he make of that attempt to influence an administration as they make a decision? And does he welcome it, or does he see it, if it gets a little too personal perhaps or petty, as detrimental to the process?
Well, I think because of the president's long history and long background you referenced, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, as the former vice president, I believe he's probably overseen or been engaged with more Supreme Court nominee processes than anyone in history. He is not going to be swayed by public campaigns or public sniping or lobbying efforts. He is going to pick an eminently qualified black woman to nominate to the Supreme Court, and he has a number of potential choices that he's very excited about.
Just real quick on this, the Club for Growth is now running ads in English and in Spanish targeting Latino audiences and suggesting that the president's focus on nominating a black woman to the court versus qualified Latino judges, and they list a few in their ad, is racist. What do you make of that?
Well, the Supreme Court has been around for 230 years. There's never been a black woman who served on the Supreme Court. The president believes that's a problem with past processes and not a lack of qualified black women to serve on the Supreme Court. There are also opportunities, perhaps in the future we'll see, to nominate others. We don't know at this point in time, but the president is proud of the range of credible, qualified candidates he's looking at, and looking forward to making an announcement soon. Go ahead.
Thank you. A quick follow-up on the cyber stuff. Would the U.S. consider a disruptive attack against Russia similar to the DDoS one right now being waged against Ukraine?
So say that one more time.
I'm sorry, if the U.S. would consider like a distributed denial of service attack, like when it's talked about potential cyber responses, is that one of the potential options?
Like in terms of what we would do in response?
Yes.
I'm not going to outline or detail what options the president would have at his disposal. Again, he can take any step of seen and unseen. He has the right to do that, but we have not even made an attribution at this point in time.
Russia's lower house of parliament voted on Tuesday to ask Putin to recognize the self-declared Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. Blinken said today that move would necessitate a swift and firm response from the United States in full coordination with allies and partners. What might such a response look like? Sanctions, place export controls? What kind of...
There's a range of options we have at our disposal. I'm not going to outline those from here, but I would also just reiterate a couple of points that Secretary Blinken made in his statement, which includes the fact that the Kremlin's support of this amounts to the Russian government's wholesale rejection of its commitments, its own commitments under the Minsk Agreement, which is certainly the reason to have such a strong reaction to it from the Secretary of State. And enactment further undermines Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, constituting a gross violation of international law. So hence we have, as you said, he conveyed in his statement that necessitates a swift and firm response from the United States in full coordination with our allies and partners, but I don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
Quick follow-up on oil. CNN is reporting that NSC Middle East Coordinator Brett McGurk and State Department Energy Envoy Amos Hochstein are in Riyadh today. Thank you for that.
Because you have to restate his name on television.
Amos are in Riyadh today to press the Saudis to pump more oil. And I wondered if you could confirm that.
I can confirm they are on a trip. There are a range of topics to discuss, including Yemen. And as you know, we engaging with our partners around the world about ensuring supply meets demand as part of our objective from here as well.
And that's one of the objectives of the meeting as well?
I don't have more details on the meeting at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The Secretary of State said today that they've not seen meaningful pullback by Russia when it comes to the forces that they put on Ukraine's border. What would meaningful pullback look like to the United States?
Well, I'm not going to define that by troop numbers. I think we will know it when we see it, which is a verifiable reduction of troops at the border of Ukraine.
But you're not looking at a certain metric or anything like that?
Nothing that I'm going to outline from here.
The president updated the number yesterday, changing it from about 130,000, we believe, that Russia had amassed on the border to closer to 150,000. How long does the United States believe Russia can maintain that kind of a force posture?
Well, he also said, including in Belarus and encircling Ukraine as well, to be clear. In terms of their ability to maintain that, I'm not going to get into intelligence from here.
But there's no judgment on...
Nothing I'm going to outline from here.
Okay, my last question. On the CIA station that is being relocated closer to the border with Poland, outside of Kyiv, does the U.S. have concerns that that will affect their ability to be able to track Russia's movements from Ukraine?
There's a lot of intelligence questions today, which is absolutely fine, but there's nothing I can detail on that from here either.
But no concern that them moving the CIA station out of the capital is going to affect
I'm just not going to speak about our intelligence processes in Ukraine or in the surrounding area from here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Following up on Kristen's question, obviously the invasion didn't happen today. Pentagon was eyeing today as a possible date that we could see some sort of action, some sort of invasion. Does the White House think that Putin could be bluffing?
About what?
About his intention to
not invade or to invade?
Well, either way.
Well, President Putin has said he doesn't intend to invade. We've also said he's prepared to do that and has lined up troops at the border to invade. So I don't think we are waiting for President Putin's comments to assess what is being prepared around the border.
Do you think that your efforts to put all this intelligence out about his, what might happen next might have deterred something that we could have seen in the last 24 hours?
Well, that's part of has been part of our objective overall, Jackie, right, is to make it more difficult for the Russians, for President Putin to lay a predicate for war. And our objective is to try to avoid war, prevent war. Now, it's ultimately up to President Putin to decide what steps he's going to take, but putting out specific details about the types of false flag operations, their efforts to push misinformation through Russian media, the types of tactics they've used in the past, that's all a part of our effort to make it more difficult for them to use these tactics and keep the eyes of the global community open.
Has this whole standoff underscored the importance of NATO allies spending 2% of their GDP toward defense? Is that something that the White House will be pressing in the future from our allies?
That's something that the president pressed for when he was vice president.
And then can I ask about a second topic, the Durham investigation? Durham says there was an outside company with ties to the Clinton camp monitoring server data info on the executive office of the president through the Obama administration, possibly into the Trump administration. Do you know if there's still a system picking up server data on the EOP, and if not, when it stopped?
Again, I know you asked my colleague a few questions about this the other day, but I would point you any questions about this to the Department of Justice.
And then is what was described in the filing there monitoring internet traffic. Is that, generally speaking, would that be considered something along the lines of spying?
Again, I would point you to the Department of Justice. Go ahead.
Jen, thanks. Is the U.S. confident at this point that all intelligence and sensitive material has been removed and destroyed from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv?
There's obviously steps every embassy takes when they move or relocate, but I'm not going to get into those details from here. I'd point you to the State Department if there's more they'd like to share.
And oil prices are nearing $100 a barrel. It's a milestone that hasn't been reached since 2014. What steps is the administration taking at this point to deal with high oil prices? Have you been talking to allies about a coordinated global release of oil?
We have been in touch with allies and partners, suppliers out there on the global stage for weeks now in preparation for a range of impacts of, in anticipation of an invasion or actually an impact of an invasion, both for natural gas and oil prices on the market. We will continue those engagements, of course. As I've said, and I said yesterday, for the president, all options remain on the table. As you know, in the past or recent months, he tapped the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 50 million barrels. Those have been released over the course, or 40 million of them, I think, to date, have been released over the course of time. We also remain, of course, engaged with Congress and countries around the world about how to meet the demands out there.
One more. The president urged Congress this week to act on gun control at the anniversary of the Parkland shooting. It's been 5 months now since David Chipman's nomination was withdrawn. What's the current timetable for nominating an ATF director?
Well, we certainly would love to have an ATF director in place for the first time in, I think, a decade. Someone confirmed, and unfortunately, obviously, David Chipman was eminently qualified for the position and was not able to move forward. And the president would like to nominate someone to replace him, but I don't have anything on the timeline. Go ahead.
In an effort to pry the window open a bit wider into the president's thinking on the Supreme Court.
Sure.
What is the thinking here about some of the pushback that's been aired on the left with respect to Judge Michelle Childs in South Carolina? Does the president reject that criticism that she hews too, or has hewed too closely to corporate interests?
Well, I think with some of the criticism I've seen out there is related to her labor record. If you look at South Carolina, the AFL in South Carolina endorsed her and has been supportive of her. I think the president, in response, or just to go back to Ed's question, which I think is similar, the president is not interested in public griping or in lobbying campaigns or efforts to trash other candidates. He is going to keep his blinders on, look at the qualifications, the cases, the backgrounds, the credentials of these eminently qualified nominees. All of the ones he's considering would make excellent qualified Supreme Court justices, and that's where his focus remains.
On background and qualifications, how important is it to the president that his choice have served as a public defender?
Again, I'm not going to get into any more specifics of the qualifications. You have a short window left before you will know probably who he is selected, and you will have more, I'm sure, analysis to do at that time. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the stalled Fed nominations in the Banking Committee, Chairman Brown said today that he's refusing to move the other picks separate from Sarah Bloom Raskin. He also said that he spoke to President Biden and that President Biden is standing by Senate Democrats on this. So is the White House backing that strategy of holding all the nominees up and essentially waiting for Republicans to show up at the Banking Committee to vote?
Absolutely, and I was in the Oval Office when the president spoke with Senator Brown, so I can confirm, not that there was any doubt, that he conveyed exactly that to the senator, that he agrees that Republicans are AWOL on the fight against inflation. And at this pivotal moment in our economy, everyone understands we need a full Federal Reserve Board, the first one in nearly a decade to tackle inflation and bring prices down for American families. So no, we are not advocating for splitting the nominees. We support Chairman Brown's decision to keep all 5 on the Fed board, pushing them forward through the committee, and we believe Republicans need to do their jobs and show up to vote for these nominees.
You've spoken about the urgency with inflation and other issues facing the Fed, but given that Republicans have shown no signs of bending and that the Senate is poised to go on recess by the end of the week, I mean, how likely or unlikely is it that we're going to see a vote before the end of the month on these nominations?
Well, I would point you to Chairman Brown for that. He is very committed, and I'm sure, and I think as you've seen him publicly, he can be quite a bulldog when he wants to get something done. So we support his efforts to get these 5 nominees forward. There's a couple days left, and all we're asking is for Republicans to show up and do do their job. They can vote against people, but not showing up is not delivering on the commitment you made to the American people when they elected you.
Lastly, on that issue, Senator Toomey was at an event where he said he believed the Fed was basically able to perform at full strength even without the confirmed nominees. Your reaction to that?
I think there's no question that having a full federal board fighting inflation at a time where that is the stated #1 concern of many Republicans, many Democrats, and many in the American public would be the ideal scenario here. Go ahead.
You said a couple times just now that the president's not going to be swayed by lobbying efforts, but I'm wondering if that's the case, what does he make of Congressman Clyburn's pretty aggressive push for one specific judge, Judge Childs? Does that count as lobbying? Is the president listening to that? This is obviously someone he has in high esteem and is close with.
Of course he does. He has him in high esteem. He is close with him. But again, the president, who is someone who has been through a number of these processes before, who's overseen hearings, who has played a role as vice president in helping select incredible nominees and now Supreme Court justices to serve, he's going to consult broadly, and then he's going to look at their credentials, review cases, and make a decision about the right person to nominate for the court.
And I think the only other angle left on the interviews that you have not been asked is, will you tell us when the interviews are complete?
Unlikely. I will tell you, the president will tell you when there's a nominee. The good news is March 1st is around the corner. So, we remain on track and you don't have too much longer to wait. Go ahead.
Thanks. Last night, voters in San Francisco voted to recall 3 school board members. I'm wondering if the White House has any reaction to that result.
Sure, we of course did see that. We don't have any reaction directly to the decision by the local school board, but I would just reiterate that the president's objective has been keeping schools open from the beginning. And now at this point in time, 99% of schools are open, in large part because of the funding in the American Rescue Plan and efforts that he and his Secretary of Education undertook to ensure schools had the resources and the information needed to keep schools open. We understand where parents are coming from when they want schools to be open as well, and the president recognizes the mental health impact it has on kids for them not to be open. So we don't have any specific comment on the local decision about the local school board leaders, but that remains the president's objective.
And on education more broadly, we saw that be an issue in the Virginia gubernatorial race. Obviously, this is the issue here in San Francisco. I'm wondering what the White House or the president...
We are listening in to the White House press briefing right here for you on Live Now from Fox. You just heard a question about the San Francisco school board members who had been recalled. Now, voters did go ahead with that election just yesterday. All 3 board members have been recalled. We do actually have the San Francisco mayor who is making some remarks. We'll be playing them out later here on our Live Now from Fox stream. But some of us going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in to more questions and answers right here in the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Approve of, or just more generally, how the president thinks of education and some of these issues around equity and inclusion.
Well, I would say first that the president is married to a teacher, so he certainly trusts in the role of teachers and educators across the country and the kind of curriculum that they are providing. I'm not going to have any specific comment on any local school board or the politics of school boards as it relates to any political race either, though. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Going back to the Senate Banking Committee, would the White House support a rule change to allow the Senate majority to discharge a nomination directly from committee, as they do with legislation?
I believe that I would really point you to Chairman Brown's team in office. I think they have spoken to this and conveyed, I don't think that there is a path forward for that, but I would point you to them for any comment.
And yesterday's Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that he was, quote, troubled by new charges that are being brought against Russian activist Alexei Navalny. Would the White House consider, in consultation with its allies, potentially sanctions on individual leaders, maybe in Putin's circle, to stop this, or other efforts that you all could do to help Navalny and the Russian opposition?
There are a range of sanctions under consideration on his inner circle.
And then finally, congressional Democrats again are just talking about student loan cancellation. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez discussed this earlier this week, and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has also talked about the importance of canceling student loan debt. Why is this not an issue that, with broad public support and support within its own party in Congress, has the president not worked or pushed harder on to cancel?
Well, the president has conveyed he'd be happy to sign a bill into law that all of those members could work to get passed.
And then finally, yesterday marks the 30th House Democrat to announce their retirement from Congress. Is the White House at all concerned that this is indicative of a political climate in the broader country, in his own party, and could simply the retirements of very senior Democrats on the Hill potentially have implications for the White House's domestic agenda?
Well, as you know, I have to be a little careful. I've learned my lesson the hard way about talking about politics from up here. There are a range of retirements every cycle for a variety of reasons. And what we're focused on is working with members to deliver for the American people. And we expect that anyone who's going to be out there answering questions to people who may vote for them in the future, that they will hopefully talk about the work they've done with the president to create the greatest 12 months of job creation in our nation's history, the largest drop in unemployment rate on record, the largest reduction in childhood poverty ever, the strongest economic growth this country has seen in nearly 40 years. So there's a lot we're going to be focused on. The president himself has conveyed he's looking forward to being out there when it's time for a political season, but beyond that, I'm a little limited in what I can convey from here. Go ahead.
I actually do have something.
Okay.
One thing.
Go ahead.
I think circling back to something I think we asked Corinne about a couple of days ago, but sure. the mayor of the District of Columbia has announced that she's going to significantly reduce the restrictions, the COVID restrictions, the indoor mask wearing. I think comes off at the end of the month. The requirement to show proof of vaccination has ended, I think, as of yesterday. The campus, the White House campus, is in Washington, D.C., obviously affected by the metrics that are around in terms of case counts and hospital counts and what have you. Does that, are you guys going to follow some of the recommendations that the mayor has put out, or are you going to wait for the CDC to make their recommendations before you change any of the activities on this campus?
We'll wait for the CDC, and they've said, and I know you had a COVID briefing a little bit earlier today, that they're continuing to review mask guidelines and how different communities in the country should assess them, but we'll wait for the CDC to make any changes here.
And on the Supreme Court, I think I've thought of one more way.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is only to say that when the president said the other day that he was considering about 4 nominees, did he mean 3? Did about 4 mean 3?
The president meant about 4, and I don't have anything further to add to that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I actually do have another way to get at that.
Go ahead.
With the president traveling tomorrow, could you rule out that the announcement would come this week, and would you flesh out more details on what you expect the announcement to look like? Sometimes we've seen them take place in prime time with events in the East Room. Is that what the president's looking at for his announcement?
We don't have any details on that to preview at this point in time.
I had to try.
I appreciate it. Go ahead.
And on the state of California, a couple of California-themed questions for you. So the EPA is finalizing a rule that would give California a waiver and the authority to set its own emissions standards. Why does the administration think it's important for California to have the ability to set its own emissions standards?
This is a great question. I know I have something on this, but I don't have it in front of me, so let me get to you after the briefing.
Absolutely, and to follow up on that, though, even with the...
All right, guys, we've been listening in here to the White House press briefing. You can see here, too, also said earlier, President Biden going to be traveling to Ohio tomorrow. He's going to be making some infrastructure remarks, so we can always play out the rest of this press briefing here for our viewers a little bit later here today. But you are seeing just some of those aerials as our choppers flying above Los Angeles. So many fans excited for the victory parade to kick off. This is set to begin just at the top of the hour. Our Los Angeles team, Fox 11, down on the ground, plus also on some of those buses with the players. We're going to be heading into their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are just minutes away from the victory parade as all of our Rams fans have gathered together here for this here today. Not only a parade, but also a rally happening in Los Angeles to celebrate the Super Bowl champions. So what we want to do, of course, is keep you up to date on the latest. Not only do we have eyes down on the ground, we also have some aerials showing us some of those buses getting ready to go. Again, this parade is to kick off here at the top of the hour. But our Fox 11 Los Angeles team is down on the ground. Let's go ahead, jump into their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Game day, we've got the hot dogs over here. A lot of excited fans. What are we, 7 minutes away, 6 minutes away from the start of the parade? A lot of excited fans. Hey, whose house is this, you guys? Rams! There they go, they're live. They're awake. Whose house? Walked down the route just a few minutes ago with about 20 other people. Everybody getting excited for this big moment. Say go Rams! Say go Rams! Go Rams! Yeah! Fist pump. Go Rams. There you have it. I don't know if you could hear me earlier, but I was saying the chief walked down the route with about 20 other LAPD officers. You guys will probably see him in just a minute, but yeah, we're all getting really excited. Just a few minutes away. If you're not here yet, hurry up.
All right, Haley, thank you. We're getting some info about who's going to be speaking once they get here for a rally. It's going to be emceed today by J.B. Long, who's the radio voice of the Rams. We're going to hear from the mayor of Inglewood, James Butts. There's Quinton, one of the Rams cheerleaders. Curran Price, City Council member, Mayor Eric Garcetti of Los Angeles, and then the Rams themselves. Les Snead, the GM, Sean McVay, the coach, Matt Stafford, the quarterback, Aaron Donald, of course, the defense, Von Miller, Andrew Whitworth, and the last speaker is going to be Cooper Kupp, the Super Bowl MVP. So we should hear from all of them once they get here. But first, though, got to soak up the moment as those buses get ready to roll and the cheerleaders finally get to take off their masks. They wore their masks at all the games. Now the outdoor mask mandate is over in Los Angeles County, the first day of that. And the Rams, we can finally see the cheerleaders' smiling faces.
Kyle, let me ask you this. So we're watching this fantastic, historic moment in Los Angeles. For a football player, what's tomorrow look like?
It's funny because you start thinking about the next year. I mean, you want to take a little time off, you want to take a breather, you want to relax a little bit. As far as an organization is concerned, they got to start thinking about what's next and building for the future. And the fact that because you've gone through the playoffs and into the Super Bowl, you're a little bit behind. You got to start thinking about the draft. And some players obviously will be free agents, and where are they going next, and talking to their agents.
You're saying the Rams have been so busy focused on the Super Bowl that they haven't thought to the next season?
See, that's where Kyle went. I went, they're going to be nursing a hangover.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That's like maybe some emergency, maybe a nice nap in the middle of the day. Let's check in now with Mario Ramirez, who's out along the parade route as well at 39th and Figueroa. Mario.
Yeah, guys, we started off chilly this morning. It's now warming up. We've got the sunshine. It's a beautiful day for this parade. And we've got some newspapers here. They're passing around these replica newspapers that they've been handing out at pop-up newsstands around Inglewood and around the city leading up to the Super Bowl. And I have some young fans here, so I want to get the perspective of a 10-year-old. How are you feeling today, buddy?
I feel good.
Good. All right, so you've got the Aaron Donald jersey on. How does it feel to be out here? What are you looking for today?
I just want to see the Lombardi Trophy and the players.
Yeah, okay, so the Lombardi Trophy. Everybody out here is excited. They're coming from all over. This couple here from Bakersfield. We were just talking. You guys have been to the Rose Parade. How does this compare to the Rose Parade so far?
It doesn't even compare.
And why do you say that?
Because the people and what it was. Plus, SC didn't make it to the Rose Bowl this year, so there weren't a lot of people out there.
Yeah, I know, and it's hard to believe, but it is like shoulder to shoulder out here as we're waiting for the parade to start. So we're going to leave you with a good old cheer because these people are pumped up. Who's
All right, Mario Ramirez, thank you so much.
We are feeling the music here. We are feeling the energy. We are feeling the love. Good morning. Southern California. We are excited to be with you on this really history-making moment in our community. I'm Christine Devine here with Kyle Kraska, our sports anchor, and Alex Michelson. We're going to take the coverage from here as the Rams make their way down here to the rally here. Can you feel it, right, guys?
You really can. It's just a couple of minutes away now from the parade beginning. We've been watching the players as they board the buses, and they're going to start rolling our way. And as we look out to a sea of humanity, it's just an amazing sight. And we've talked about the fact that it's so great that we get to do this. We get to celebrate this championship. Unlike previous teams like the Lakers and the Dodgers, we get to come out and be a part of this. And the fans are so excited as we walk the parade route earlier today to watch their excitement. And they are ready to party. And it really feels good, doesn't it, to be able to do this?
It does. And you know, I'm ready to rumble. and you know the guy with that famous phrase.
Careful, that's trademarked.
His name is Michael Buffer. Well, we're paying him, so I can say it today. Okay. He recorded a special intro for us. Michael Buffer, take it away.
It's a gridiron group which has captured the excitement of an entire city. A team that encompasses what it is to overcome adversity.
That drives you to try to be your best. I think that's what made this team special.
And today, Southern California celebrates our world champion, Los Angeles Rams. For the many watching right now on Fox 11 Los Angeles and the many more streaming worldwide on Fox LA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for a championship parade!
How awesome is that? Our thanks to Michael Buffer for that. It's going to be hard for us to top that as we look live at the buses. The start of the parade route is where Sandra Endo is. Let's check in with her now. Sandra.
Yeah, these fans making some noise right here. Because those buses, take a look where we are. We are at the starting point of this whole victory rally. And the buses are about to come out. They've opened up the gates. Follow me over here to show you. We've been showing you all morning long the players getting on board those double-decker buses wrapped in world champion logos. And we see the security, all the LAPD officers in formation, ready to get this motorcade started, to get this parade started, right? But there you see all the players, all the dignitaries, VIPs, family members on board those buses. We cannot wait. But this is the first time they've fully opened the gate, and it looks like that big rig carrying the mascot, obviously, and it looks like an electronic screen. I can't tell from this point of view, but Baby Skyfox got a better shot of that. But we're going to see that big rig come out, too, and make its way down this mile-long parade route, down Jefferson Boulevard when this gets underway. But this, again, any moment now, we're seeing movement. We saw the police come in formation, and this is just incredible. The energy here, it really filled up in just a matter of minutes in terms of both sides of the parade were really filling up with fans. I know all morning long they've been getting to the Coliseum area where that big rally is going to be held at the end of all this, but this is the first time we're seeing people just packed along both sides of the parade route down Jefferson Boulevard to greet their world champions, the Super Bowl champions, the LA Rams, and they cannot wait. The excitement is real, and you see it. Everyone just draped in blue and gold to celebrate this day and coming together really after a tremendous time. Obviously, we've been talking about during the pandemic not being able to have these big celebrations and big parties like LA knows how to put on. But this day is different. This day is for the champions, and this day is for the city. You really feel that, and people just united, coming out here, just trying to get a sense of the city alive again. So it is really amazing to feel this energy. But take a look again. You're seeing about, from our vantage point, at least 5 buses packed already, and those players on board on top in order to wave hello to all the fans that are going to be greeting them during this victory party. So we can't wait for this party to start. I mean, time is ticking. They are kind of starting this a little fashionably late, but we're early for the party. We're seeing a couple people running up, getting ready on those buses, so hopefully they'll start rolling out soon. But clearly this is a big moment, and here we go. The first bus starting to roll out. Any movement is good movement here when we're talking about a parade getting started. So we want to get this party started. Again, we're in front of the iconic Shrine Auditorium. What a place to really kick off this Super Bowl celebration, this victory parade, and then make its way, obviously, all these celebrities, these athletes who have poured their heart and soul into the sport, into this big win, together as a team, as Coach Sean McVay has been saying, this is really a selfless team, one that did it for each other and for the love of the game and for the love of the sport. I see him right there dancing on top of that first bus, and that's what we're talking about. A team of champions that we are celebrating today as this parade gets underway. Lights and sirens, line them up, boys. Let's lead the way. Shout out to LAPD, doing a great job. They are just making sure everyone is having fun, staying safe, and they are going to lead the way as this gets started. Back to you guys.
All right, Haley Winslow, thanks so much. At the beginning of the parade, she said, let's get the party started. Well, for a lot of the fans, it started a long time ago, but finally they're going to get a glimpse of their favorite LA Rams players and their families. And we just got a glimpse, I believe we saw the Lombardi Trophy right there. It is being raised overhead. Big win. Raising up that trophy, and you can hear the fans screaming. And this is really the fun part of the parade when you see the interaction. These fans getting up close and personal with these players as they go by, and the exchanges. We'll see some football thrown.
Him, the coach.
We finally see the coach. How about that? 36 years of age, the youngest coach ever to win the Super Bowl. 36 years and 20 days. It's remarkable in his 5 seasons here what he has done. Missed the playoffs only once. Already 2 Super Bowl appearances, and of course a Super Bowl championship.
You know what I love about this here? It's a chance for the players to kind of say thank you to the fans, to look out and connect with the fans and kind of say, we love you and thank you for your support all season long.
Well, and that's something that LeBron James talked about yesterday, Christine, when talking about why he was upset that the Lakers didn't have a victory parade. He said that often the championship, there's so much happening that you don't get a chance to really embrace the fans, and this is about that connection between the players and the fans, and for the players to acknowledge it. And Kyle, even though the Super Bowl was technically in the Rams stadium, it was not a Rams home game. And as you know, with ticket prices at $7,000, $10,000, $20,000, the average Rams fan doesn't get a chance to go to that. They can't afford that. So this is free. This is an opportunity for people that really root for the team week in and week out to come out and to be able to be a part of the festivities.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Essentially, Super Bowls have become very corporate in nature, and you don't have that average fan that can afford that type of a ticket price. So for them to be able to come out here and to see their favorite players wheeling by, we saw Odell Beckham Jr. a moment ago, and the excitement on the fans' faces as they see their favorite players go by. They get to see the Lombardi Trophy. They get to see Sean McVay and his staff. This is just special. And there he is, right on cue, Sean McVay and Cooper Kupp smiling and soaking in the moment. And boy, so well deserved.
And let's go ahead and listen in for just a moment. Feel like we're right there with them.
And thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us. The parade is officially underway. Our Fox 11 Los Angeles team, they're down on the ground giving us full coverage from different angles, giving us all these looks. We do appreciate them for all their hard work. Don't forget, after the parade, which is about a mile long, there's going to be a rally to come as well. So a lot more right here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team.
See it when they're out of uniform and all hanging out together, is that he's the same age as a lot of these players, younger than some of the players, right? I mean, he's got this interesting position being the coach, but Andrew Whitworth is significantly older than Sean McVay. And yet, Sean McVay has earned the trust and respect of those players, and he's clearly the leader of this team.
Kyle, doesn't that speak to the mutual respect that they have for one another as football players, the business of football? These are their careers. This is what provides the income for their homes and their families and to feed their children. So to have that mutual respect to work together really speaks volumes.
Well, what we don't see as fans and media, we don't often see the work that is put in. And you talk about a guy like Sean McVay and the hours and hours of preparation. And his players know when that they go into a game, that game plan, and they are so well prepared and so ready to play that football game. And he's earned that respect over a decade now. He started in football at 25 as an assistant coach, and he's 10, 11 years into it now, surprisingly at 36. And then you think of his coaching tree. Next year, he's going to have 4 coaches that are head coaches in the NFL that were assistant coaches under him, including Kevin O'Connell, who, as we now know, the offensive coordinator who will be leaving to coach the Minnesota Vikings next season. But Sean McVay has gotten everything he's deserved, and the recognition, and now with the Super Bowl championship, really, that's an accolade that no one will ever take away from him.
Let's head out to Phil Schumann, who's along the parade route. Phil. Sandra, let's go back to Sandra Endo. I'm sorry, Sandra Endo.
Hey there, yeah, we saw the confetti flying over here as the buses made their way out of the lot, and now those buses carrying the players, the champions, the team down Jefferson Boulevard. They're going very, very slowly. So this is great for the fans because everyone will get a chance to see them, say hello, wave, and there was champagne popping off of those buses too. It was amazing to see as they just made their way out of the lot here at the beginning of the Shrine Auditorium area. Okay, they're continuing to pop the confetti, and it is pouring down. Look at the fans, super excited. This is the moment they've been waiting for. A big celebration, a time to come together. The city just rejoicing. It is so great to see. Okay, the first bus now carrying Sean McVay is now right around Fig. So clearly, woo, those champagne showers coming down. It is quite a scene, quite a party over here. It's making its way obviously to you guys. So some of the fans are walking with these buses because they are going at a slow pace. So it's great that these fans can really enjoy the whole parade and then get back down to the rally where that program's going to happen. So you can see right here now a lot of these fans just walking down, making their way to the LA Coliseum. This is spectacular. The logistics of this, the celebrity of this. I mean, you just feel the energy and the way this is all playing out. A lot of energy. Okay, what was it like seeing the buses with the players come by?
This is crazy that another LA team won the championship. City of Champions, baby!
Yeah. Wasn't it cool to see Sean McVay and the players and the popping champagne?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You can't say anything more. Let's go, Rams.
All right. See, look, now they're booking it on the way to the Coliseum right now. So we're with them. We're walking. But look, here are the players right here. The buses are stopped. Here are the players. The buses right here. So everyone getting a chance to take pictures, to take video, popping that champagne. Okay. I wonder if I could auction off one of those corks because there's a lot of corks along this parade route. So this is such a big deal. Okay, you guys, what was it like to see Sean McVay and Cooper come?
It was amazing. It was a long time coming. Too long.
Yeah, did you imagine that the parade was going to be like this?
Yeah, oh, not at all. It was awesome, especially in LA, to bring it back home to LA. And, to completely take it over, bring it back to where it all started. This is awesome. I'm so happy.
I know. All right, have fun. Go get them. Go get them. All right, we're walking over here, and we're going to try to catch up. Now, the buses are now turning on Figueroa, so you guys are coming to you. Phil and Haley, my colleagues along Fig, okay? But the confetti is still pouring down.
Can you hear us?
Look at those.
Phil Schumann is next up on the line. They're coming to you, Phil.
Alex, I am right by the lead Stafford, Andrew Whitworth, Vaughn Miller, their wives, their children. This is spectacular. LAPD escort on motorcycles, the Dodge Ram pickup trucks beforehand. You're looking at history being made here in Southern California. We're on Figueroa, just as the buses turn right or south, headed down towards you at the Coliseum. The fans are cheering and waving. The players, huge smiles on their faces, waving back. And it just doesn't get any better than this if you're a sports fan in Southern California, or Rams fan in particular.
Phil, we can barely hear you. It is so loud. I mean, the celebration is amazing. We've got reporters stationed all along this route. We have Haley Winslow at the Galen Center. Haley, show us what you're seeing there.
Oh my gosh, it is raining blue and gold. This is history in the making, and it just feels so good to be happy. Everybody has so much pride. Watching them on top of the double-decker bus, our city's superheroes parading through downtown LA. Here they come. Look at those smiles. Look at this excited crowd. It really is amazing to see.
Getting sprayed by
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us. We are in full live coverage with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. They have reporters plus anchors. They're down on the ground as they are celebrating the big win. Super Bowl champions is celebrating in full force. As you heard some of our reporters say, there's lots of champagne being popped on those buses. They are going to be holding a rally at the Coliseum after they make it through their parade route. Let's go ahead and listen back in with our Fox 11 team.
Players to the back office, to the cheerleaders, to the family. There's a whole lot going into making a star football player. They might have the limelight right there, but the celebration is vast.
It really is. It really is. Cooper Kupp, once again, what a season. He had one of the greatest seasons a receiver has ever had. Just remarkable what he accomplished. Odell Beckham Jr. and Matthew Stafford. All of the pieces that came together for this team, and we give a nod to Les Snead and the way he built this team and bringing in the components that he thought Sean McVay needed to win a Super Bowl championship. Remember, when the season began, this was the goal. This parade was the goal. And here we are.
And now
we're enjoying it.
Now it's the reality, and Phil Schuman's along the parade route getting to check it out. Phil.
We are right at the corner of Figueroa and Jefferson. The buses have just turned the corner, heading south towards the Coliseum. This man is so excited, I can't even tell you. What I mean, they went right by you. Can you give us your play-by-play?
Man, I saw AD, big baby. I seen Von Miller, hey, coming all the way from Illinois, been supporting these guys for like 25 years. So, hey, I'm right here, right in the middle, and I feel real good.
Yeah, you sound happy.
Yeah.
Been a long wait.
It's been a long wait.
Thanks for talking to us.
All right.
I'm going to talk to someone. Even you may still be on the pictures of the bus, but we have another woman here. Happens to be in a Raiders shirt. But what's it like to be up so close to this parade?
Wonderful. It's lovely. All the people are lovely. Everybody, it's just wonderful. I'm having a good time. But hey, it's Raider Nation, though. I'm sorry, we're coming back.
All right. Well, we'll get back to you next year. Another Rams fan over here. This is huge, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's huge. We're so happy we're celebrating. God bless the Rams, yes.
You got a great spot. Who did you see? Who did you like?
All of them. We saw the whole team. Yep, we saw the whole Rams team.
The whole Rams team. All right, the buses have gone by. They're probably coming into view there at the Coliseum. We'll send it back to Alex, Christine, and Kyle.
Yeah, let's just clarify. This is Rams house, okay? We got a new generation of Rams fans being built right here today. Haley Winslow, you got a great spot too. Take it away.
Haley Winslow, can you hear us? It is so loud.
It is.
you have. It's very understandable if she can't hear us. But in the meantime, let's listen in. Let's listen to some of the music for a while. And the confetti and lots of champagne and lots of beer. I think we are the only people in this entire area that are not drunk at this point.
Our Fox 11 team having fun covering the victory parade that is happening here in Los Angeles. You are watching live with us here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be going out to a 2-minute break, but stick around because once this parade is finished, we're going to be taking you into the rally in the Coliseum. More to come with our Fox 11 team right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's about as relaxed as I've seen him in a very, very long time. I mean, he's an intense guy. He's focused. We talk to him often, and when we do, he's great to talk to, but he always has a purpose in the way he speaks and in everything he does and in his preparation, and that's what makes him such a great coach. We see Haley Winslow getting set up there, and we'll get to her in a moment, but to see him just kind of a smile, gazing off, right there, look at that. That says it all.
Look at that.
The smile and the sipping on the red cup.
The red cup may help the smile.
Sure. The pumping of the fist. I mean, this is what the pinnacle. This is what this entire season has been about. The pressure was on the Rams to do this because that was the goal, and here they are.
All right, Haley, let's try this again. Take it away.
Hey guys, this is the beauty of football. So many happy faces, so much pride. It was not only raining blue and gold, it was raining champagne. Look at these fans. What was that like?
Go Rams! That was amazing. I'm originally from Boston.
Thank you. Go Rams, you guys. This is the happiest people I've been in a long time, and it's all thanks to the Rams. Thank you. We are the city of champions. Go Rams!
My whole life for this. I've been waiting my whole life for this.
I think next time we need subtitles to understand what's being said up there. It's very loud, but you get this. You get the sense that
the good stuff has come out now. Matthew Stafford with the Don Julio, the 1942, taking a swig off that bottle.
Wow, you know your bottle.
It's not messing around. The good stuff has come out.
We've got the cigar and Don Julio going today.
Look how those buses were specifically wrapped for the LA Rams this morning. And I think of the LAPD officers there on the motorcycles. What a prime viewing spot for them, escorting the team over here to the rally. I mean, that's a moment for them as well.
Yeah, it is a beautiful view. And Bob DeCastro is among the people. Bob, what's it look like where you're at?
I think we have one of the best seats in the house due to we're watching the parade make its way down here to Exposition Park and to the Olympic Plaza, watching those two double-decker buses through the big screens down the way over there. And yes, we can't wait for the Super Bowl champions to make it here to the Los Angeles Coliseum. I've been hanging out with some of my friends here. We can't wait till it gets here. Tell me what you're thinking as we're watching the buses.
I'm so excited to be here. I worked. I'm here now. I get to celebrate. I love the Rams. Big LA fan.
How long have you been? You're a young lady, so you've been a Rams fan for a long time, or what?
Actually, I'm a Fairweather fan now. I'm a Bears and a Rams fan because I lived here for 13 years. So, got to celebrate the city. We have the Lakers.
Hometown team.
Right, exactly. I live here. Why not celebrate?
It's something that the city really needed right now.
Absolutely. It's been a terrible couple of years. We might as well celebrate with something strong.
Your favorite player, or who are you really excited to see here as they come by?
Stafford, of course. Why not?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, MVP. How about you, sir? You brought your whole family here?
Oh, no, this is my girlfriend.
Just watching that camping. I mean, Watching the Caravan coming down here, it's got to be so really exciting.
Oh, yeah, we're ready to see Cooper Kupp, baby. Aaron Donald. Whose house? Whose house? Whose house? That's right. Super Bowl champions.
The game must have been so thrilling for you, though. I mean, we were all kind of nail-biting it toward the end.
Long-time
Rams fan?
Oh, yeah, since I was born, 1989, baby.
It was in your family, sort of like your family and what watched it.
Everybody was watching the game this year, yeah, of course. We needed to get this win for LA, baby. Whose house? Whose house? Whose house?
Are you a new fan also? Are you a long-time fan? Or are you a fan because your boyfriend's a fan?
He introduced me, but right away I knew I was a Rams fan. Yes.
Season encapsulate the season for us because like every game almost seemed like it was a critical game, right? And you're like, oh my God, let's just get through this.
I just heart attack. Every game I watch, heart attack.
Almost makes it more special season in a way, right?
Yes. Oh my God. When we made it to the Super Bowl, I cried a little. I'm just so excited.
Those last few seconds, those last few minutes were like crazy.
Yes, my heart was pounding out of my chest. I'm just so happy.
What was it like to be able to come out here today? I mean, it was something you didn't want to miss.
This? Oh my gosh, I'm blessed. I'm so happy to be here.
Yes. Whose house?
We will send it back to you guys. We are waiting for the Caravan to get here.
And you know, you hear all of the fans talking about the players they want to see. They want to see Aaron Donald. They want to see Cooper Kupp. And in this town, it's not just about winning championships. It's about star power. It's about celebrities and athletes. And that's how you build a brand. And that's how you become popular. And to have someone like a Cooper Kupp to have this season that he did was one of the great seasons ever. That's going to make an impact. It's going to bring young fans to the game of football. Going to bring them to the LA Rams. And it's going to help them really try to carve out their space here in the Los Angeles market as we watch Sean McVay pumping the fist. Let's go to Sky Fox. Stu Mundell. Stu, what's it look like from up there?
You know what we're watching as the fans are just losing their minds down there as this parade is making its way down Figueroa. We saw Whitworth up there. How can you miss that guy? That dude is huge. And then we saw the trophy as well. And then what we're watching and what I think is one of the coolest things is that they're actually sharing some of that confetti with the crowds down there. Now, it is just kind of what we thought. A lot of these crowds are working with the actual parade, making their way down from whatever spot they had on Figueroa, getting as much exposure to that team as they can, and making their way out here to the actual Coliseum. There's some of that confetti. That thing just keeps going and going and going. It is so cool to watch and just to hear right now the audio from what's going on down there. Just amazing watching these people just losing their minds as they, the Super Bowl winning team making their way, our Rams, down Figueroa, everybody up there on those buses, and you can see the interaction with a lot of the players, with a lot of the fans. It is really just amazing, and that crowd, well behaved right now, but making their way south, everybody coming down to the Coliseum. I can't wait to see what happens when these buses stop. Hey, there's a trophy, and again, that dude is huge. How can you miss that guy? And again, we're just watching up here as well, enjoying the show, feeling the energy, and the fans really are making this happen. And like I said earlier, it is just this huge love fest between the fans and the players appreciating the fans, and of course the fans appreciating their Rams team out here. That confetti machine just keeps on going. I wonder if some of that's getting out to the crowd, but it is really just amazing to watch from up here at Sky Fox this afternoon. And again, just look at those crowds. Everybody's walking with the actual parade just to get as close as they can, stay with them as much as they can. And again, this whole thing coming to an end over at Expo Park. I'm still up at Skybox. Back to you guys on the ground.
I love your view there, Stu. You know, I love the bus, too. It says World Champions. This is not just an LA thing. They are the winners of the Super Bowl. The nation is watching this parade here in Southern California, in our home, Southern California. I'm hearing YG music. YG, the biggest Rams fan. Mario Ramirez has a spot at... Oh, okay. We're going to stay with this shot here. And okay, Mario Ramirez, you've been out there all morning. Let's go back to you.
Hey guys, so we are going to be able to see that truck or that bus, and we can see it off in the distance if you take a look, but it is going to make its way down here to the corner of Fig and 39th and then turn right into the Coliseum. So the fans are getting louder, as you can hear. Who are you guys looking for on the bus? Anybody in particular?
Courtney Barnes Live, all together, no space, my Instagram.
Number 9. Okay. We've talked to a lot of 99 fans, Aaron Donald, so we're watching the parade as it makes its way down, and it is just extremely loud.
All right, a very loud celebration. We are still in our coverage with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. Thank you to them for having so many reporters there along the parade route, as well as their anchors watching as well. Of course, we all know, again, that they are making their way to the Coliseum. That's where a rally is going to be held. We already heard of some of those folks who are going to be there at the rally, along with the entire Rams team. You can see that they are already in full celebration mode. It's only going to continue on here. We'll also continue listening with our Fox 11 team. Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute commercial break.
Great and talented athletes. They're also among the smartest athletes and among the hardest working. And that's a reason that this team really can be role models, not just for sports, but for other aspects of life. You look at a guy like Cooper Kupp, somebody who did not have a lot of interest out of high school to even go to a college, who has now had one of the great wide receiver seasons in history. Right. He's not the guy with the most natural talent of any wide receiver out there.
He ran a 4.6.
Right?
He's not the fastest guy at all.
But what he's among the smartest guys, and he's among the hardest working. And when you talk to a lot of great wide receivers, which I had the privilege of doing during Super Bowl week, they all talk about him, that he plays wide receiver like a quarterback. And him and Matthew Stafford, every single morning at 6 in the morning, get up when other players are sleeping, when other players are partying, they're watching film. The Rams outworked everybody, and they did it in a selfless way. And that is a big reason why they're on those buses right now.
Well, I think it goes to show you what a connection can really do for you in professional sports. And when Matthew Stafford came aboard this team, he and Cooper Kupp started having breakfast together every morning. And over breakfast, they would just talk football. And they created that connection off the field. And then it translated to the work ethic on the field. Those two coming together and so many others. And they all play for one another. And that's the beauty of this team, is they all wanted to win for one another. And I think you're right. It all started with the head coach, Sean McVay.
I think of how different Matthew Stafford's life could be. They made a big move, the Rams, bringing him to this team. They bet on him.
Yeah.
Just a few years ago, this would not have been his story.
Not at all.
Let's get to Mario Ramirez. The team's right by you, Mario.
Yeah, we're watching the bus pass us right now. They're throwing footballs. You've got Cooper Kupp waving to his fans, family members on the bus. What a great moment as they make their way into the Coliseum, holding up belts and T-shirts and memorabilia. You can see the connection out here. Guys, how...
Look, he now has a total of 4.5 sacks.
I think we're losing Mario's signal. We just saw Aaron Donald there, all 280 pounds of Aaron Donald. It's funny, Christine, remember, Marla Tejas talked to his mother right before the Super Bowl, and she said she doesn't like all the shirtless pictures because she thinks it's a little bit much. She usually tells him to put the shirt on. Clearly he's not listening to Mom today.
But and also we heard from the family saying that he was a lazy, chubby kid, and his dad got him up early to practice. It just shows you what you you can do when you commit to something, when you invest in yourself, when you believe in yourself, Kyle.
And he wanted this so badly, and it's so great to see him up there shirtless, bottle of Cristal in one hand and the Lombardi trophy in the other hand, and smiling. And this was so important to him. And I still see that image of him right after getting to Joe Burrow on that final play and forcing him to throw the ball into the ground, and right away Aaron Donald pointing to his ring finger, knowing that he was going to get that championship parade.
I love that shot. Let me just say, if this parade were in, say, Cincinnati, they wouldn't have their shirts off. This is a true showing of Southern California and our gorgeous weather. The rest of America and cold country is so jealous right now.
Although we should point out that Rob Gronkowski would be shirtless regardless of the weather.
No matter where they were.
As we have seen in past parades in Boston and other places.
It'd be cold, though. It'd be cold.
You think back to that parade last year, of course, it was in Tampa on the bay in boats, and Tom Brady was throwing the Lombardi trophy from one boat to another. Let's hope the guys don't attempt to do that today from bus to bus.
Yeah. Well, I noticed, Kyle, I'm learning about you as we go along. You're not only an expert in football, you really know your alcohol. I mean, you're able to spot what kind of bottle it is, with the maker, the whole thing, which is impressive.
It's called research.
We've got to go out after this, apparently. All right, so we're now looking at Odell Beckham Jr. Who, has got to be feeling so good. We saw him crying when he finally won that that world championship. And Kyle, speaking of that "We Not Me" theme, Odell Beckham Jr. is somebody who was thought of as a very selfish player, so much so that a lot of teams were hesitant to pick him up. He comes to the Rams, all of a sudden that narrative is gone, and he's really beloved by his teammates.
He really is, and he was asked about that not long ago, saying that people's perception of him had changed, and he kind of laughed. He said, I don't really think I'm a different person at all. I think I'm the same guy I've always been. It was just the perception of me. Yeah, maybe I did some stupid things when I was a younger guy, but who doesn't? But he said, I've always been the same person, and now people are looking at me like I'm this great teammate. I always thought I was. I'm just in the right situation now. And he's so happy to be here. And by the way, he's one guy that will be a free agent after the season, and he has already said that he would come back to the Rams on a discount. He would take less money to stay here because he so appreciates this organization and what it's done for him.
Here comes the boss, Bob DeCastro. It's coming by you now.
We were waiting for those buses to make the turn. We weren't sure if it was going to go in front of Bank of California Stadium or the other way. And yes, the crowd turned to that side, and they're passing us right now. I can see Cooper Kupp and a shirtless Aaron Donald. There they are. But the crowd here is just electric. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Talking to some of the fans here. Hey, come on, tell us, what are you thinking as they're going?
Crazy. Glad I'm here.
The day off of work, or 3.5 hour drive. Wow, where'd you come from?
Bakersfield.
What is it? You obviously have to be a huge Rams
fan. Before back in the 80s, my dad was a big Ram fan. So first tattoo, Ram fan.
To be able to see this here today.
Yeah, my dad's not here to see it, but I'm glad. Yeah.
Doing this for it.
Yeah, my brothers are all Ram fans.
So you have a whole family, a whole generation of Rams fans.
Yep.
Encapsulate the season for us, because it was just a crazy one. They really earned every game, right?
Right. Not just the game, the way they settled down in the fourth quarter. The last 5 games, just settling and holding the defense. The defense was a big thing for us.
I wish you guys could actually see us here. We've got the camera on the tripod so we can get over the crowd here and actually see the caravan going by. But lots of people just hugging, smiling, even tears here from a lot of players, a lot of fans, just to see the world champion Los Angeles Rams go by. What does it mean to you, sir, to finally?
Been waiting for this all my life. Been a Ram fan since 1978. This is just a dream come true for me.
It had to have been disappointing for them, and I think that you kept your loyalty to the Rams this whole time.
Yes, I did. Even when they left, I kept my loyalty, and here I am supporting my team all the way through.
It's a little time for them to get here, though. I mean, when they got here a couple of years ago, it was kind of a slog, and they fought their way through to get this championship.
Yeah, when they lasted to Tom Brady, I was like, oh my God, and then to lose again, and then to win now, and then to knock Brady out in the conference championship. Oh my God, it was excellent.
As a longtime Rams fan, what do you think that it spells for the future of the organization and the fan base here in Los Angeles? Because you had like almost a generation that it had like skipped a generation.
Well, you could see that they were saying that there's no Ram fans in LA. Look around, people. There are Ram fans here, and it's gonna be good for the future to come.
A lot of Ram fans is right. You can see them all out in full force here as the buses now making their way to the Coliseum, getting ready for the rest of the rally. Do you want to at least pop up something from earlier here today? Skyfox was up over what usually is the Hollywood sign, now changed to say Rams House. That has definitely been a chant we've been hearing throughout the parade route. Lots of fans cheering that. Rams House, Rams House. That's what we keep hearing, chanting. And of course, so many excited fans to see their favorite players, their favorite coaches making their way again to celebrate their big victory on Sunday. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team for this full coverage, as they have been not only at the beginning of the parade route, but keeping us informed along the entire way, talking with fans, and they're going to continue their coverage. And we'll stick right with them right here for you. We're going to slip in one more 2-minute break, and we'll be back listening in with our Fox 11 team when you return.
California, a huge Los Angeles sports fan. I am so happy right now, and I'm crying watching them come by. I feel like I'm 5 years old again.
It is
and a sports fan, it's so exciting. It really is.
It's so emotional. Where we are at, we are now feeling the confetti hit us in the face. We are watching the buses go by. I'm waving right now at the players and the cheerleaders. It's amazing to witness this, be part of it. The players, the team, they are here at the Coliseum for the rally. They've made their way to the spot where we're going to hear from them. Welcome, Rams!
Hi, guys!
Hi there! Congratulations, Rams!
And we can see now why the fans here along the parade route were so joyous and so happy, because you see the smiles on the faces of these players. You think about the work, the effort, the time, a lifetime dream that all came to reality on Super Bowl Sunday when they won the championship. And to see the way they're celebrating now and interacting with when those buses roll by, it really is something. It really does make you feel so special.
I'm saving the confetti for a souvenir. This is awesome. You can actually, Alex, see their faces, see their joy.
See the joy.
Buses go right past us here.
Yeah, and see how impressive those bodies are, too.
You're going to be at the gym
Gotta
tomorrow?
go to the gym. Got some new inspiration to get out there. I mean, it really is. I mean, oh, man. I don't know. I was surprised that when they start driving by, I started to cry. Because I honestly, it connects you to your childhood. It connects you to watching sports with your dad and your grandfather and pride in this city, right? And just feeling love for this city. And this city gets so many haters across the country, and so many people that say nasty stuff about us, and there are clearly faults with us, but this is a great place to live, and we are so lucky to be here. And I personally just feel so privileged to be in this chair and to be working with you guys and be able to enjoy this moment together with so many of our viewers.
Well, the fact, too, that we are sitting here without a mask, we've been through such difficult times with COVID, and I think for the city, the Southern California region, to share in this moment, whether you're a diehard football fan or not, it means a lot as we are enjoying this beautiful sunny day, Kyle.
It really is a culmination of so many things, with the outdoor mask mandate now a thing of the past, for people to be able to come out and celebrate in this way and just really cut loose. You know, people just cutting loose today and just really celebrating with all of their hearts and all of their energy. And Alex, to your point, as a sports fan growing up your entire life, and obviously myself as well, there are many, many cities that never have this opportunity to witness this. And even this LA Rams team has never gotten to this point to have this. They won the Super Bowl championship in St. Louis, but for the first time ever, the LA Rams are champions. And this is a culmination of a long, long time coming for people like yourself who grew up an LA Rams fan. So, yes, you can understand the emotion, the outpouring of emotion when you see your favorite players, the ones you watch every Sunday, and you root for them through thick and thin. You've suffered through the losing seasons, and now to have it all come together and be so special in this year with so much expectation, and for them to deliver in the biggest way possible, and now we are all here with this opportunity to celebrate right alongside them.
And sports is a shared experience, and there's no more of a shared experience than the Super Bowl. It's one of the only things left in our culture where we all watch the same thing at the same time, and sports is able to bring the community together at a time of such hyper-partisanship, a time of so much division, at a time of so much social media, fragmented audiences. This is one thing we can all do together. One of the people that's joining us with this is Stu Mundell, who's got the best view from Skybox. Stu.
Well, best seat, I don't know about that, but we got the best view, that's for sure. I'm watching as some of these fans are getting that swag from the Swag Patrol. Look at that crowd out there. This is going to be the courtyard in front of the Coliseum. A lot of those folks, they were with that parade. They basically followed those buses, got some of that confetti, and made their way into that area right there. We saw the big screens are set up, and we know that there's a live stage set up a little bit farther away from the crowds, but everybody very, very anxious. I'm sure they want to hear what everybody's got to say. The fans, oh my God, the energy is just amazing. We can feel it up here. We're definitely hearing it in the audio. There's no doubt about that. The players themselves, I love the interaction. Oh my God, it was so cool watching those guys tossing the balls back and forth, throwing things to their fans throwing things at them. It was amazing. Right now, though, the live screens for those fans down there, this is going to be, like I said, the Coliseum, the courtyard in front of the Coliseum. They've got those big screens so they can see what's going on. They've got that stage set up. I'm sure the presentation is going to start here shortly. The parade part, sadly, is over, but it was amazing to see. What was it, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of just pure bliss, especially for the players and, of course, the fans that you see down there. These guys crowding the area, but it is all controlled. You can see they're just making their way into that courtyard. Again, the parade part is over. Presentation's going to start soon. The crowds, the fans, having a time of their life, and we can feel it up here. Wishing we were down there, getting at least some of those confettis, maybe a free T-shirt. I'm Stu up in Skybox. Back to you guys on the ground.
Stu, we feel it down here. We are right in front of the stage. The players will take the stage to really address a sea of fans that have been out here all morning. I look out at the fans. They're tossing rally towels and beach balls. They've got Rams flags. There's some are in costume. It's an exciting moment for the fans to just kind of come together. One more moment as football season is over.
It's been over for a while for many teams, but thankfully for the Rams, it's continued and culminating in this party today. And the fans that we're seeing here who are gathered are looking out onto the stage, and on each side of the stage are very large monitors, so they're able to still see the players on the buses as they continue to move into position. We see Cooper Kupp up there. We saw Andrew Whitworth a moment ago. We saw Von Miller. We're seeing all of the players get hyped up. They're flashing. There it is, the NFC Championship trophy, and it's going to be a wild scene here when these guys get up on stage and they address the crowd, and we're getting ready to get going very shortly.
Some of these players, the Coliseum was their home stadium for a while with the Rams. The Rams coming back here, playing here in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, one of those years going to a Super Bowl. And there are still many of these guys that are left that were used to coming here on Sundays and playing games. Of course, the Coliseum, the host stadium of the Rams from 1946 to 1980 as well. and many people in this crowd got to see a whole lot of Rams games here when they played back with our colleagues Vince Ferragamo, Jackie Slater, and others who used to play here at the Coliseum. This sports, though, it does bring you back to different moments. I think part of the reason for me that I was so emotional, being able to have the privilege of even being able to do this sort of play-by-play for the parade, is I was reflecting back on my grandfather who loved sports so much and was blind and couldn't see. And so I used to call games for him so that he could see it and experience it. And so I personally am thinking of him and thinking of the connection of him and sports. He's no longer with us, and thinking about, how that sort of kind of put me on a path towards broadcasting and to be able to be here in this moment.
I think we all have a story as to why we were brought to football. I remember as a kid, I wanted to be part of it, so I was a Pop Warner cheerleading coach, and then became a cheerleader just to be part of football season. Oh, I see the bus!
We see the buses now.
So now this is pretty cool. The buses are now coming right behind us where we are, and get to have another view of them. Of course, the team is led there by Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp, and those guys get the first bus. And then apparently a big fan of WWE, which airs on Fox 11 with the belt there. Maybe that's what they can do in the off season.
The view that we have is absolutely amazing to see these buses pulling up here at the rally. I mean, just the energy of the players feels so good. Kyle, you've covered these players who've worked so hard to get here. What does it feel like to see them enjoying the moment?
Yeah, I'll tell you, to see them just relishing the moment here with the fans and celebrating with their families. We see them day to day and the work that's put into this, and for them to get to the pinnacle of their careers. We talk about how we got into what we do, but many of these players since Pee Wee football and going to college, high school, and then college, and then getting to this level, and you dream of this. You dream of this moment. You dream of playing in a Super Bowl, and you dream of hoisting that Lombardi Trophy. And now you can only imagine how surreal this moment is in the celebration for all of these players.
How many players ever make it to this level of professional football? I mean, I went to Arizona State. We won the Rose Bowl my year, and only 2 players went to the NFL. 2.
It's the smallest percentile you could even imagine. And you think about a player, let's say Eric Weddle, who played a tremendous career for a very, very long time and retired having never gotten to the Super Bowl, and he thought that was it. And he retired for 2 years, and then due to injuries on this Rams team, the Rams reached out to him and asked him if he would come back, and we didn't know what kind of playing shape he could possibly be in, but he certainly could lend some leadership, a great locker room guy. Well, he comes in and plays every single snap in the NFC Championship game and leads the team in tackles and goes into the Super Bowl and is given the green dot where he's calling the defensive plays. And Eric Weddle comes out of retirement for 4 weeks, essentially, and right back into retirement after today, but he's a Super Bowl champion now.
And that's